Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 26, the Third Macedonian War. Having soundly beaten Macedon and Syria, the last two major powers in the East, Rome was now the dominant force in the Mediterranean, a distinction it would hold for the next 700-odd years. In the years after the Syrian War, the Romans were wrapped up with Gallic revolts in the Po Valley and persistent unrest in Spain. Though these territories had been officially conquered, the Romans found it as difficult to maintain their position in these territories as it had been to establish it in the first place. But for the most part, these were mere skirmishes in the wider scope of Mediterranean politics. The real center of attention remained Greece, where, like in Spain and Gaul, winning the prize was not the same as keeping the prize. Yes, the Romans had demonstrated the superiority of their arms, and even the superiority of their diplomatic corps, but the fiercely independent Greeks would never passively stand by as a foreign power held final say over their lives. Rome had its allies, most notably the Kingdom of Pergamum in Asia Minor, but the majority of Greeks bristled at the presence of the barbarians from the west. Factions of nobles in most of the important cities schemed constantly to carve out as much autonomy as they could, with an eye on eventually throwing off the Roman yoke. Greece was, after all, the oldest and greatest civilization on earth. Surely Roman rule was merely temporary, and in time the Greeks would retake their place as the leaders of civilization. Right? In Macedon, Philip V had been put squarely in his place, and for all his pride and ambition, he was able to do little about his sorry state after being defeated at Cynocephali. Though he hated Rome, he was a broken man who could not muster the energy for a full-scale revolt. That task would be left to his son, who would return the bravado and swagger to Macedon and renew their quest to drive the Italians from Greece forever. The catalyst of the Third Macedonian War was Philip V's death in 179 BC, which was, by all accounts, directly related to a quarrel between his two sons, Perseus and Demetrius. After the peace between Macedon and Rome, young Demetrius, Philip's second son, had been sent to Rome as a hostage. Years spent in the city had left the young prince with a pro-Roman worldview. Perseus feared that the political leanings of his younger brother would manifest upon their father's death, that Rome would engineer a coup and Perseus would be denied his rightful throne, while Demetrius ruled a puppet kingdom for Rome. So, when Demetrius returned to Macedon in 180 BC, Perseus moved quickly against his brother, convincing Philip that Demetrius was guilty of treason and was plotting with Rome to install himself as king. Philip allowed himself to be swayed and reluctantly ordered the execution of his son. Despite his belief that he had no choice, Philip never recovered from Demetrius's death, and within a year the old king was dead. This left Perseus in control, and Rome concerned about their eastern flank. The Macedonian king kept testing Roman patience, clearly violating the treaty his father had signed by taking control of neighboring territory outside Macedon proper and opening diplomatic relations with the Greek political syndicates. Most worrisome to Rome, Perseus arranged marriage to the daughter of Seleucus IV, who had succeeded his father Antiochus the Great as king of Syria. The Senate hoped for the best, though, and, weary of war and unwilling to embrace a belligerent stance, they turned a blind eye to Perseus's actions. The alliance between the two great Greek powers was a cause of concern in the Senate, but even more so for the Kingdom of Pergamum, Rome's steadfast ally, whose territory bordered both Syria and Macedon. Envoys from Pergamum began to send dispatches detailing the outrages and offenses of Perseus, begging Rome to do something about the young upstart king of Macedon. Rome ignored the threat for as long as they could, but finally Illyria began to rise in revolt against Rome, and the common belief was that Perseus was behind the violence. That, coupled with an assassination attempt against the king of Pergamum, sealed the deal, and in 172 BC, legions were sent back across the Adriatic. At first, the Romans simply moved into Illyria to quell the uprising, and stood on the border of Macedon. But a year later, war was officially declared, and the legions headed into Macedon under the command of Licinius Crassus, an ancestor of the famous Triumvirate, who would join with Julius Caesar and Pompey in their fatal three-way alliance a century later. This Crassus did not get his familial legacy off to a great start, and promptly led the Romans to their first defeat in Greece. It was a minor engagement to be sure, but the propaganda value of the loss was a boon to Perseus, and Greek leaders who had kept their distance from an open conflict with Rome began to throw their support to Macedon. It was a decision that would haunt a lot of them and lead not to freedom, but to the obliteration of freedom. After direct confrontation with the Macedonians had proved to be more difficult than the Romans thought, the next 2 years saw the Roman army in the east turn toward more profitable and less dangerous pursuits: the plunder of defenseless Greek towns. The consuls in charge during these 2 years seem to have had little ability or desire to control their men, and the legions became little more than a highly efficient band of marauders. A great deal of wealth, plunder, and slaves were hauled back to Rome. Everyone profited, so discipline went out the window. This, coupled with the behind-the-scenes maneuvering of Perseus, turned even more Greeks against Rome. There was little to be gained by standing with the Romans now. The Italian brutes had no interest in governing, or, indeed, the lives of Greeks in general. They just wanted to ransack the countryside. In 168 BC, the new consul for the year was Aemilius Paulus, the son of the Paulus who had tried to halt the Battle of Cannae before it happened, and then died leading his troops into the massacre. More disciplined than the previous consuls, Paulus the Younger immediately restored a sense of purpose to the troops, reminding them that they were there to fight as soldiers against an army, not thieve from innocent Greeks, who were, after all, nominally under Roman protection, if that was not a complete contradiction in terms by now. Paulus located the army of Perseus and announced his intention to make for the Macedonian army and defeat them. Perseus was well positioned with 40,000 troops on the Aegean coast, and dislodging him would take some doing. Paulus ordered one of his generals to take a chunk of the army and make a lot of noise approaching Perseus from the north. This maneuver convinced the Macedonians that the main Roman army would follow, and they prepared for an invasion from the north. However, as soon as darkness fell, the Roman expeditionary force kept right on walking, and swung around behind the Greeks. Only the timely intervention of a Roman deserter alerted Perseus to the danger. 12,000 Greeks were sent down to block the Romans coming up now from the south, but they were driven back in disarray. Realizing he was being encircled, and unsure of where the rest of the Romans actually were, Perseus broke north out of his fortified position, and set himself up near the village of Pydna, where the open, flat country would ensure the proper deployment of his phalanx. Having flushed out his prey, Paulus immediately recombined his force and marched to meet Perseus. After spending the night camped across the plain from each other, the two sides rose the next morning, eager to have it out. According to legend, Paulus, facing east, stalled his deployment until the afternoon, when the sun would be in the eyes of the Macedonians. Whether this is true or not is a matter of debate, but it is true that the battle did not start until the afternoon, and despite the evenly matched sizes of the two armies, things quickly got away from Perseus. Whether or not the sun played any role is, again, a matter of debate. The Greek phalanx pushed the Romans back initially, which was good, but they pushed the Romans back onto uneven hills bordering the plain, which was bad. The phalanx began to splinter, and the Romans were able to send individual maniples through the breaks in the Macedonian line, and not so much flank the Macedonians as eat them from the inside out. The Macedonian left disintegrated, and Perseus fled with his cavalry. Of the 40,000 or so Greeks in the Macedonian army, at least 25,000 died at Pydna, while the Romans lost maybe 1,000. 5,000 Greeks were captured along with Perseus himself. Where his father had managed to negotiate a peace that left him in control of Macedon, Perseus received no such favors. The young king was paraded through Roman chains at Paulus's triumph, and then banished to exile in a small Italian village where he lived a miserable existence and died in obscurity. And he showed such promise. The defeat at Pydna marked the end of the Macedonian kingdom, whose holdings under Alexander had once extended all the way to India. The Senate broke the kingdom up into 4 republics, which were forbidden to trade directly with one another or any other Greek city. All economic activity had to be brokered by Rome. This ensured that no undue consolidation of riches or power occurred, and that the Romans would never have to deal with trouble in Macedon again. Weak and divided, the Macedonians would attempt one last-ditch effort for independence years later, but that would merely present the Romans with an opportunity to officially incorporate the territory into the province of Macedonia. Returning to Rome, Paulus, who had done so much to end the senseless pillaging of the legions, led his army on one of the great sadistic rampages of the ancient world. Passing through Epirus, the Romans, furious at the Greeks in general for turning on Rome, decided that an example had to be made of someone to prevent this sort of thing from happening in the future. They chose Epirus because it was convenient, even though the locals had nothing to do really with Perseus or his war against the Romans. At first, Paulus implied that if he was paid off, Epirus would be spared, and the 70 or so towns collected as much as they could and handed it willingly to the Romans. But the minute Paulus had collected it all, he simply let his men off their leashes and let them sack, rape, plunder, and burn anyone and anything they came across. Over 150,000 locals were bound up and sold into slavery. The rest were killed and left destitute or homeless. It was a harsh lesson for the Greeks, harsher still for the relative innocence of Epirus. After driving off Philip and proclaiming freedom for Greece, the Romans were universally loved. But now, a mere 30 years later, that love was gone, replaced with fear. Machiavelli's point that it is better to be feared than loved is backed up by the Roman experience in Greece. Loved, the Romans dealt constantly with backstabbing and conspiracies to do away with them. Feared, the Romans ruled in peace and unchallenged. There is no accounting for the horror and immorality on display in Epirus, but the cold fact remains that it worked. Future Greeks knew what the wrath of Rome meant, and they wanted no part of it. Better to drink wine and tutor the Romans in math and philosophy than attempt to cross swords with them. One of the other legacies left to us by the Roman victory in the Third Macedonian War was the transportation of a great number of Greek hostages to Rome, including a young scholar named Polybius. Taken in by the family of Aemilius Paulus, Polybius would become the instructor of Paulus's son, Scipio Aemilianus, who would grow up to be one of the most famous and influential of all Roman statesmen, and really, the last of the great political figures who was not connected to the crises that would consume the Republic in the next century. In an attempt to explain to his fellow Greeks who the Romans were and where they came from, Polybius constructed a massive history of Rome, which exists largely intact today and stands as one of the pillars of our own understanding of Rome. The histories of Polybius have, indeed, played an integral part in our very own History of Rome podcast, and we owe him a great debt for his excellent work. Next week, we will return for the last time to Carthage and Macedon. The two great enemies who had so consumed the Romans for the last century were beaten, but for Rome, it would not be enough to simply beat them. They had to be crushed. Cato the Elder had made a point of ending every speech before the Senate, whatever the topic, be it garbage collection or loan repayment, with the line, "Furthermore, it is my opinion that Carthage must be destroyed." Cato, like many of his countrymen, feared the return of Carthage, and so set out to annihilate once and for all their nemesis from Africa, and quite literally, sow their fields with salt. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 27, Mopping Up. For the last 100 years, Rome had been consumed by two major theaters of war, North Africa and Greece. The struggles against Carthage and Macedon had become intergenerational affairs, and now the grandsons and great-grandsons of the men who had initially declared the wars donned their armor to finally finish the job. The years just after 150 BC would mark the end of resistance on both fronts. Not that the final act played out the same in both theaters, however. In Greece, a pretender to the Macedonian throne would openly court conflict, whereas in North Africa, the Carthaginians did everything they could to prevent another war with Rome. In both cases, though, the results would be the same, and in the watershed year of 146 BC, both Carthage and the great Greek city of Corinth would burn to the ground after being lit by Roman torches. There would be no more mistaking who ruled the Mediterranean. In that year, the Roman Empire was truly born. In the years leading up to 146, Greece, the dominant focus of Rome for the last 50 years, still existed in a state of relative independence. The Romans did not wish to garrison the whole country, and hoped that the example made of Epirus would instill in the Greeks a self-control that would leave the Romans free from military costs in the east. It was not to be, however. The dream of Greek freedom burnt as bright as ever, forcing the Romans to conclude that there could be no half-measures in Greece. Trouble began in 150 BC when a pretender to the Macedonian throne named Andriscus appeared with the intention of reuniting Macedon and throwing the Romans out. He claimed to be the son of vanquished Perseus and the grandson of Philip V, the last great king of Macedon. Without a strong Roman military presence in Greece, Andriscus followed the path of his alleged father and started to push the boundaries of Roman patience. At the end of the Third Macedonian War, the country had been divided into 4 republics, economically and politically cut off from one another. Andriscus worked to secretly reunite the territories and began forming an army to deal with inevitable Roman pushback. However, with efforts in his home territory moving slowly, Andriscus took what soldiers he had and marched south, conquering Thessaly, and then returned to Macedon with some momentum, which he was able to use to unite the 4 republics under his banner. Rome did not look kindly on this and sent a force to deal with the revolt. But the Romans underestimated the resistance they would face, and the small expeditionary army was repelled by the Macedonians. Andriscus was starting to feel pretty good about himself, but his success was made possible only by the disinterest of the Roman Senate and an ineffectual response. Reports of the Macedonian victory changed all that, and a new army was sent, this one at full strength, and under the command of a brilliant general named Quintus Metellus. That he would soon be called Quintus Metellus Macedonicus should let you know that Andriscus's luck was not long for the world. Metellus marched into Macedon and crushed Andriscus and the Macedonian army without much effort. Whatever steam the Macedonians had been building proved to be just that, a lot of hot air, and they proved not even close to a match for a truly committed Roman army. The pretender was driven off and captured, sharing the fate of his alleged father, and paraded through Rome in Metellus' triumph. The Senate finally wised up to the fact that their hands-off oversight of Macedon was an unsustainable policy, and so Macedon, along with Epirus, were incorporated into the Roman Empire as official provinces, the first extension of Roman sovereignty into Greece. Not long after the Macedonians were pacified, another flare of Greek defiance was fired off, this time from Corinth, the leading city of the Achaean League. Metellus was recalled to Rome to receive his triumph, and in his place the consul Lucius Mummius was sent to command the Greek forces. That he would soon be called Lucius Mummius Achaeus should let you know that Corinthian luck was not long for this world either. In an absolutely brutal display of power, Corinth was besieged, overcome, and burned to the ground. The men were slaughtered, and the women and children sold into slavery. The razing of Corinth marked the total ascension of Roman power in Greece. In a few years, the territory would join Macedonia and Epirus as full Roman provinces. Greek freedom was a dead issue. Running concurrently to the events in Greece, and one of the principal reasons for the initial indifferent response to Macedonian agitation, was the last act of the great struggle with Carthage. Unlike the Greeks, however, the Carthaginians were simply minding their own business when the Roman Senate decided Carthage must be destroyed. After the Battle of Zama, the war party in Carthage was ousted from power, exemplified by the exile of Hannibal. The Carthaginians at heart were merchants and traders. Prosecuting endless wars of empire was not really in their genetic makeup. The period after the Second Punic War was, for the Carthaginians, a return to their true calling, making lots and lots of money. Forced by Rome to dissolve its army, Carthage found its ledgers now free of an enormous yearly debit. The money was invested in more productive endeavors that actually produced a monetary return. Soon Carthage was riding high, economically at least, which filled the Romans with a mixture of envy and dread. Unwilling to relieve the Carthaginians of their debt and the subservience that came with it, the Romans rejected offers for the war indemnity to be paid in one lump sum, a sum that the Carthaginians could now easily afford. The Carthaginian Senate kept trying to bribe the Romans with free shipments of grain, but Rome insisted on paying for all goods that arrived from Carthage so as not to appear in any way indebted to the Carthaginians. Now, during these years, the dominant political power in North Africa had become Numidia, led by the loyal Roman ally Massinissa, who had been with them since the final days of the Second Punic War. In the decades after Zama, Massinissa had led the Numidians into Carthaginian territory numerous times, and had peeled off more and more land with each invasion. The Romans were officially neutral, but obviously they had no problem with the Numidians stealing Carthaginian land. By the 150s BC, however, Carthaginian appeasement of Roman power had once again become a hot-button issue. The Carthaginians were supposed to have retained their North African holdings under the terms of the peace treaty, and Rome was supposed to act as a protector of those terms. But clearly Rome was allowing the Numidians to run amok, and had no intention of looking out for Carthaginian interests. So the peace party in Carthage was ousted in favor of a more aggressive faction. The new party did not advocate war with Rome. They merely sought to raise an army to defend Carthage, which was, technically, a violation of the peace terms, but Rome had already violated the terms by not protecting Carthage from attack. Plus, the last installments of the indemnity were sent to Rome, and many in Carthage believed this released them of any further obligations to Rome. In 151 BC, the Numidians crossed once again into Carthaginian territory and laid siege to a border city. Carthage raised an army of 25,000 to defend the city and lift the siege. After 50 years of peace, however, it could have been 500,000, and the result probably would have been the same. The 25,000 green recruits were easily crushed by the seasoned Numidians, and for their trouble, all the Carthaginians really did was give the Romans an excuse to destroy them once and for all. When word came that a Carthaginian army had taken the field, Cato the Elder and his cohorts persuaded the Senate that Carthage was once again on the rise and would remain forever a threat to Rome if it was not utterly destroyed. The Senate agreed, and in 149 BC ordered a massive invasion force of 80,000 to North Africa. When they arrived, the Carthaginians attempted at once to come to terms, but Roman demands were too harsh. They demanded that the Carthaginians abandon their city and move no less than 10 miles inland. Flabbergasted by this insane demand, the Carthaginian envoys rejected the terms. Once again, just as in the First Punic War, Carthaginian envoys had failed to give up. This time, though, Xanthippus would not be around to bail them out. The Romans were all set to take the city by force, but disease ripped through the lines, and the legions became so weakened that the Romans had to settle for a siege. 2 years passed in inconclusive misery for both sides, when the Senate realized the mistake they had made. Clearly the fact that the only Roman general who had ever been successful in Africa was a Scipio meant that they needed to appoint a Scipio to head the legions. So they elected as consul Scipio Aemilianus, by blood the son of Paulus, who had defeated Perseus in the Third Macedonian War, but by adoption the grandson of Scipio Africanus. Scipio Aemilianus only further cemented the Roman superstition that only Scipios could emerge victorious from Africa. Arriving near the end of 147 BC, he immediately blockaded the harbor and laid waste to the countryside. By the time the spring of 146 BC rolled around, the Carthaginians were at their wits' end. But again, Roman terms began and ended with the abandonment of the city, and so, despite their desperate situation, the Carthaginians continued to resist. Finally, Scipio ordered a full attack, and the walls were breached. What followed was 6 days of intense street fighting, as the Carthaginians forced the Romans to fight for every block. The overmatched Carthaginians were finally pushed back into their citadel, and the Romans ran loose in the city. By this point, of the 700,000 citizens of Carthage, only about 50,000 remained. Everyone else was either dead, enslaved, or had fled. The great city was in the midst of its death throes. Finally, the citadel was breached, and the last of the Carthaginians were captured or killed. Against his own wishes, but acting at the Senate's instructions, Scipio set fire to the city, which, according to legend, took 10 days to burn. Survivors, of whom there were too many to take back to Rome as slaves, were forced to live with the mandate they had fought so hard against. Carthage was not to be rebuilt, and no settlements were allowed within 10 miles of the coast. The days of life at the vital hub of Mediterranean trade was at an end. It was a life of meager subsistence for the descendants of a power that had once upon a time nearly destroyed the Roman Empire. According to further legend, the Romans then plowed the fields around Carthage with salt so that nothing could ever grow there again. The story only emerged in later years, so it is doubtful that it actually happened, but the account gained widespread acceptance and served as a cautionary tale for future generations. Along with the burning of Corinth, the destruction of Carthage was forever offered as a possible scenario to people who resisted Rome. These are not idle threats, the Romans would remind their enemies. This is our history. Now, where would you like us to stick that garrison again? With overseas provinces sprouting up all over the place, in Sicily, in Spain, Africa, and Greece, the Roman Empire as we think of it was beginning to form into its recognizable shape. With Carthage destroyed and Greece pacified, there were no great powers left to really challenge Rome's dominance. Tribes in Spain would harass the Romans endlessly, and Gallic hordes remained a constant threat. But for the most part, the hard part of winning the empire had been completed. It is at this point, and I like to mark 146 BC with a mental pushpin, that the Romans lost a critical unifying force, a worthy opponent. From this point forward, Roman competitiveness and ambition began to turn inward, and many of its leading citizens began to look for enemies to fight not outside of the empire, but within it. In the years after 146, Rome would be consumed with internal strife, from the class conflicts egged on by the Gracchi brothers, to the revolt of the Italian allies, to the civil war between Marius and Sulla, and then the greater civil war between the Caesars and the Senate. Roman history would return to the Italian peninsula after years abroad. There will of course be excursions back to Africa and into Gaul with Julius Caesar, but the long period of a unified Roman people holding fast against foreign threats is at an end. Next week, we will return to the city and take stock of the situation. How were the plebeians faring? How much land did the great landowners now own? Was the Senate a representative body at all anymore, or had it become a law unto itself? Rome was now rich and powerful. To what lengths would men go for a piece of it? What was the result of the massive influx of slave labor into Italy? By the way, if you answered a Best Supporting Actor for Peter Ustinov to that last one, you're right. So strap into your seats. The next 100 years are going to be quite a roller coaster. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 28, Taking Stock. For 350 years, the Roman Republic had grown, contracted, grown again, survived, and thrived. Through it all, the Romans never turned away from their most basic founding principle, that no king shall reign in Rome. Every year men stood for election, and every year free ballots were cast by free citizens. The winners won and the losers lost, and power was transferred peacefully between them. At no point did the great and ambitious leaders of Rome step outside the bounds of the system to seize control of the state. It is a remarkable run, and the Republic's track record was and is the cause of much justifiable envy. But alas, the Romans, for all their strength on the battlefield and all their moral rectitude, could not stem the tide of greed and ambition that lurks in the hearts of men in all times and all places. Roman success would be the undoing of the Roman Republic, and after the symbolic dual sacking of Carthage and Corinth in 146 BC, the dam holding back the dark side began to crack visibly. Less than a century later, the dam would break, and in defiance of all that had once been held as good and true by the Romans, a single man would ascend to the throne of power. And though he was wise enough not to call himself king, we all know that a rose by any other name would still smell as sweet. For all these years, the Republic had survived for two major overarching reasons. The lower-class plebeians had not been so impoverished that they were driven to violent revolution to improve their material lot in life, and the upper class was unified enough that their internal rivalries did not spill out into the public sphere. Both of these critical linchpins were about to be removed, leaving civil war and violent class conflict as the order of the day. And both linchpins were pulled by the very same hand: victory overseas. The Romans, in addition to the entire peninsula of Italy, now controlled Sicily, Sardinia, North Africa, Greece, Macedon, and Spain. All those subject lands provided the Romans with wealth never before imagined, slaves in the hundreds of thousands, and endless opportunities for personal enrichment. One might imagine that with such an abundance flooding into Rome, that there would be far less internal conflict, not more. There would be more than enough to go around. What would be the point of squabbling? The problem, though, was that all the new wealth was winding up in the hands of the already wealthy elites, and some became so rich that in effect they considered the cohesion of the state less important than they had in the past. When you are completely self-financed, there is a tendency to follow your own whims and everyone else be damned. And this, to put it mildly, is no way to keep a free republic running smoothly. The ruling class, which had for all these centuries understood that patrician solidarity kept them firmly in charge, started to see men break off to make their own way in the world, forcing the others to compete or lose what status they had. Things quickly spiraled out of control. In a way, it can all be traced back to Scipio Africanus. The long-haired, flamboyant, irreverently religious hero of the Second Punic War set an example for ambitious young Romans to follow. Indeed, it was Scipio who originally coined the term imperator, when his troops hailed him as a king after his victories in Spain. Scipio, like Augustus, was savvy enough to distance himself from all talk of monarchy, but the cult of personality he encouraged set the tone for future threats to the Republic. And after being dispatched to the east to deal with Antiochus, Scipio also showed later Roman leaders how to form independent power bases and self-finance a good old-fashioned power grab. A long, long time ago, I briefly touched on the idea that class struggles in Rome never manifested on strict economic lines because of the entrenchment of the client-patron model of civic relations. All Scipio did was transfer this model to Roman dealings with other nations. To recap briefly, wealthy Roman patricians offered all manner of services to their poorer fellow citizens, most notably bank loans and legal representation. In exchange for this aid, the citizen reciprocated by backing their patrons in elections and showering them with public support any time the patron required it. It may seem a minor thing, but in Rome much rested on a man's ability to turn out favorable crowds if he ever came under political or judicial attack. The client-patron relationships endured through generations and wound up providing many of the social services we now ask of the state, the equivalent of healthcare, welfare, and old age pensions. These bonds were strong enough to bind families to voting against their own immediate interest in favor of their patron's chosen policy. Not to jump ahead, but when a conflict between rival patrons heated up, each had an army ready to fight blindly for their man. All Scipio did was extend this principle to his overseas dealings, leaving behind him a wake of noble families in Spain, North Africa, and Greece, personally loyal to him rather than the Roman Senate per se. Indeed, it was the source of all his troubles with Cato after the Scipiones returned from the east having defeated Antiochus. Scipio had granted favors to the Syrian king in exchange for certain monetary tribute, which, on the one hand, was obviously bribery, but on another, it was simply an extension of the client-patron model. Could a patron deny his client a favor? Why, it would be rude to do such a thing. Flaminius, after pacifying Greece, took the same attitude, and soon Roman aristocrats stationed overseas began to cultivate complex networks of foreign clients, which brought enormous prestige to the Roman aristocrat in question. Slowly but surely, patricians stationed in the provinces began to outpace their fellow elites in terms of wealth, power, and fame. Almost overnight, the game had changed. Other patricians were forced to keep up with the Joneses or risk being left behind, and competition was fierce for the critical overseas appointments that afforded these newfound sources of status. Cato and his faction were hyper-aware of the danger this posed to the state. If some amongst the patricians became more equal than others, then the cohesion of the ruling class would fall away, and they would all end up poorer men at the end of the day. It may even lead, horror of horrors, to the plebeians taking advantage of the situation and imposing reforms on a divided ruling class. Sumptuary laws were even passed, making ostentatious displays of wealth a crime. It was an attempt to erect a superficial facade strong enough to cut the dangerous competition for riches to a minimum, but it was nearly impossible to enforce, and plus, everyone knew how much everyone was making anyway. No law about what material your shirt could be made of was going to change that. So on the one hand, Rome's emergence as the dominant political force in the Mediterranean would have disastrous consequences for the ruling class. Too much money went to the heads of too many young men, and immediate personal ambition took the place of long-term political stability. On the other hand, it also had disastrous consequences for the average Roman in the street, or at least the average Roman in the field. The backbone of the Republic had always been the free citizen farmer-soldier, the man who owned enough land to meet the property requirements for service in the legion, who would fight or farm depending on what his country asked him to do. But after conquering half the known world, these citizen soldiers came home to find that Italy had been transformed, and they were left out in the economic cold. In the years after the conquest of Greece, the large landowners began to buy up neighboring farms. Sometimes the smallholders sold willingly, sometimes they had to be persuaded, but the upshot was that more and more land was owned by fewer and fewer families. Of course, large estates were nothing new to Rome, but even if the title was held by some patrician, he needed free men to till the earth, and if it wasn't quite as satisfying a life, at least a poor farmer could get along. But that was all about to change. After sweeping through Spain, Africa, and Greece, the legions brought home with them slaves. Slaves by the thousands, then the tens of thousands, then the hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, the largest state owners did not need free Roman citizens for the planting, or for the harvest, or really for anything. Now slaves ran the farms, and tilled the soil, and carried the bushels. The profit margins were outrageous. How could a savvy patrician pass up the opportunity to reduce his labor costs to zero? Besides, his rival in the Senate was doing the same thing, so Senator Smith just had to keep up with Senator Jones. It was not outsourcing so much as insourcing. The jobs stayed right where they were. It was the people who were forced to leave. Suddenly, once fine upstanding members of the community were landless, homeless, and growing desperate. Most migrated to the cities, where they hoped to learn a trade, or to the provinces where they attempted to become traders, or, if they were lucky, secure a small holding abroad. The pressure this put on Roman society was intense. Certainly a few sold their farms for a hefty profit and found a new line of work, but most simply fell on hard times. The Roman economy, which had once been merely supplanted by slave labor, was now a full-blown slave economy, and the free citizens struggled to stay afloat. One of the most important consequences this had for the Republic was the makeup of its army. I will talk more about this when we get to the episodes about Marius and his mules, but the property requirements that men had to meet in order to be enrolled in the legions were fast becoming unattainable. If the requirements were what they had been in Camillus' time, the Romans would be marching out an army consisting of a dozen or so young nobles. Out of necessity, the requirements were lowered and lowered again to keep the legions at full strength. But with more and more families pushed off the land, it was difficult to keep up. Finally, around 100 BC, the property requirements were eliminated and the recruiting offices were thrown open to any man who wished to join. Of course, the soldier, lacking any other means of enrichment, would have to be paid, and pay was dependent on his commander's ability to secure booty. And if a commander got really good at seizing booty, there were thousands of morally flexible, armed Romans who would flock to his banner. This wasn't about leaving behind the plow to fight for the family plot anymore. This was mercenary work in the guise of state policy, and it did not take long for the facade to fall away. The properties that had bound the Roman Republic together were coming unglued. The Senate, which had risen to a state of political preeminence during the long years of the Second Punic War, was deaf to the ill winds that were blowing. Each senator was caught up in their own quest for personal glory. What cash crop should I plant this year? Sure, famine is beginning to rear its ugly head, but I hear olives are fetching a fine price in Athens. Besides, I need to make enough to ensure that my son gets that quaestorship, and the wheels need to be greased a little, if you know what I mean. The ruling class was consumed with this kind of thinking, little realizing that it was about to all come crashing down on their heads. The problem was that the republic had stopped functioning as a republic, and had passed into true oligarchy. But the people had not forgotten what they once had, and were fast becoming desperate enough to use any means necessary to get a piece of the pie back. And the slow slide from oligarchy into tyranny truly began when some of the nobles began to realize that all they had to do was promise the masses a piece of that pie, and they themselves could have the whole world. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 29, Tiberius Gracchus. Last week, I partially summed up the domestic, political, and economic situation in Rome after the final victories of 146 BC. With the destruction of Carthage, Rome transitioned from what we now call the Middle Republican period into the Late Republican period. And even if you know nothing else about Roman history, you probably know that the late Republican history was a time of intense turmoil. Today, we will enter the endgame of the Roman Republic, and the first move will be made by Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus. Tiberius was born in 168 BC to Tiberius Gracchus the Elder in Cornelia Africana. His father was a well-respected member of the ruling elite. Though a pleb by birth, by this time the distinction between patrician and pleb was less important than it had been in the past, and the elder Gracchus was an upstanding defender of the old order. Over the course of his career, he had been tribune of the plebs, censor, and twice consul. When he was tribune, the elder Gracchus had taken sides with Scipio Africanus during the political battle over the great general's actions in the East, and played a decisive role in securing an acquittal. In gratitude for this loyalty, Gracchus was given one of Scipio's daughters, Cornelia, in marriage. The match was unusual for the age difference, Gracchus at this point being 45 and Cornelia only 18, and also for the fact that there seemed to be genuine affection between them, something that was usually lacking from the political marriages of the upper class. Gracchus the Elder died in 154 BC, when young Tiberius was only 14. Even up to that point, the father had spent much of his life in service to Rome, and was a rarely seen figure at the family estate. The education of the boy, as well as his brothers and sisters, was overseen by Cornelia, who in later years would be honored as the living embodiment of the true Roman woman, the dutiful daughter of Rome's greatest general, the wife of a consul, and mother of two of the most famous politicians in history. Her frugality and sense of honor and familial duty were lauded for years, and in time she passed from being a living person into a sort of Virgin Mary figure for later Romans. She had 3 children survive into adulthood, Tiberius, his younger brother Gaius, and their sister Sempronia, who would wed Scipio Aemilianus, sacker of Carthage and the dominant political force of his day. It is not an understatement to say that this particular nuclear family may be the most politically connected in Roman history. The career of Tiberius the Younger began in Carthage when he was attached to the staff of his brother-in-law, and also, I should mention, uncle by way of adoption, Scipio Aemilianus. According to the legend, Tiberius was the first man over the walls of Carthage when the North Africans finally fell to Rome. It goes without saying that this story maybe, just maybe, is an embellishment created later by Tiberius's political supporters. After serving in North Africa, Tiberius was stationed in Spain, which had yet to be incorporated as an official Roman province. I believe I mentioned earlier the irony that Spain, being one of the first territories outside Italy the Romans moved into, was also one of the last to be officially pacified. During this particular period, the 130s BC, there was trouble around Numantia, and Tiberius served in the legions dispatched to break up a revolt. The resulting campaign was a complete disaster, however, and in 137 BC, 20,000 Roman soldiers were captured. Tiberius brokered a deal with the Spanish to secure the freedom of the legionnaires, but when the terms were brought back, the Senate rejected them out of hand, issuing a public rebuking of Tiberius for the dishonorable treaty he had brokered. Critically, the call to reject the treaty came from Scipio Aemilianus, making the rejection personal and embittering. I mentioned last week that after 146 BC, the ruling class began to lose their cohesion. The incident between the Senate and Tiberius Gracchus was an early indication of things to come. Though he was officially plebeian, Gracchus was clearly in the ruling party's camp. But after the stern questioning of his honor by the Senate, Tiberius would break from his colleagues and began to look to the people for political support. He was followed by others in the ruling party, who began to look for ways to exalt themselves above and beyond the Senate by directly appealing to the will of the people. This was the early splintering of Rome into the familiar and famous political parties, the Optimates and the Populares. The Optimates represented the old oligarchic supremacy of the Senate, while the Populares supported reforms that would strip the disproportionate wealth and power that the elites held in their hands. Looking for good guys and bad guys in this division is nearly impossible. During the civil wars, it was the Optimates, Cicero among them, who were the defenders of the Republic, while the Populares advocated for Caesar. But for all their platitudes about republican virtue, the Optimates were interested merely in protecting their own position, not about protecting republicanism per se. Defenders of freedom and liberty were everywhere in word, and nowhere in deed during the final century of the Republic. For the next 5 years, Tiberius watched the lot of the Roman people go from bad to worse. Their farms were being bought up, slaves were taking their jobs, and a revolt in Sicily had brought critical grain importation to a standstill. All of this left the average Roman desperate and impoverished, and it left Tiberius Gracchus with a golden political opportunity. In 133 BC, he stood for election as one of the 10 plebeian tribunes for the year. Upon election, Gracchus embarked on one of the most ambitious and controversial tenures in Roman history. It probably would have been the most ambitious and controversial tenure in Roman history had it not been for his brother's even more ambitious and even more controversial tenure a decade later. At the heart of Tiberius's popularity was his calls for aggressive agrarian reform. With all the eloquence his upper-class education afforded him, Gracchus made common cause with the lowly disenfranchised farmer. As I noted last week, the largest states in Italy were growing larger by the day. Tiberius proposed to put a cap on the amount of land that a man could own. The proposal was wildly popular with the people, but how would Tiberius ever get the measure passed by the Senate, who not only hated the bill, but also the man who proposed it? Tiberius sidestepped this problem with a solution that only further enraged the Senate. He would simply bypass them. There was nothing in the law that said measures proposed in the people's assemblies had to be brought to the Senate for approval. It had just been a long-standing working custom. So when Tiberius was elected tribune, he simply made his pitch to the people and figured the rest would take care of itself. Unfortunately for Gracchus, though, by law, any one of his tribunate colleagues could veto the measure, and this was a law, not merely a custom. So the Senate tapped an ally, a tribune named Octavius, who vetoed the measure. No amount of fist-pumping or hand-wringing or demagoguery could change the immutable fact that if another tribune vetoed a proposal, it was a dead issue. Tiberius moved that Octavius be voted out of office, but before that could happen, the vote had to be approved, and Octavius vetoed that too. So Tiberius made a fateful move, ordering his supporters to physically remove Octavius so he could no longer hinder the proceedings. Even Tiberius' supporters worried about the heavy-handed treatment of Octavius. A tribune was, and had been since the inception of the office, sacrosanct, and by law no Roman could lay a hand on a tribune. Only the immense popularity of Gracchus with the people allowed him to commit this utter sacrilege. Tiberius then took things one step further and announced that he was going to veto every bill in sight until he got his way. Even the most trivial measure was cut off without debate. Tiberius brought Rome to a complete standstill. The Senate, seeing the ease with which Tiberius had been able to physically manhandle a state officer and wishing to get the business of business moving again, allowed the reform bill to pass. A 3-member commission was established to oversee the redistribution of land, consisting of Tiberius, his younger brother Gaius, and, inexplicably I know, Appius Claudius. I did a double-take myself when I first learned that an Appius Claudius was on the side of a radical populist, but it's true. Tiberius had married the man's daughter, and in the department of strange bedfellows, this Appius Claudius did not join the family business of defending patrician rights with his every word and deed. The three sat down and began doling out land. They turned first to the land in Italy that had been held by soldiers who had been killed in battle. Supposedly that land was supposed to revert to the people, but enterprising senators had been occupying the unclaimed plots. The Agrarian Commission set about breaking the plots up and redistributing them. It is estimated that roughly 75,000 new farms were created in that year. Unfortunately, lacking a proper budget, the entire endeavor was marked by inefficiency, confusion, and yes, corruption. Soon enough, though, the question of Italian land took a back burner to an even hotter question. King Attalus III of Pergamum, nephew of the long-standing Roman ally during the Macedonian Wars, Attalus II, died in 133 BC, and, sensing that a dynastic struggle and inevitable Roman conquest would follow, the king willed Pergamum, which is today western Turkey, to the Roman people. The windfall was greeted by cheers in Rome, but pretty soon the question arose as to what exactly the king had meant. The Senate assumed that as responsible stewards of the state, that the land fell under their jurisdiction and would be parceled out and governed by the consuls and proconsuls of the ruling class. Tiberius and his allies, however, read the endowment literally and argued that Pergamum had been left to the people of Rome, and therefore fell under the purview of the Agrarian Commission. Rome was in the midst of a land crisis and had been handed the answer to all of its problems on a silver platter: settlements for everyone. But by again taking his proposal directly to the people and bypassing the Senate, Tiberius was playing with fire. The enmity between the Senate and Tiberius was deeply personal at this point. It is impossible to know which policies were pursued because they were thought best, and which were pursued simply to poke the other side in the eye. The Senate, incensed, decided that the wisest course of action would be to simply wait. Tiberius's year in office would soon be up, and once the shield of sacrosanctity was lifted, they would have their revenge. It was common knowledge that men were lining up around the block with charges they planned to file against Tiberius the moment he stepped down. Tiberius, recognizing that he may have gone too far, too fast, and with much too heavy of a hand, decided to go double or nothing and announced he was running for re-election. This was in clear violation of the proscribed annual term limit, but Tiberius pushed ahead, arguing that if the People's Assembly saw fit to return him for another year, who was anyone to deny them that right? This was the last straw for a small cabal of conservative nobles who decided it was time for Tiberius to go. Led by Tiberius's own cousin, and Octavius, the deposed tribune, a group of armed patricians descended on a public rally for Tiberius and ordered the people to disperse and cut off their support for this illegal candidate. The calculated fighting words did their work, and a fight broke out. In the ensuing riot, Tiberius was targeted and clubbed to death. When told of the death of his brother-in-law, Scipio Aemilianus reportedly quoted the Odyssey, saying, "So perish all who do the like again." Tiberius Gracchus had gotten the late Republic off the ground with a bang. His extremism re-energized class struggles that had been dormant for centuries. The reactionary patricians, wrapped up in their own personal disdain for Tiberius the man, failed to see that he fronted a reform movement that had more than its fair share of legitimate grievances. Much of the time they failed to even pay lip service to the suffering of the common Roman family, and succeeded merely in engendering further division. In their stubborn refusal to let go the old order, they practically guaranteed it would be smashed apart. On Tiberius's head, however, was the subsequent wholesale abandonment of long-standing traditions that had bound the state together by ambitious politicians. The removal of the tribune Octavius was an unprecedented move and, for better or for worse, laid bare before Rome the reality that their laws and traditions were just words, and that they could be broken with impunity if supported by a loud enough mob. The sacrosanctity of the tribunate went all the way back to the secession of the plebs in the first generation of the Republic hundreds and hundreds of years ago. If such a long-standing tradition could be cast aside in the name of political expediency, what did the Republic really have to stand on? It left the Romans without any guidelines, markers, rules, or boundaries. The next century would unfold as little more than a political free-for-all. Power was everyone's ultimate objective, and might, henceforth, was the sole decider of right. Next week, we will meet Tiberius's younger brother Gaius, who sought to outshine his brother not just in the breadth and depth of his reform, but in the unflinching way he willed himself to power. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Last week, we discussed the career of Tiberius Gracchus, whose extreme populism helped kickstart the century of civil strife that would be the Republic's undoing. This is not to say that Tiberius was to blame for the downward spiral, but he certainly staked out a position that forced the Senate to stake out a reactionary counterposition, and it was this polarization, not one side or the other necessarily, that eventually led the Roman people to the safe and comforting arms of Caesar Augustus. Hot on the heels of that #1 summer blockbuster, Tiberius Gracchus, Man of the People, came its sequel, Gaius, Revenge of the Gracchi. And like all good sequels, they took what made the original work, doubled the special effects budget, and quadrupled the size of the crises. If protagonist Tiberius had to save the city, Gaius would be tasked with saving the whole world. What I mean to say by all that is that Tiberius entered office, focused on the single issue of agrarian reform, and met his downfall running for an illegal second term. His brother would pick up the baton on agrarian reform, but also add a whole slate of other populist reform measures. And where Tiberius failed to win his second term as tribune, Gaius succeeded and met his own downfall seeking an unprecedented third term. The sequel always has to be bigger, better, and go further than the original. It's just good marketing. Gaius was born in 154 BC, the same year his father died. So where Tiberius at least had some contact with their father, Gaius was raised entirely by their mother. He was destined to live his life in the footsteps of his brother, who was 14 years his elder. The entire career of Gaius Gracchus was defined by the path his brother had cut through the wilderness. It was a combination of family obligation and personal revenge that drove Gaius to press his ambitious reform platform, and for the most part, the younger Gracchi did not have much choice. The supporters of Tiberius and the legions of clients that had built up around the family expected him to carry on the legacy, and Gaius simply could not turn away from those expectations. Gaius even began his career in similar fashion to his brother, attached to the staff of their much older brother-in-law Scipio Aemilianus. Like Tiberius, he served in Numantia, though was not there at the time of the campaign that so changed Tiberius's life. And where Tiberius was driven to his extreme populism because of a very public rebuking by the Senate, Gaius was driven by the very public murder of his brother by those same senators. His brother's death left Gaius, at 21, the patriarch of the wealthy and influential Gracchi family. For a few years, Gaius did attempt to pull back from a public career, declining to run for office when he came of age, though, like I say, he couldn't avoid the pressure to follow in the footsteps of his brother, father, grandfather, and ancestors in every direction. Gaius was marked for a public career, and there was nothing he could do about it. In 126 BC, he was elected quaestor, and was assigned by lot to a post in Sardinia, and by all accounts served as an able administrator. But it was on the island that Gaius found himself becoming personally embittered towards the Senate in his own right, not just for real and perceived slights against his family, but slights directed at him personally. As quaestor, Gaius served under the consul Lucius Orestes, and in Roman tradition, if a consul was kept on in a certain territory, becoming a proconsul, then his officers stayed with him. In Rome, political class tensions continued to simmer after the death of Tiberius, and the Senate was keen to keep Tiberius's younger brother out of the city while they undid all his work. So they voted to keep Orestes stationed in Sardinia, and Gaius was forced to stay on. Another year passed, and the Senate voted to keep Orestes on again. Gaius began to feel like the Senate was doing this on purpose, so when the Senate again voted Orestes proconsul for Sardinia, Gaius denounced he was leaving the island. There was nothing illegal about leaving, but it was completely unheard of. And so a Gracchi managed again to turn a binding cultural norm into so much hot air. He returned to Rome, and in 123 BC was elected tribune of the plebs, like his father and brother before him. The sources differ as to whether Gaius entered office with a revolutionary slate of proposals in hand, or whether his platform grew organically as a response to circumstance. What is not disputed is that by the time he left office, almost every aspect of Roman society had been touched by one or another of his proposed reforms. He began innocuously enough, addressing an issue that is actually in the headlines today, skyrocketing grain prices. Though the slave revolt in Sicily had been put down, a plague of locusts, yes, a plague of locusts, had swept through North Africa, and there was a general shortage of grain coming into Rome. The city, swollen with poor and landless families, faced outrageous markups on basic food staples. The conditions that caused the shortages were real enough, but merchants were having a field day, taking full advantage of the panic in the streets. Gaius simply pushed through a cap on the price of grain. Essentially, the Roman state began to bring in grain and sell it at far below the inflated market rate. This transferred the burden of the price spike off the backs of the poor city dwellers and onto the collective back of the state treasury. The Senate was by no means pleased at Gaius's ingenious plan to invert basic economic common sense, buying high while selling low, but it did solve a pressing social concern, and the people loved it, so there was only so much the elites felt they could do. In Gaius's grain plan, we find the seeds of the later full-on food welfare program that became so important during the Imperium. But for now at least, the Roman state merely provided food at a normal price, and was not yet handing it out for free. With the people now fully behind him, Gaius turned to settling old family scores. He passed a measure making it a crime to re-stand for the tribunate if the assembly voted to remove an officer from power. Gaius wanted to be clear that standing in the way of popular will was the shortest route to complete irrelevance, while at the same time he wanted to legitimize Tiberius's recall vote of Octavius 10 years before, which had a very shaky legal foundation at the time. Gaius also passed a measure making it a crime to hand down capital punishment without the approval of the assembly. This measure was aimed directly at an ex-consul named Laenus, who had overseen the trials and executions of many of Tiberius's associates in 132 BC after the elder Gracchi was killed. Gaius's new law contained the provision that it applied retroactively, and Laenus was forced into exile for an act that was only later determined to be a crime. In most countries today, these kind of ex post facto, or literally after the fact, laws are explicitly prohibited as being an obvious source of mischief. Old scores settled, Gaius returned to what had made his brother so popular to begin with, agrarian reform. The Agrarian Commission, which had been rendered impotent in 129 BC, was rebooted, and the process of identifying illegally held land and redistributing it was taken up again in earnest. Gaius followed this with laws on military service. Henceforth, no one under 17 was to be drafted, and limits were put on the total number of years of service required. Also, an important step in the evolution of the army, Gracchus demanded that the state provide soldiers with adequate clothing. During his time in Sardinia, he had witnessed firsthand drafted legionaries freezing and miserable from a lack of proper supplies. It was a necessary provision to deal with real suffering, but it was another step on the road to the full-blown state-funded armies that would tear the country apart in the years to come. Rounding out his first year in office, Gaius worked to reform the law courts, opening up the jury pool beyond the senatorial class, which had long held the strings of justice, and creating a commission to investigate charges of bribery, a rampant problem that had been ignored for years. It had been a remarkable year, and Gaius's popularity was at an all-time high. And because of this popularity, Gaius was able to, through no fault of his own, to succeed where his brother had failed and win another term in office. He had not even actively campaigned, but the assembly had failed to grant a majority to 10 tribunes, so the final slots were appointed by those tribunes who had won a majority, and they named Gaius, who, though he had not sought the office, eagerly accepted their appointment. In his second term, Gaius brought to the table one of the thorniest issues of the day and dropped it right in the middle of an already chaotic political environment. The question was on the rights of non-Roman Italians, and specifically, whether they should be made full citizens. One of Gaius's fellow tribunes was a former consul named Marcus Fulvius, who had championed Italian citizenship in 125 BC. It was, in fact, Fulvius's proposal that had inspired the Senate to keep Gracchus in Sardinia. Italian citizenship was an idea whose time had come, but the Senate still balked at the idea of extending full rights to non-Romans. One of their greatest fears was that if they allowed populist reformers like Gracchus and Fulvius to bring the vote to the Italian allies, they would be rewarded with thousands and thousands of new clients, ready to vote any way the tribunes directed them. It was an irrational fear, as many of the Italians were feeling the brunt of the Agrarian Commission's redistribution efforts, and had no great love for Gracchus, but the conservatives in the Senate began to see boogeymen around every corner. Gaius worked on other issues in addition to the citizenship proposal, shoring up the treasury by increasing the efficiency of provisional tax collection, and attempting to release some of the population pressures on Rome by establishing colonies overseas. In total, Gaius's year and a half or so in office had seen him touch almost every aspect of the social order, and universally acting in opposition to whatever the conservatives in the Senate wanted. Near the end of his second term, Gaius sailed for Carthage, where one of his proposed colonies was being built. While he was gone, his voice and charisma left with him, and his enemies began to openly plot the downfall of the troublesome tribune. When Gaius returned, he found his allies had one by one been turned against him, and that all his reforms were threatened by outright repeal. The only option Gaius felt he had available to him was to tempt fate and do the only thing more unthinkable than serving as tribune for 2 terms, serving for 3 terms. This time, though, his support amongst the non-senatorial elites was at an all-time low, as a mixture of bribes and threats had done their work. Gracchus was forced to fully embrace the persona of man of the people, and hoped that he would be able to drum up enough votes to win. He moved from his estate on the Palatine Hill down into a local slum, and began, with the help of his Greek speechwriters, to launch into full-throated populist campaign mode. He even went so far as to tear down a set of risers the wealthy would view an upcoming gladiatorial match from because they blocked the view of the commoners. But despite his desperate campaign, Gracchus was defeated in the polls. There were, of course, accusations of fraud, and we will never know whether Gracchus actually won or not, but officially he was out, and the new tribunes, to a man enemies of Gracchus, set about dismantling all his reforms. Gracchus and his colleague Fulvius made the fateful decision to muster a series of public demonstrations against repeal that took on an increasingly violent and seditious overtone. At one of these gatherings, a herald of Gracchus's chief opponent was killed by overzealous Gracchi supporters. As soon as the body hit the ground, Gaius knew he was undone. The tribunate did not waste time leaping from a murder charge against the men actually responsible for the crime to a full-blown charge of treason against Gaius and Fulvius. The two were immediately named enemies of the state and were forced to run. Fulvius was caught and murdered along with his two sons, while Gaius fled with one of his slaves. Cornered, and knowing that capture meant only disgrace followed by execution, he decided to skip the former and ordered his loyal slave to perform the latter. A murder-suicide later, they were both dead, and just like that, the Gracchi, who had so dominated Roman politics for the last decade, were gone. Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus left an indelible mark on Rome and changed the character of its society forever. Whatever the hopes of their political opponents, the Gracchian reforms could not simply be undone. It would take too much violence to remove citizens from their newly created farms, and besides, the negative press would be far too much to overcome. Of all his proposals, the only one to truly die was the matter of Italian citizenship. That would be tabled for another 30 years, and require a full-blown revolt before the Italian allies were treated as equals within the state. I believe I mentioned after the end of the Samnite Wars that the Samnites would return with a vengeance in a few hundred years. Well, that time is fast approaching, as they would be leaders in the violence that led to citizenship. The Senate could have saved itself a lot of blood and treasure by simply recognizing the inevitability of extending citizenship, but sometimes things have to get out of hand before the hand finally loosens its grip. Beyond their legal reforms, the Gracchi introduced the idea of mob violence and mob pressure to Roman politics. Until now, the elites had been careful not to empower the masses or hint to them in any way that they far outnumbered their leaders and could, if they wanted to, get their way by sheer physical intimidation. Sure, the early history of the Republic saw a few secession of the plebs, but that was passive civil disobedience, not rioting in the streets. And the lesson of mob violence was a lesson well learned by the next generations, and the streets of Rome will soon run red with the blood of mobs and counter-mobs crashing into one another, egged on by leaders who crave power at any cost. Next week, we will introduce one of those leaders who learned the lessons of the Gracchi all too well. It will take at least 2 and possibly 3 episodes to cover the entire career of Gaius Marius, but his career is one of the most important in the late Republic, and it bears going into in some detail. Because the mark he would leave on the Republic would soon come to resemble the kiss of death, as Julius Caesar would follow his father-in-law's career to its logical conclusion and have himself declared dictator for life. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 30A, Marius. Last week, we ended with the death of Gaius Gracchus, the popular reformer who was driven to suicide in 121 BC. This week, we will take up the career of a man who coincidentally served as tribune of the plebs the very next year. He would not make his name in that office or that year, but 20 years later, he would be known to history as the great remaker of the Roman legions and the man who was consul 5 times in a row. What the Gracchi had started by flouting the laws against consecutive terms, Marius took to a higher office for an even longer stay. Gaius Marius was born in 157 BC in southern Latium. His hometown had been conquered by the Romans in the 4th century BC, and since that time, they had been citizens of Rome without voting rights. It wasn't until about 30 years before Marius's birth that his people were granted status as full Roman citizens. The story goes that Marius was the son of a simple farmer, but this myth of humble origins was an invention after the fact to help the poor of Rome identify with Marius, the great general and politician. His father was certainly involved in farming, but he was likely a major landowner who had numerous familial and commercial ties to the nobility in Rome. There is no other way to explain how Marius was able to get his foot in the door to high Roman office. The other great myth of Marius's early years was that as a teenager, he came across an eagle's nest with 7 chicks inside. Eagles were seen by the Romans as sacred animals looked after by Jupiter himself. Though again, this myth did not begin making the rounds until years later, especially after Marius began running for his 7th consulship, and it was impressed upon the people that it had all been preordained by Jupiter himself. Elect Marius, he once saw 7 baby eagles, and he's only been consul 6 times. Get it? You don't want to go messing around with the universe, do you? When Marius came of age, he volunteered for service in the army and was placed as an officer. Though this placement hints that his family was well connected, he was never truly accepted by his noble peers. To them, he would always be novus homo, or a new man, meaning that none of his ancestors had ever served as consul. Despite all the power, wealth, and fame he acquired over his career, to the old guard he would always be a new man, much the way that in England, no matter what Margaret Thatcher did, said, or achieved, she will always be just a grocer's daughter to the aristocratic class. Some ceiling simply cannot be broken through. Though this very status as a new man would solidify Marius's near sainthood in the eyes of other ambitious young men who could not trace their family trees back to Romulus. As a young man, Marius was stationed with Scipio Aemilianus in, wait for it, Numantia, just like our old friends the Gracchi brothers. In 134 BC, he ran for and was elected one of 24 military tribunes for the Spanish legions. He was an unknown candidate, but had a stellar service record to present. Unable to trade on his name, Marius traded on his skills and accomplishments. What a concept. This began Marius's slow and sometimes agonizing climb up the Roman political ladder. At each rung he was resisted by the old guard, who were never quick to embrace new men. So unlike many other great figures in Roman history, his elections were never a foregone conclusion. In 120 BC, though, the year after Gaius Gracchus' turbulent final term in office, Marius was elected a tribune of the plebs. He was able to do this by securing the blessing of a noble named Quintus Metellus. Though only 3 years older than Marius, the Marii family had long been clients to the Metelli family, and the old client-patron dynamic played out. Once in office, though, Marius infuriated his patrons by helping pass an election reform law the Metelli opposed. The bill, and I am not making this up, required a narrowing of the passageways electors walk down on their way to the ballot box to prevent harassment by partisans for one side or the other. The lofty ideals of democracy are often reliant on such micromanagement. The price of freedom, it seems, is eternal vigilance over the width of hallways. His relationship with Metellus strained, Marius's career stalled. Though after a few years, he stepped up another rung and managed to get elected praetor, despite charges of ballot fraud. I guess it doesn't matter how narrow a passageway is if the man walking down it is going to cast 50 votes. Marius served in Spain with some distinction for a few years, and then returned to Rome, where he married the aunt of yet-born Julius Caesar. I have to apologize for conflating Marius with Cinna at the end of last week's episode. Marius was Caesar's uncle-in-law, not father-in-law. The marriage was a boon to Marius's career, and earned him a whole host of new allies amongst the elite, and around 110 BC, he even patched things up with his old patron Metellus. At this point, I would like to shift gears before we move into the next stage of Marius' life, and give a little background on where he and Metellus are headed. In 119 BC, the son of Massinissa, the old Numidian ally of Rome from the Punic Wars, passed away. He left the kingdom to his two sons and a third, adopted son named Jugurtha, who was technically the dead king's nephew. All three were grandsons of the great Massinissa. Jugurtha did not like to play nice with the other children, though, and immediately set about running the other two out of town. He assassinated one, but the other escaped and fled to Rome. Concerned at the power struggle in their client state and the economic disruptions caused, the Romans sent a delegation to find out what the trouble was all about. When he was a young man, Jugurtha served in Spain as a cavalryman alongside the Romans and had noticed the most glaring weakness of the legions, the ease with which its commanders could be bribed. Military commanders at this time, no longer fighting for survival, were clearly in it for the money and prestige, and saw no important distinction between plundering by force and accepting bribes not to plunder. In fact, the latter seemed far more cost-effective. Of course, to the Romans the idea of bribery was officially morally reprehensible, but this fact had little impact on commanders in the field. So when the Roman commission came to adjudicate the budding civil war in Numidia, Jugurtha bribed them handsomely to decide the issue in his favor, which they promptly did, being men of honor. Left alone and in control of half the kingdom, Jugurtha set about attacking his cousin brother to win the other half. In this struggle, the Italian merchants and citizens came down almost universally against Jugurtha, who was causing a lot of trouble and disrupting trade. In retaliation, Jugurtha took the provocative step of executing a number of Italians in his custody. The Senate could not stand by and let this go, so they sent an army to deal with the upstart. But the Roman armies were able to do little against Jugurtha. Suspiciously little. At once, an investigation was undertaken into accusations of bribery, and Jugurtha, still technically a client of Rome, was summoned to account for himself. But a few well-placed bribes later, Jugurtha was on his way back to Numidia, free as a bird, and no finding of fault being handed down on anyone. You gotta hand it to him. There is something poetic about bribing your way out of charges of bribery. But the Roman people were still up in arms about the barbarian king, and in 109 BC, the consul for the year, Marius' old patron Metellus, was sent to Numidia to put down what had become a full-fledged rebellion. He took along Marius to serve as chief lieutenant. The campaign was frustrating for both sides. Metellus was too honest to be bribed, and realizing this, Jugurtha kept to the mountains and away from the invading legions. The Numidians took a page from old Fabius the Delaire and embarked on a war of attrition with the Romans. Metellus was never able to pin the African prince down, and his troops and the public back home began to lose patience. Accusations of bribery were hurled at Metellus, and though innocent, his own perceived failure became damning evidence. Marius watched with frustration equaling that of the Roman people. He thought Metellus far too cautious, and began to get the idea that he could do a better job. To curry favor with the troops, he relaxed discipline in camp, and began letting it be known that if he were in charge, this war would be over in a week. Troops and traders both began to write home praising Marius to the sky, and a groundswell of support began to coalesce around the confident lieutenant. Marius asked permission to return home and stand for the consulship. Metellus disapproved of the idea, but knew the troops were getting restless, and it wouldn't do anyone any good to have Marius sulking around camp stirring up trouble, so the consul let him go. Marius came back to Rome and campaigned on a platform denouncing the slow pace of Metellus' strategy. He spoke confidently of his plan for victory, which involved aggressive scorched earth tactics. The public, wary of corrupt officials prolonging the war, swept Marius into his first consulship in 107 BC. The Senate was not exactly pleased at the do-gooder Novus Homo, who was about to spoil all their fun, and while accepting his election, attempted to deny his appointment to command of the Numidian legions. The People's Assembly, however, countered the move by invoking a little-known clause that gave them final say over a consul's placement in the field. Marius was given Numidia and tasked simply with following through on his promise to end the war. To accomplish this goal, Marius asked permission to raise his own legions. This permission was granted, but then Marius asked for an exemption from the rules governing recruitment. The number of men who qualified under the old census rules had dwindled to a bare few, even after the property qualifications had been lowered and lowered again, until they practically did not exist. The army Marius raised for the Numidian campaign, while the logical conclusion of years of rewriting the rules, nonetheless marked a clear break with the past. There would be no property qualifications this time. Any citizen was eligible, landowner or not. The floodgates were open, and the poor citizens of Rome flocked to join Marius's new army. Though the move was supposed to be a temporary measure that affected only this specific levy, there was no turning back. Henceforth, the ranks of the legions would be filled by the poorest of the poor, not the richest of the rich. The elites had grown tired of the burden of military service anyway. They had plush estates and Greek philosophy to read. Let the rabble risk their lives in the provinces. It might clear off some of the excess population, and besides, it gave the poor something to do besides railing against their injustice of their lot in life, which was becoming such a bore. Let the beggars be soldiers. Whatever. It was a fateful moment that greatly accelerated the path to military dictatorship and imperium. From here on out, poor citizens became career soldiers, promised a salary while they served, and a plot of land when they retired. To most it seemed too good to be true, and in many cases it was, as the state reneged on land grants and was often slow with paychecks. Soon enough, the interests of the soldiers no longer aligned with the interests of the state, and generals who could deliver land and pay gained the loyalty of the men, who now looked at the Senate as a bunch of crooked old liars. And we all know where that road will take us. But the immediate issue was the war in Numidia. Marius took his newly minted soldiers to Africa and promptly delivered on his promise, though it wasn't scorched earth brute force that carried the day, but rather a little backroom treachery of his own. After finding it was not as easy to bottle up Jugurtha as he thought, Marius dispatched one of his lieutenants to a neighboring kingdom to convince the local king, the father-in-law of Jugurtha, to betray the rebellious prince. Through a mixture of bribery and cajoling, the young lieutenant was able to pull it off, and the king delivered Jugurtha to the Roman delegation in chains. Their general captured, the Numidian army surrendered. Because he held imperium over the war, Marius received all the credit for his lieutenant's actions. There was nothing really improper or unprecedented about this, but it did stick in the craw of the young officer, who Marius failed often to even mention as he described how he won the war. The incident would mark the beginning of a rift between Marius and the young officer, a man named Lucius Cornelius Sulla. That rift would soon open up into a chasm, and the two men would stand for years on opposite sides of a bitter and often bloody conflict that presaged the full-blown civil wars of the following generation. But while Sulla's star was still on the rise, Marius was burning at its absolute brightest. Next week, he will check off baby eagles 2 through 6 and break every prohibition in the book doing it, serving as consul an unprecedented 5 consecutive years. In that time, he would fundamentally reshape the organization and composition of the legions, turning them from a part-time army into a fully professional fighting force. All the drilling and conditioning Marius put his armies through was essential as, to the north, an old menace was rising again. Suddenly, the complacent Romans, who had spent the better part of a century fighting wars of choice and conquering the Mediterranean with ease, suddenly found themselves facing a war of extinction. The Gallic nightmare, long dormant, was back with a vengeance, and it would take everything the Romans had just to hold them at bay, let alone conquer anything. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 31b, Marius. Last week, we covered the life of Gaius Marius through his first consulship. Up to this point, his career was impressive but hardly unique. Yes, he was a new man and deserves extra credit for forging his way upward despite the institutional barriers he faced, but he was hardly the first novus homo to be elected consul, and hardly the first Roman general to win the support of the Roman people by bringing an unpopular foreign war to an end. But Marius's ambition, and more importantly, his willingness to act on that ambition, definitely set him apart from his colleagues. There is a reason Gaius Marius deserves multi-episode treatment, and by the end of today, those reasons should be abundantly clear. In 109 BC, the consul Metellus had been sent to Africa and took Marius along with him. But in that same year, Metellus' consular colleague, Marcus Silanus, was sent north to deal with the Cimbri, a Gallic army that had been growing in strength in the north. Silanus was supposed to put down the impertinent barbarians and restore Roman order, but instead was utterly defeated. Emboldened by the Cimbri's success, another Gallic tribe began making waves in 107 BC, the year of Marius' first consulship. Again, the Roman legions were sent north to put down the marauding army, but again the legions were beaten. This time, the Roman officers left standing were only able to save their defeated troops by having them pass under the yoke, a humiliating ritual for the proud Romans. At this point, the most pressing matter was the war in North Africa, but it was fast becoming apparent that Rome faced a very real threat in the resurgent Gauls. In 106 BC, the Romans met with some success, as their consul for the year, Quintus Capio, pacified a rebellious town and reintroduced some semblance of Roman superiority. But he was to give it all away the next year, leading to the circumstances that allowed Marius' unprecedented run of consulships to commence. In 105, Capio was made proconsul in Gaul, and the new consul for the year, Gnaeus Mallius, was sent north with an army to join him. Mallius, like Marius, was a new man, and the noble Capio had little interest in serving with, let alone serving beneath, the new consul. The Cimbri were on the move again, and had been joined by another of the migrating Germanic tribes, the Teutones, on the east side of the Rhone River. Mallius crossed over with his army, but when he engaged the tribes, Capio refused to come to his aid. Only after special pleading from the Senate did Capio agree to help the consular army. Even then, he refused to join his forces with Mallius' troops. As a result, the Cimbri and Teutone turned first on Capio's smaller force and drove him off, and then they swung back on Mallius, who was pushed back to the banks of the river. With nowhere to run and no reinforcements to speak of, the Romans were crushed, with casualties running upwards of 80,000. The entire debacle was chalked up in the Roman press as another example of the haughty oligarchs disrespecting anyone who did not come from their close caste. Capio would not have left a patrician cousin out in the cold like that. It was only because Mallius was novus homo that so many good Roman sons and husbands were dead on the banks of the Rhone. The popularity of the patricians was at an all-time low. So in 105 BC, the people turned back to another novus homo, a man who had proven his ability to succeed where the supposed elites had endlessly failed, Gaius Marius. The election itself was illegal, of course. There were at least 2 and possibly 3 different laws placing various restrictions on when a man could be consul, how many years must pass before he holds office again, and possibly whether holding office a second time was ever permissible. But the laws were flouted, and the rule of law gave way to popular sentiment. Marius was stationed in Africa at the time of his election, and returned to take up a mantle he had just set down 2 years before. Upon his return, he celebrated a triumph for his victory in Africa with the chained Jugurtha at the head of his procession. The spectacle climaxed with the execution of the rebellious African prince. No bribe would save him this time. Marius' first order of business was to whip the legions into shape. The army sent north had been sloppy and undisciplined, and Marius had no intention of repeating the mistakes of his predecessors. He again raised a levy without regard for property qualifications, but then took things one step further by reorganizing the basic structure of the army to meet his own specifications. It was this extra step that really secured Marius' place in history. because in doing so, he would completely abandon the maniple system and the traditional 3 lines that had served the army so well over the past 200 years in favor of a more robust and more mobile legion. The armies of Caesar, Pompey, and Octavius were all structured according to the Marian vision. The first thing Marius did was abolish the maniple as the basic tactical unit. Too often, the checkerboard maniples had proved insufficient against a direct frontal assault. Plus, when not facing a lockdown phalanx, it was easy for a single maniple to be surrounded and cut off from the rest of the legions. So Marius took what had once been merely an administrative classification for 3 maniples, the cohort, and made it the basic tactical unit. Now, rather than 160 men marching off together, the tactical box was made 400 to 500 men strong. While enlarging his tactical forces, Marius also made a decision to abandon the traditional 3-line formation. It really speaks volumes of Marius's self-assuredness that he would so casually shrug off an organizational structure that had conquered most of the known world. Some would call it outright arrogance, but all his alterations were made with an eye on the coming battle with the Gauls, a campaign that would involve a lot of headlong charges from a numerically superior force. There was no sense letting the drama of having the inexperienced first line push back only to have the waiting in the wings veteran step in to save the day. He eliminated the division of age and mixed old and young into his new cohorts. He then arrayed them in 3 lines, a nod to the past, but drilled his troops on rapidly cycling forward, not waiting for one to be pushed back before the other stepped up. The idea was to always keep the freshest troops on the front line, have them fight like mad for a few minutes, and then go to the back and let another line step in. Hockey coaches the world over are all heirs to the Marian legacy. But Marius did not stop just with how his army fought. He also changed the entire outlook of what it meant to be a soldier. Previous armies took seriously the responsibility of combat, but left the actual packing of equipment around the world to slaves and pack animals. The baggage trains had become unwieldy, and the number of camp followers had grown to ridiculous proportions. With poor men serving year-round at his disposal, Marius simply ordered that the troops themselves carry their own equipment. It's not like they were going to argue and go home to their farms if they didn't like it. He force-marched them around Italy with 70-pound packs until they gained the strength and stamina to move quickly without worrying about a miles-long donkey train. The nobility derisively referred to the soldiers as Marius's mules, but by a factor of 10, the marching and drilling with oversized packs left Marius's legions in the best shape of any Roman army in history. In sheer stamina, they could not be matched, and when it came time to fight, they could simply outlast an enemy who put all their energy into an initial charge. Finally, Marius rebranded the army as a career choice, not just a temporary obligation for men with better things to do. He made statutory land grants to men who served their full 20 years of service and regulated dispensations of food, clothing, armor, and weapons. Marius also began to actively promote from within, taking the best of his foot soldiers and making them officers when they displayed courage and initiative. These commissions, of course, came at the expense of the young nobles, who had long been accustomed to simply stepping into positions of leadership without any real battlefield experience. The move at once made the army better, made the men love Marius, and hacked off the old patrician order. But the hurt feelings of the nobility was of no consequence to Marius, and he was single-minded in his pursuit of recapturing the glory of the old Roman legions. They had been the best for years, but were dangerously close to letting it slip away out of complacent laziness of the patrician elites. The Gallic armies waiting in the north would not simply lay down their arms because some 10th-generation Claudii led the army, and to Marius that was all that mattered. The Cimbri and Teutoni, of course, made all of these reforms possible by simply cooling off their offensive for a few years. The Cimbri had decided to try their luck in Spain, while the Teutones laid low in southern Gaul for a few years. Marius was returned for a third consulship in 103 BC to continue his reform efforts of the legions, and when that term expired, he sought office again, not wanting all of his efforts at reshaping the legions to be wasted by some new consul who did not understand what Marius was trying to accomplish. Plus, he had been preparing for a great showdown with the Gauls, and frankly, they were not playing their part very well. Marius had put a lot of effort into building an army that could defeat them, and now he wanted the credit and glory he felt he deserved. In 102 BC, in the midst of his fourth consulship, and third in a row, the barbarian tribes finally obliged and set about planning invasion of Italy. Though the Cimbrian Teutones combined to form an army a staggering 200,000 men strong, they made a critical error and decided that instead of overwhelming the Romans in a single mass onslaught, they would divide and invade Italy on two fronts. It may have looked good on paper, but it let the outnumbered Romans off a rather large hook. With the barbarian army divided, Marius could focus on one, then the other, without ever facing the insurmountable odds that an army of 200,000 men presented. The Cimbri circled around and were set to come into Italy through the Alps from the northeast, while the Teutoni were to come in along the Mediterranean coast. Marius sent a force under his consular colleague's direction to delay the Cimbri's passage through the Alps, while Marius himself took his new toy into France to head off the Teutones before they ever got to the mountains. Further tribal recklessness led to another piece of good luck for Marius. A contingent of 300,000 Germans broke out ahead of the main barbarian army as soon as they caught sight of the Romans. Marius was able to rout this charge with ease and place half a legion behind some nearby hills before withdrawing. The rest of the Teutonic army marched forward in pursuit, and when they had passed the hidden cohorts, Marius turned and attacked. All their attention forward, the barbarians never saw the 3,000 Romans emerge from their hiding place. Unsure of who or what was attacking them from behind, the barbarian army became a mass of confusion, which Marius easily exploited. The Teutonic army was annihilated. Things did not go smoothly against the Cimbri, however. The other consul for the year had been unable to hold them back, and by the end of 102 BC, Italy found itself playing the unwilling host to 100,000 barbarian invaders. In the elections that year, Marius was again returned as consul. No sense in getting off the horse in midstream. In the summer of 101, Marius led the horse safely to the other side of the river, meeting and defeating the much larger barbarian army. All the drilling and marching proved the difference against the far larger but far less disciplined hordes. Marius returned to Rome and celebrated his second triumph. At this point, only Scipio Africanus loomed larger in the Roman imagination than the great Gaius Marius, who was now the hero of two separate wars against two completely different enemies. Sure, there was grumbling in the upper classes about this commoner who seemed to be making himself king, but the danger was as real for them as it was for the lower classes, and Marius proved himself more than up to the tasks for which he had been assigned. So they held their noses and cheered along with everyone else. Out of gratitude for his success, Marius was made consul for the 5th time in a row in 100 BC. It may have been one consulship too many, however, as a bit of Marius's popular luster wore off. Grain prices were on the rise again, and tribunes, taking a cue from the Gracchi, were agitating for relief. Unrest began to ripple through the city, and the Senate ordered Marius to do something about it. Seeing the immediate expediency of restoring order to Rome, Marius complied, but it pitted him against the popular assemblies who had done so much to lend credibility to his never-ending reign. At the end of the year, Marius decided that enough was enough and announced his retirement from public life. If the story had ended there, Marius would have already secured his place in history as one of Rome's greatest and most famous leaders. But he was not done yet. Next week, the old man will be pulled out of retirement to deal with the inevitable result of Roman mistreatment of their Italian allies. In what would become known as the Social War, Marius would again fight alongside Sulla, his perennial lieutenant, now a general in his own right. The Social War would be the last time the two fought on the same side, and the intense rivalry between the two men would soon erupt into a bloody back and forth of purging and counter-purging that shocks the conscience even today. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 32, The Social War. After his final consulship in 100 BC, Gaius Marius returned to a self-imposed exile, and it appeared that the great general had left the public stage for good. 10 years of relative peace followed, until, in 91 BC, Rome was once again threatened by a hostile enemy, triggering Marius's return to the familiar territory of war and politics. This time, however, he would not be fighting Numidians or Gauls. Rather, he would be fighting the very men who helped him to defeat the Numidians and Gauls. Some of them, anyway. The Roman-led Italian Confederacy, which had endured now for hundreds of years and had stood firm even against the clever might of Hannibal Barca, whose entire strategy hinged on bringing about its dissolution, was finally breaking apart. The second-class status afforded the Italian allies finally became intolerable, and rather than making obviously just concessions, the tone-deaf Roman Senate took a hard-line stance, initiating what was to become known as the Social War, when a collection of Italian allies would break away and form an independent state. After 2 years, the Italians would finally be granted their simple request to be treated as equals, but of course, those were a bloody 2 years. The war served no one's interests and should have never started. Just another example of unnecessary carnage brought about by short-sighted pig-headedness. Trouble had been brewing for years. The fight for full Italian citizenship had picked up momentum during the tribunates of the Gracchi, but the Senate had always managed to block the extension of suffrage, more concerned with the immediate political expediency of denying the Gracchi and their allies a victory than actually addressing whether or not the policy was right or wrong. In 91 BC, the flint was sparked again by a tribune named Marcus Drusus. This time, the kindling lit, and pretty soon a full-scale bonfire was raging. In the past, the Confederate arrangement between Rome and the allied Italian cities had served everyone well. The Italians were nominally independent, but were required to provide troops to serve in the legions if Rome required it. In return for their troop levies, the Italians had always shared generously in the spoils of war, and found their formal taxes kept to a bare minimum. But in recent decades, while their commitment increased, by the turn of the 1st century BC, fully 65% of the raised legions were composed of non-Roman Italians, war booty was increasingly held by the Roman leadership. This began to irk the Italians, but they had no official way to address the situation and had no say in the election of the consuls, who had now grown accustomed to giving their allies the shaft. Their attitude grew steadily worse after Marius eliminated the distinction between Roman and non-Roman legions. Indeed, Marius famously stated that in the din of battle he could not tell Roman and ally apart. So here they were, literally fighting side by side with the Romans, but taking home an increasingly reduced share of the profits. Many assumed after Marius's reform that citizenship would soon follow, leaving them bitterly disappointed when the Senate refused to take up the issue. Finally, in 91, a tribune named Marcus Livius Drusus introduced legislation aimed at providing full equality to the Italians. Oddly enough, Drusus was no radical populare. Indeed, his legislation was aimed at diminishing the ability of rabble-rousing tribunes to sway the hordes of Rome against the Senate, who Drusus saw as the true defenders of republican virtue. By introducing more level-headed middle-class Italians into the electorate, Drusus hoped to shift power away from the populist demagogues who had only the narrow interests of their constituents at heart. The Senate didn't pick up on the vibe Drusus was laying down, however, and immediately opposed the idea. They were confident in their hold on power and didn't want to introduce an unstable element into the equation. Besides, they might start peeling off some of those riches the senators had been hoarding for themselves. So, oblivious to their own long-term self-interest, a cabal of patricians conspired to put a stop to Drusus. First they killed his legislation, and when that didn't seem to work, they simply killed Drusus. For the Italians watching from the sidelines, the assassination of Drusus was the final straw. They really thought that this time around, the Senate would listen and make them full equals. The dead tribune's body, however, told them everything they needed to know. The time for drastic action had arrived. One by one, Italian cities began to openly declare that they no longer bore any allegiance to Rome, and henceforth would be completely free and independent. At the vanguard of this movement were the Samnites, one of Rome's oldest foes, who had never fully gotten over their final defeat some 200 years earlier. In Rome, the news was greeted with furious disbelief. To them, the issue of who ruled Italy had been solved at the close of the Samnite Wars. But the disbelief did not delay their actions, and legions were immediately raised to put the upstarts back in their place. Across Italy, though, town after town joined with the anti-Roman confederacy. The only region to remain steadfastly in the Roman camp were the Latins. Everyone else, it seemed, was going to take their shot at independence. It did not, however, turn out to be a very good shot. In the city of Corfinium, which lay across the Apennines due east of Rome, representatives of the various Italian cities gathered to formalize their alliance. They renamed Corfinium Italica and declared that it was the seat of a new government based on the Roman model, complete with its own senate and assemblies, but completely free of Roman rule. The immediate business of the new Italian government was the very war their existence had sparked. The Romans were not going to take this rebellion with grace and good humor, so preparations had to be made to withstand the inevitable onslaught. The Romans, quick with the rod, sent their consular armies out in opposite directions in 90 BC, one north and one south, to put the revolt down. To the north went the consul Publius Rutilius, who coaxed out of retirement his famous relative Gaius Marius to act as a military advisor. It didn't do much good, though, as Rutilius quickly led his army to a series of blundering, mistake-prone defeats. Finally, the consul made his one positive contribution to the war effort by getting himself killed. After the consul's death, Marius stepped into the leadership vacuum and quickly had the northern Italians on the run. With the situation in the north for the most part well in hand, the focus of the Romans turned south, where they faced the horrible déjà vu of crossing swords with the dreaded Samnites. Lucius Julius Caesar, the consul leading the Romans in the south, and the elder relative of a 10-year-old boy named Gaius, found the Samnites no less fierce an opponent than when last they met in battle. Caesar, along with his fellow commander Lucius Cornelius Sulla, watched in vain as the Samnites sacked a number of Roman towns. But they were finally able to halt the advance and keep the Samnites bottled up, while Caesar returned to Rome to oversee the consular elections. But before he left office, Caesar laid the political foundation of the war's end. The Senate, understanding now that citizenship was inevitable, passed the Lex Julia, granting citizenship to those Italian cities who had not joined the rebellion, and offering it to any Italian currently in revolt who laid down his arms. The vast majority of Italians to whom independence had been an unwelcome state anyway jumped at the chance. But the Samnites and a collection of tribes in the north continued to hold out. In 89 BC, Sulla was given full command of the southern troops and showed himself to be a brilliant tactician and leader of men. After saving a besieged legion at the city of Nola, Sulla was awarded the grass crown by the grateful soldiers whose lives he had saved. His fame was growing, and, to the people of Rome, Sulla emerged as the clear hero of the social war. This did not sit well with Marius, who had been maneuvered out of his command in the north when the Senate, afraid of the old consul returning to the political arena, gave the north over to Capio, the son of the consul who had left Mallius out to dry during the war against the Gauls. But when Capio fell in battle, Marius was sure he was destined to return to Rome the triumphant hero. But the Senate again thwarted him and sent the consul Pompey Strabo, the father of Pompey the Great, north to take over. There was little Marius could do, and he was forced to play a subordinate role as Pompey laid a brutal siege to the town of Asculum, which was the last city in the north holding out. Once Asculum fell, the back of the resistance had been broken, and the fight went out of the Italians. By this time, most of them had already given up anyway, content with the fact that they had achieved exactly what they wanted, and would soon be full equals in a united Italy. Sulla wrapped up the last pockets of resistance in the south, and the brief social war was over. As a footnote, I should mention that during these years, a young noble named Cicero was punching the clock on his brief military career in order to qualify for the political career he really wanted, fighting both under Pompey Strabo and Sulla. Cicero had no taste at all for battle, and never made any secret that he disliked war. In later life, he was given a statue of Mars by a friend to add to his growing collection, and Cicero wrote in reply, "Why send me a statue of Mars? You know I'm a pacifist." But from 90 to 88 BC, young Cicero did what he had to do and slogged around Samnium, knowing that no man in Rome could hope to lead without a few war stories to make him credible. Another young noble who cut his teeth during the social war was Gnaeus Pompeius, though his attitude towards battle was much more in keeping with the Roman tradition than the bookish Cicero. Only 17 at the time, he was called to action in 89 BC to serve with his father in the north, and was presumably present during the siege of Asculum. The young Pompey, if Plutarch is to be believed, already had an air of greatness surrounding him, and his fellow troops made comparisons to young Alexander the Great and Scipio Africanus. Pompey and Cicero had little in common personally, but in 40 years the two men, all grown up and having reached the pinnacle of the political ladder, would find themselves on the same side of a bitter civil war against a man who at the time of the social war was only 10. I often think that this was about the only time Pompey and Cicero would have proved a match for Julius Caesar, who, in his good time, would both outfight Pompey, Rome's greatest general, and outpolitic Cicero, Rome's greatest politician. But how were they supposed to know that? By the time Sulla remarked that in the teenage Caesar he saw many a Marius, it was probably too late. Remember, though, that sometimes the best way to win is to make sure that your opponent is still a child. The social war was paradoxically both a war of unification and the last time for 70 years the Romans themselves were truly unified. In 88 BC, just as the Italian allies were being officially enrolled as full Roman citizens, Sulla was elected to his first consulship. In itself, it seemed a natural and innocuous choice. He was, after all, the hero of the most recent war, so who better to lead Rome? Besides, in the east, Mithridates, the king of Pontus, was hatching the first of his seemingly endless merry-go-rounds with the Roman legions. Who better, then, to march out and face this new threat in the east than the great Sulla? Well, according to the aging Marius, he was. And the old general became convinced that it was his destiny to lead the legions in the east. Unfortunately, he couldn't convince anyone else to back him. And why should they? Sure, he had been great in his prime, but it was a different age, and it was becoming clear that Marius was borderline senile, and clearly unable to wrap his head around the fact that the world was moving on without him. Sulla was young, dynamic, and clearly represented the future of Rome, so he was unanimously chosen to head up the armies headed east. Marius, bitter in defeat, decided that rather than go out quietly, he would order his hardcore partisans to do everything in their power to reverse the decision and place Marius himself back in charge. Sulla was forced to flee the city and made his way to the encamped legions, most of whom were loyal veterans of the social war. But though he briefly held on to power, Marius's desperate, selfish grab triggered a wholly unprecedented response from Sulla, who did not take his eviction well. Pretty soon, word reached Marius and his partisans that the aggrieved consul was on his way back, at the head of a full consular army. Sulla, it seemed, was marching on Rome. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 33, Marius and Sulla. After emerging as the hero of the social war, Lucius Cornelius Sulla had been elected consul in 88 BC. With the brief civil war put to rest, Roman attention was immediately diverted east, where Mithridates IV, king of Pontus, was threatening the newly incorporated province of Asia located on the far side of the Aegean. Trouble had been brewing for years, and in 88 BC, Mithridates did not simply cross the line, he jumped over it. After several run-ins with the Roman legions garrisoned in the east, Mithridates decided that the Westerners had to go, and Anatolia should be returned to her native people. To this end, he initiated a mass slaughter that was to become known as the Asiatic Vespers. Enlisting the help of locals in cities across the Turkish peninsula, anyone who so much as spoke with a Latin accent was targeted for death. Over 80,000 Roman citizens and allies were murdered across the east, coinciding with the king's invasion of Asia. The Romans were justifiably horrified and immediately raised an invasion force to avenge the slaughter. Sulla was the natural choice to lead the invasion, but old Marius had his mind set on one last fling with glory, and arranged for the Senate's choice of Sulla to lead to be annulled by the people's assemblies. This annulment was guaranteed when armed gladiatorial bodyguards in the employ of Marius and his allies literally threw senators out of the Senate so a quorum could not be reached to overturn the original decision the Senate had come to originally. The introduction of mob violence into Roman politics precipitated by the Gracchi was starting to become less and less an exception, and more the rule. Sulla was forced to flee for his life, and made his way to the army encamped along the Adriatic. The army was ready for the planned invasion, but before they sailed east, Sulla would march them west. He incited the troops, most of whom were loyal to Sulla anyway, into a frenzy over the anti-democratic thuggery of Marius. Ready to follow Sulla anywhere, the consul pointed them towards Rome and announced that with their help he was going to evict Marius from the city. His officers were appalled. It was illegal for the legions to cross the traditional city limits of Rome, and as much as they disapproved of Marius, they simply could not abide by Sulla's brazen flouting of the law. When they reached the city, all but one of Sulla's officers, a close lieutenant named Lucullus, refused to cross the line. Sulla respected their decision, but was not dissuaded from his plan, and took the troops right into Rome. Inside the city, Marian partisans organized gladiators and slaves into a defense force, but they were no match for trained legionnaires, and in the brief street fighting that ensued, Sulla's army had no trouble turning the pathetic defenders to heel. Marius himself barely escaped with his life and fled, along with his son, to Africa. Sulla restored order to Rome, had Marius declared an enemy of the state, and put the Senate back in control of the city. All of this drama filled the entirety of Sulla's year as consul, and it wasn't until 87 BC that he was actually able to lead his army out of the city to the east, where they should have already commenced the retaliatory campaign against Mithridates. But the minute Sulla left town, Marius began to plot his return. Many in Rome, who had been ambivalent in the political showdown between Marius and Sulla, had been pushed over to the Marian camp by Sulla's completely illegal and immoral seizure of the city. In 87 BC, the people of Rome did themselves no favors if they hoped to keep turmoil in the city to a minimum by electing as co-consuls Gnaeus Octavius, a staunch conservative and Sulla partisan, and Lucius Cornelius Cinna, a populare who was fast becoming the leader of the anti-Sulla forces in Rome. While not necessarily pro-Marius, Cinna nonetheless saw an alliance with the old general as an advantageous way to box out Sulla's allies. Throughout 87 BC, Octavius and Cinna clashed repeatedly, until Cinna was driven out of town by an angry mob. Once outside Rome, Cinna immediately began gathering men who were to help him fight his way back to power. Marius, meanwhile, was raising an army in Africa with the intention of following the precedent Sulla had just set by marching on Rome and capturing the city. When Marius crossed the short span of the Mediterranean back into Italy at the head of a loyal army, Cinna saw an opportunity to strengthen his own position. He formally joined with Marius, and the combined forces stormed into Rome. What followed was 5 straight days of terror and bloodshed. Marius simply released his army inside the city, with orders to kill anyone allied with, or suspected of allying with, or suspected as having the same name as someone who was allied with Sulla. Noble families fled or fought, depending on their disposition. Captured Sulla partisans were killed, and their heads were displayed in the Forum. Finally, after 5 days of unchecked violence, Cinna could stand no more and ordered his own troops to put a stop to Marius's men. The army from Africa was ordered to stand down, and those who refused were killed by Cinna's troops. Order finally restored, elections for next year's consulships were held. That Marius and Cinna were elected came as no surprise to anyone. Everyone who opposed them was either dead or fled. For Marius, the election to his 7th consulship fulfilled the promise of his legendary encounter with the 7 eagle chicks so many years before. Satisfied that his destiny had been met, the old general died in 86 BC, just 2 weeks after his election, leaving Cinna in sole control of Rome. While all this drama was unfolding back home, Sulla was off in the east leading the effort to repacify Greece. Mithridates had overrun the province of Asia and had made the Greek cities along the Aegean coast his accomplices in the mass murder of Latins in Anatolia. Welcomed as a liberator, the king pressed his luck by going one step further and attempted to push the Romans out of Greece altogether. In his effort, he was backed by the Armenian kingdom, which was reaching the zenith of its own power. Combined, the two hoped to retake the eastern Mediterranean from the alien Westerners. The ensuing war with Rome would have far-reaching consequences. Rather than being pushed back to where they came from, the Romans wound up planting their standards even further from home. When Sulla crossed over to Epirus in 87 BC, he found that Mithridates was well on his way to turning the Greeks against Rome. In Athens, a puppet tyrant had been installed and was backed by a Pontic army, led by Mithridates' most able general, Archelaus. This would be as far west as Mithridates would make it, however, as the mere sight of the 40,000 Roman soldiers was enough to convince the remaining Greek cities to remain loyal. Sulla's first order of business was to bring Athens back into the Roman fold. When he arrived, though, the city was obstinate and shut its gates, so Sulla was forced to sit back and lay a siege. While encamped outside the city, refugees from the Marian Reign of Terror began to trickle in, and Sulla first received the news that Marius had returned to power, and that he had been officially exiled from Rome. He maintained his focus on the task at hand, however, and for the rest of the year and through the beginning of 86 BC, Sulla remained at the gates of Athens. Finally, in March of 86, the vigilance of the Athenian defenders waned, and Sulla stormed the walls in a midnight raid. Once inside, Sulla was not feeling particularly generous and did nothing to rein his troops in. The slaughter was only halted after Greek friends of Sulla begged him to stop the carnage. The Pontic army under Archelaus had sailed north, and Sulla left Athens to lick its many wounds. On his way out the door, however, Sulla set fire to the Athenian port of Piraeus, a final reminder of what happens to those who stand against Rome. Sulla caught up with Archelaus north of Athens in the Greek province of Boeotia. The Pontic army by this point numbered 120,000, 3 times larger than the Roman legions chasing them. Sulla studiously avoided being drawn into a fight until he found terrain that would mitigate Archelaus' overwhelming numerical advantage. Finally, at Chaeronea, Sulla found his spot. He lured Archelaus into attacking when the Romans held fortified high ground. With Sulla personally dashing from wing to wing to keep up with wave after wave sent in by Archelaus, the Romans outlasted the increasingly stretched-thin Pontic army. Seeing a shot, Sulla charged and chased the opposing army back towards their camp, encircling them before they reached home base. The final casualty figures showed that while the Pontic army had been slaughtered, the Romans emerged from the battle practically unscathed. With this smashing victory in Greece, Sulla remained as popular as ever with the people of Rome, despite the continuing hostility from the elites left in the city, and the fact that he technically was in exile. Cinna was re-elected consul in 85 BC, and decided that Sulla needed to be formally relieved of duty, not because there was any doubt he would triumph over Mithridates, but because there was no doubt he would eventually triumph over Mithridates, and that victory would leave Sulla unquestionably the most powerful man in Rome. So Cinna raised an army and placed men with strong anti-Sulla passions in charge. They were to find Sulla, relieve him of his command, and combine the two armies. However, when the army led by Lucius Valerius Flaccus and Gaius Flavius Fimbria arrived and camped beside Sulla's army, things went backward. Sulla encouraged the new arrivals to defect over to his side, and pretty soon the new army was hemorrhaging troops. Flaccus, unable to make Sulla stand down, led his army north, officially to track down the army Mithridates himself was leading towards Greece, but unofficially to simply distance himself from the seductive charisma of Sulla. The dissension in the ranks spread, however, and the remaining troops soured on Flaccus. Eventually, his second-in-command Fimbria led a mutiny. Flaccus was murdered and Fimbria took over. But being a staunch Marian partisan, the new leader had no intention of joining with Sulla. He just wanted to take Mithridates himself and steal Sulla's thunder. Sulla himself remained behind in Boeotia, readying himself for the rematch with Archelaus, who was being reinforced from the east by the Armenians, and soon was back at the head of an army again numbering more than 100,000. The two sides met at Orchomenos, but the outcome was no different this time around. The superior tactical ability of Sulla, which was executed by the far more disciplined Roman soldiers, was too much for the Pontic army. Once again, Archelaus was forced to make a run for it, as Sulla annihilated the army he left behind. After crossing the Hellespont into Asia, Fimbria found Mithridates and fought a limited battle that saw Rome get the better of the Pontic king. But without support from the Roman navy patrolling the Aegean, Mithridates was able to slip away from Fimbria. The navy, led by Lucullus, Sulla's most loyal officer, was not about to come to the aid of a political enemy. Mithridates, however, could see the handwriting on the wall, and in late 85 BC he offered to come to terms with the Romans. The Pontic king met with Sulla, much to Fimbria's dismay, and peace terms were hashed out. Mithridates was to remain in control of Pontus, but had to otherwise withdraw his forces from every other region he occupied. Rome would move in and occupy these territories, extending Roman dominion even further into the east. The territories that had rebelled and the newly acquired regions were forced to pay a steep price for challenging Rome. Not only was the annual tax burden increased, but Sulla demanded 5 years' worth of back taxes at the same rate. The financial punishment left most of Anatolia deep in debt and unable to direct their wealth towards any other end than paying back Rome. This, in addition to filling Rome's coffers, kept them from making further mischief. With the war against Mithridates settled, Sulla returned to his war against his domestic political opponents. Fimbria, who had taken command of the province of Asia, was of immediate concern. The mutinous general talked a good game, but the minute Sulla crossed the Hellespont, Fimbria committed suicide, knowing he was no match for Sulla and would likely be executed one way or the other for his actions. With the east fully pacified, Sulla began to strategize about a return to Rome. Cinna, who had effectively run the city for the past few years unopposed, was well aware that if Sulla came back, the party would come to an abrupt end. Taking advantage of some minor commotion in Illyria, Cinna raised an army to quell the unrest. The fact that Illyria lay directly between Sulla and Rome had nothing to do with Cinna's desire to march an army there, of course. In his haste, bordering on panic, to get his army in place, Cinna, however, pushed his troops too hard, force-marching them through snowdrifts to reach Illyria in time to block Sulla's path. In one of history's little twists of fate, Cinna's soldiers mutinied and stoned the 4-time consul to death. The path to Rome now lay open, and hearing the news, Sulla immediately ordered his troops to head home. Sulla, it seemed, was marching on Rome. Again. There will be no episode next week, as I will be spending the weekend moving across town, but in 2 weeks, we'll return for Sulla's second march on Rome, the crowning of Rome's first dictator for life, and, inexplicably, the retirement of Rome's first dictator for life. Hello, and welcome back to the History of Rome. It's been a while, I know. So let's quickly recap where we're at. In 85 BC, Sulla won his war in the east against Mithridates and came to terms with the rebellious king. While the war in Asia unfolded, Sulla had been too busy to worry about the fact that technically he was in official exile from Rome, a consequence of his political struggle with the now dead Marius and the soon-to-be-dead Cinna. But having emerged victorious abroad, it was time to turn back to his domestic political problems. Cinna, who had been in sole control of Rome since Marius' death 3 years earlier, knew that Sulla's imminent return did not bode well for him, his career, or his life. So he organized an army to stand between Sulla and Rome. But in his haste to block Sulla, Cinna pushed his own troops too hard, and was murdered in a mutiny in 84 BC. So that's where we left off, with Sulla preparing to march back to Rome, and, well, let's pick it up there. Inside Rome, news of Sulla's imminent return was met with panic. Please recall that during Marius and Cinna's reign, most of the Sullan supporters had been purged, so the state was staffed with fierce Marian partisans who dreaded the return of their mortal enemy. In anticipation of a coming battle, the consuls chosen for the year 83 BC were both fierce opponents of Sulla. They were also, as it would turn out, no match for him either. Sulla was able to cross the Adriatic unopposed, and landed in the heel of Italy at the head of 5 legions. Both consuls raised armies to prevent Sulla from moving north. Gaius Norbanus finished his preparations first, and marched quickly, intent on bottling up Sulla where he had landed. But his army was made up of fresh recruits, and he himself was not a general anywhere near his rival's class. Sulla blew through Norbanus without breaking a sweat. The defeated consul was forced to flee with the remainder of his army to Capua. Next, the other consul, Cornelius Asiagenus, marched south at the head of his army to see if he could do any better. But he didn't even get as far as Norbanus did. Upon intercepting Sulla, Asiagonus's army began defecting in droves to Sulla, and the consul was forced to surrender without ever drawing his sword. To the Roman aristocracy, it was not hard to tell which way the wind was blowing, and many nobles who had done their best to ride out the troubles in inconspicuous neutrality now began to openly break for Sulla. The governor of Africa, for example, Metellus Pius, a highly respected general in his own right, took it upon himself to throw Marian partisans out of his province and thus deny Sulla's enemies a source of recruits and supplies. Within the city limits, however, it was still dangerous to support Sulla, and one last round of violence against his allies swept through the city. But this would prove to be the final death throes of the Marian power structure, and soon enough they would find themselves reaping what they had sown. In addition to Metellus' support in Africa, Sulla also found support in Spain from Marcus Licinius Crassus, who, in due course, would become the richest man of his time and one of the 3 triumvirs. Crassus marched an army east to Italy, where he planned to aid Sulla win control of Rome. The second of the 3 triumvirs, Pompey Magnus, also decided his ambition was best served by throwing his lot in with Sulla, and, raising an army of his own, announced his intentions to fight for the exiled general. We will get to the third triumvir, young Julius Caesar, in a moment. Near the end of his term in office, the consul Asiagenus, who had been set free by Sulla, led a new army against the 23-year-old Pompey, who had positioned himself in North Italy. The consul clearly had no wish to relive the embarrassment of losing his army without a fight to the charismatic Sulla. Asiagenus, however, having the misfortune to be merely a leader in a time of extremely charismatic leaders, wound up in exactly the same boat he had found himself in before when he reached Pompey. His army defected en masse, and the consul was once again forced to flee without an army left to lead. As 83 drew to a close, the Senate leadership knew the noose was drawing close around their necks. So, along with one of Cinna's old co-consuls, Papirius Carbo, they elected 26-year-old Gaius Marius the Younger in an attempt to boost the morale of his father's old supporters. But the younger Marius was not his father, and besides, it is doubtful even the old man in his prime could stop Sulla now. The campaign season of 82 opened with Metellus Pius arriving with his army in North Italy, where he rendezvoused with Pompey. The newly elected consul, Tiberius Gracchus, led an army north to face them, while Marius the Younger built an army to face Sulla who, it was clear, would soon be marching on Rome itself. Marius found willing recruits among the Samnites, who feared the return to power of the reactionary conservative wing of the Roman aristocracy. They had only recently been granted full rights in the aftermath of the Social War, and had no intention of seeing their natural allies in Rome, the Marian populares, ousted from power. Would the conservative Sulla rescind the suffrage they had so recently won in his inevitable post-victory reorganizations? They had no desire to find out. With the Samnites on board, Marius would now at least be able to make a go of it against Sulla, who thus far looked indestructible. But Carbo and Marius were simply not up to the task of warding off Sulla's onslaught. This was not to say they were not capable, just that they were facing some of the most accomplished generals in Roman history. In the north, Carbo was defeated by the combined army of Pompey and Metellus, and withdrew to Etruria, where he at least hoped to prevent them from marching on Rome. In the south, Sulla and Marius the Younger met and fought a prolonged battle, but as was the case throughout this civil war, defections cost Marius too many men, and he was forced to withdraw behind the walls of a local allied city. Leaving a siege force in place, Sulla marched north to Etruria, where he planned to crush Carbo and then sweep into Rome. Sulla, however, was unable to dislodge Carbo from his position, but it was clear to the beleaguered consul that he would not be able to hold out forever, and for all intents and purposes, Italy was in the hands of Sulla already. Rather than make a last stand, Carbo slipped out the back and fled, spending the next year hiding out in the small islands off the Sicilian coast. In November of 82 BC, an army of Samnites emerged to relieve Marius and his trapped army, but they were unable to break the siege. So the Samnite general tried a different tack, and ordered his army to march straight for Rome. Dismayed that this enemy army was in a position to actually capture the capital city, Sulla swept in from Etruria to stop their advance. The two armies faced each other just beyond the Colline Gate in Rome's northwest quadrant. The ensuing battle was a massive and desperate struggle between two forces who felt their very existence at stake. No victor emerging from a civil war can afford to keep their rivals alive for long. Post-war purges are usually swift and brutal. In the Battle of the Colline Gate, Crassus famously secured victory for Sulla by routing the left wing of the Samnite line. Sulla's army was able to engulf the enemy and destroy them. In all, it is estimated that 50,000 died in the fighting. Marius the Younger, upon hearing the news, committed suicide while still under siege. Sulla now stood alone, the undisputed master of Rome. The victorious general and the cowed senate that welcomed him into the city, though, were not content to simply let his newly won power go as a tacit understanding between the people and their new master. The nudge-wink dictatorships of Marius and Cinna would not do for Sulla, and the Senate proclaimed him dictator. But this would be no standard-issue 6-month constitutional dictatorship. No, Sulla's dictatorship, in an unprecedented development, would have no term limit. Thus, Sulla became Rome's first dictator for life, and the doomsday clock of the Republic moved closer to midnight. Though there were some high-minded reforms Sulla had every intention of carrying out with his newfound unlimited power, he began his reign in true Machiavellian fashion. Machiavelli, of course, advises that a prince who has entered office through revolution, conquest, or coup ought to first eliminate all rival claimants to the throne. If one succumbs to compassion too soon, those rival claimants will become centers around which opposition can rally, forcing the prince to initiate ever-escalating cycles of civil repressions that will make him unpopular with the people and lead to his downfall. Better to get all the bloodshed and terror out of the way early. That way there will be no opposition to worry about. The people will soon forget the initial horror and regard the later, mild disposition of the prince to be a true reflection of his character, and he'll remain popular and, most importantly, in power. Machiavelli pointed to the example of Sulla as the living embodiment of this theory. Dictator for life Sulla posted in the forum a list of Marian partisans, 1,500 men of the aristocracy he considered to be enemies, and therefore now enemies of the state. He announced rewards for killing or capturing the proscribed, among whom were 40 senators. In the reign of terror that followed, the murderous frenzy ultimately engulfed some 9,000 men, women, and children, most of whom had nothing to do with the rivalry between Marius and Sulla at all. Have you had your eye on your neighbor's house for a while? Want to get out from under a crushing debt? Want to bury a business rival? Well, here's your chance. Just accuse your chosen victim of Marian sympathies, and voila, your personal beef now becomes state policy. The killing went on for months, and all of Rome lived in fear of waking up and finding their names on the proscribed list, either for real or imagined reasons. In a fun twist, there was also nowhere for the condemned to turn, as harboring the proscribed was itself a capital crime. One young man in particular found himself in this unenviable position by virtue of having married the daughter of Cinna. Young Julius Caesar hid out for months, hopping from house to house, sheltered by pro-Sulla relatives who begged the new dictator to allow the young man to live. Sulla eventually relented to their entreaties, but with famous reluctance. Sulla could see that the ambitious young noble was dangerous. In Caesar, Sulla said, he saw many a Marius. But with his stranglehold on power now secure, Sulla set out on the reforms he had been planning all along. A true conservative, Sulla had watched the transfer of power from the Senate to the tribunate with disgust. Marius, the greatest of the new men, had been a patron saint of the unwashed masses. Sulla aimed to restore the natural order of things and put the Senate back in the driver's seat. Among the myriad statutory revisions he was able to enact by fiat, Sulla stripped the tribunate of all the power it had acquired since the first secession of the plebs. He abolished their right to veto legislation, he abolished their right to introduce legislation without Senate approval, and then he doubled the ranks of the Senate, packing it with supporters, to ensure that no legislation was approved that did not have Sulla's personal favor. As a final blow to the once prestigious office, he declared that a man elected tribune was barred from running for any other public office for the rest of his life. Ambitious men were immediately diverted away from the tribunate as a stepping stone to power, leaving the office deprived of both talent and power. Exactly how Sulla wanted it. But where would all those ambitious men go? Well, according to Sulla's new order of things, they would enter into the recently codified cursus honorum, literally translating into the course of honor. Prior to Sulla, the path to the consulship had had its traditional steps, but nothing was written in stone. Sulla decided now was the time to literally write the steps in stone, in part to ensure that the eventual leaders of Rome had the requisite experience necessary to handle the responsibilities of state, but also in part because he wanted to draw out the process. A certain ambitious 24-year-old general named Pompey was already beginning to fancy himself one of Rome's leading men, so Sulla moved the consulship, by law, at least 15 years in Pompey's future. The new path to power would start with at least 10 years of military experience, beginning when a man was 20 years old and eligible to hold the office of military tribune, a quasi-political leadership position within the legions. At 30, a man could stand for election as a quaestor, where they would serve either in Rome's financial institutions or as high-ranking aides out in one of the provinces. Quaestors were the keepers of the money, overseeing both military pay and the state treasuries, and as such, found themselves at the center of every important political battle, as all political battles are ultimately about money. If they survived the cutthroat world of high finance, a man could stand for aedile at the age of 36. The aediles were in charge of Rome's public infrastructure, the food and water, the public temples, the sewers, and the roads. Of critical importance for securing long-term public support, the aediles were also in charge of the public games. A man could make a good name for himself throwing lavish games, though in the process it was easy to go broke, and one might find it necessary to forge an alliance with a wealthy benefactor. The aedileship was not a required step, but it afforded the first opportunity for a man to become well known to the general public. At 39, if he had not gone broke entertaining the masses, one could become a praetor, of whom 6 were to be elected each year. The praetors functioned primarily as judges, overseeing Rome's complicated judiciary, but they could be assigned to lead armies or provinces and would, in the absence of a consul, hold imperium, granting them the final word in law and order, life and death. The final step was, of course, the consulship. The minimum age to hold this highest office was 42. You'll notice that the higher you ascend up the ladder, the fewer slots there are available at the next rung. If 6 patricians are all elected praetor at the age of 39, only 2 of those will be able to win the consulship at the age of 42. Thus, it became highly prestigious to attain the next office, quote, in your year. Cicero would often point to having achieved every office of the cursus honorum in his year as one of his proudest accomplishments. Now, obviously, not every man could pass through the entirety of this course, and one might be tempted to say, hang out in the quaestorships for a while and build a base of power by controlling the purse strings. To prevent this, though, Sulla again brought to bear the oft-enacted but oft-ignored statute that a man must wait 10 years before holding the same office again. He also threw in the caveat that the year after holding a particular office, the official in question must spend a year in the provinces as a pro-praetor or a pro-consul or what have you. The intent here is obvious to physically remove the previous year's office holder from the city of Rome to prevent them from further cultivating any relationships they had acquired while in office. Sulla hoped that his reforms would put a stop to ambitious men skipping ahead in line or building independent bases of support from which they could launch attacks on the Senate and the Republic in general. Sulla honestly believed that he had made his own career an institutional impossibility, and hoped to be the only dictator for life Rome ever saw. And speaking of dictator for life, in 80 BC, believing that he had set the ship of Rome on a safer course by re-empowering the Senate, Sulla announced that he would be stepping down from his office at the end of the year, and normal consular elections would resume. It was a decision that came as a shock to the entire empire, and a decision that Julius Caesar would never be able to fully wrap his head around, often mocking Sulla in later years for not realizing what he had and for his naivete in believing that Rome had seen the last of its absolute dictators. Sulla was not quite ready for retirement, though, and decided to stand for election as consul the next year, and was, of course, elected. But after this year in legitimate office was complete, he really did retire to his country villa, where he worked on his autobiography and tended to his garden, leaving public life behind for good. Sulla was a complicated man, and his peaceful stepping away from power tells us as much about his character as his violent seizure of power a few years previously does. The bloodthirsty tyrant who had overseen the mass murder of over 9,000 people was also the humble old man who had given up power to retire in peace. Clearly, there is no putting a box around Sulla. He remains a singular figure in world history. He died in 78 BC, and his gravestone was marked by an epitaph he wrote himself, summing up his life as well as anything anybody else could possibly say would. No greater friend, no worse enemy. Seems to say it all. Sulla saw himself as a champion of the old order, and believed that he had left Rome with the institutional tools it needed to prolong the Republic indefinitely. The Senate was back in charge, the populist demagogues were silenced, and ambitious men were no longer able to circumvent the traditional path to power, nor remain in power past their single year in office. But of course, all the revised statutes in the world could not distract from the very fact of his life and career. The last vestiges of the old republican virtue had been stripped away by his dictatorship, and all that remained was naked power, to be acquired by any means necessary. Most of Sulla's constitutional reforms would be repealed within a decade of his death, and within 3 decades, Rome would be engulfed in a war between the men who looked at Sulla's career and asked themselves, as Pompey did, if Sulla could, why not me? and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 35, Crassus and Pompey. In 78 BC, Lucius Cornelius Sulla died, believing that he had put the Republic back on track. Since the end of the Third Punic War 80 years previously, Roman politics had skewed more and more towards populist demagogues, blatant corruption, and a flouting of traditional virtue. Sulla, in his role as dictator, had gutted the power of the tribunes and put the Senate firmly back in control of state affairs. It is ironic that the supposed savior of republicanism had so completely eschewed democratic principles and the rule of law, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Besides, Sulla could always fall back on one of the first offenses a child ever learns to justify all of his extra-legal activities. Marius started it. But as I said at the end of last week's episode, no amount of constitutional reformation could divert the gaze of ambitious men from the facts of Sulla's life and the power he had won through brute force alone. Whatever had bound the leaders of Rome to the traditional republican governing apparatus and its built-in limits on absolute power had been shattered. The Gracchi had struck the first blow when they successfully introduced violence into the political arena. Marius hammered the point home when he brazenly stood for consulship after consulship, while Sulla himself landed the killing stroke when he had himself appointed dictator for life. The era of noble adherence to the rule of law was dead. The era of the naked power grab was at hand. Whatever great work Sulla accomplished in his life, saving the Republic was certainly not among them. Indeed, the generation that would kill the Republic grew up in the shadow of Sulla's dictatorship, and the ringleaders of its demise were some of Sulla's leading supporters. Two of those supporters, Marcus Licinius Crassus and Gnaeus Pompeius, would eventually forge an uneasy alliance with an up-and-coming popularity general named Julius Caesar to form the First Triumvirate, the vehicle through which the Republic met its demise. Marcus Licinius Crassus was born in 115 BC, making him 33 years old during the Battle of the Colline Gate, and the eldest of the three triumvirs. Crassus was the youngest of three boys, born into a well-bred plebeian family, and was descended from Publius Licinius Crassus, who, in addition to serving as Pontifex Maximus for nearly 20 years during the Second Punic War, also held the distinction of being Scipio Africanus' co-consul in the year 205 BC, as the great general made his preparations to win that long war once and for all. Their father had been consul in 97 BC, governor of southern Spain from 97 to 93 BC, and censor in 89. The Crassus family was wealthy and well-respected, but eventually ran afoul of the Marians during the upheavals of the mid-80s BC. Though they had supported Marius in the past, they attempted to hew a more neutral line in the struggle between the old general and his younger rival, and were marked for purging. One of Crassus's brothers had already been killed in the Social War, but his father and remaining brother were caught up in the purges and were either murdered or committed suicide. Only Marcus escaped to carry on the family name, fleeing to Spain in 87 BC. In Spain, Crassus was able to hook up with clients his father had established while governor, and laid low while Cinna controlled Rome. It went without saying that when news of Sulla's return from the east reached him, Crassus immediately declared his support and left Spain, intent on helping Sulla drive the Marians out of Rome. He raised a small force and arrived in Italy around the same time as Metellus Pius had arrived with his army from Africa. Crassus fought alongside Metellus until they all merged into Sulla's army prior to the Battle of the Colline Gate. And it was in that battle that Marcus Licinius Crassus became a man in his own right and was no longer seen as simply his father's son. With Sulla leading the left side of the line, he gave Crassus command of the right. And as it turned out, Sulla found himself evenly matched and unable to break through the Samnite line. But Crassus routed his opposition and was able to wheel in and trap the remaining Samnites, winning for Sulla not just the battle, but complete control of Rome. He expected to be amply rewarded and praised for his early support and critical role in Sulla's victory, but in the first chapter of what turned out to be the defining story of his life, Crassus was overshadowed by the younger and more charismatic Pompey. Though mildly embittered by his perceived snubbing, Crassus had far more important things to worry about than why young Pompey had been granted a triumph, despite having never held a single office in the cursus honorum. I mean, he had never even been a quaestor, let alone a praetor, which was supposedly the minimum rank required for a triumph. And besides, he was what, 25? He couldn't stand for a praetorship even if he wanted to. But like I say, I don't care. I'm fine with it. I'm happy for him. Hooray for Pompey. Pompey the Great. Yeah, sure. Crassus didn't care at all. But instead of dwelling on Pompey, there would be plenty of time for that later. Crassus focused on rebuilding the family fortune, which had been expropriated by the Marians after his father's death. In this pursuit, Crassus showed both above-board shrewd financial acumen, as well as a penchant for ruthless, below-the-belt profiteering. He gleefully entered the chaotic economic mess that arose from the sullen reign of terror. Having been a victim of the Marian purges, Crassus had little sympathy for the men who had killed his father and brother. Crassus was first in line to buy up whatever the proscribed left behind when they either fled the city or were murdered, and on at least one occasion he added a name to the list simply because he coveted the holdings of an otherwise politically neutral rival. During Sulla's reign, Crassus bought and sold his way to the top of Rome's financial food chain, and after the dictator's death, he invested his profits in the slave trade and silver mines, where he doubled and then quadrupled his money. Eventually he would become Rome's richest man and largest landowner. He never lost his lust for wealth, nor his cunning skill at acquiring it. For example, at the time, Rome had no formal firefighting service, so when Crassus learned through his citywide network of clients and informants that a building was on fire, he would arrive on the scene with hundreds of slaves in tow. With the house burning in front of them, Crassus would offer to put the fire out if the distraught owner agreed to sell the property. In these circumstances, Crassus was able, of course, to extract a ridiculously low price, at which point the slaves would indeed quell the blaze. Sometimes, though, the owner would refuse to sell, in which case Crassus would leave with his firefighters, allowing the house to be engulfed in flames. But these were the rare cases. Usually the owner sold, Crassus bought, and his private empire grew by another block. At the height of his power, Crassus is estimated to have been worth between 170 and 180 billion 2008 dollars. To put that in perspective, the richest man in the world today is Warren Buffett, who is estimated to have a personal financial net worth of around 66 billion US. To say that Crassus was absolutely filthy, stinking rich is an understatement. But he always carried with him something of an inferiority complex. In Roman culture, wealth may have been looked upon with envy, but rarely with respect or admiration. Respect and admiration were reserved for military heroes. His exploits during the Battle of the Colline Gate were always looked at sideways, as they came during a civil war and were achieved at the expense of fellow Roman citizens. If Crassus wanted to join the pantheon of great Romans, he would have to do better, to win new territory for Rome, or defend the empire from a dangerous foreign threat. Crassus spent his entire life looking for an opportunity to lead an army in the field, win a great victory for Rome, a triumph for himself, and the respect he felt he deserved. Eventually this obsession would lead to his death in Syria, where he was killed still trying to find what he was looking for. On the battlefield, Crassus was simply unable to match the exploits of his contemporary rival and nominal ally Pompey, who, much to Crassus's eternal bitterness, seemed to live a perpetually charmed life. From Crassus's perspective, no one got better press for doing less than Pompey, but there was nothing that he could do about it. So Crassus went through life known as Crassus Dives, or Crassus the Rich, whereas Pompey went through life known as Pompey Magnus, or Pompey the Great. And though the latter's nickname was originally thrown around as a sarcastic dig by his elders, Pompey eventually promoted the name as a literal title, and the people of Rome embraced it as such, much to Crassus's eternal dismay. Pompey was born in 106 BC, making him 9 years younger than Crassus, and only 24 years old when Sulla won control of Rome. He was the son of the not-so-beloved Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo, or Pompey the Cross-Eyed. Pompey Strabo was the first in his family to achieve senatorial status, and distinguished himself during the Social War, leading the victorious Roman armies in the north as consul in 89 BC. However, when you emerge from a war with the nickname the Butcher of Anything, you know that your tactics have been a bit harsh. So when Pompey Strabo, a.k.a. the Butcher of Asculum, died in 87 BC of the plague, his body was dragged through the streets by a joyously disrespectful mob. Not exactly the funeral procession one hopes for. But the sins of the father do not seem to have rubbed off on the son, and when Sulla returned from the east, Pompey raised 3 legions from the ranks of his father's veterans. The young man had served with them since his first campaign at the age of 17, so his father's soldiers loved and trusted the boy who had grown up in the barracks as one of their own. After helping pacify northern Italy, Pompey was next given the task of ensuring the loyalty of Sicily, which was still teeming with Marians. As I've mentioned numerous times, Sicily was the breadbasket of Rome, and controlling it was essential to controlling the empire. As long as Rome remained fed, the people were generally content to allow themselves to be led by whoever wanted the job. But if those grain shipments ever stopped, anarchy, as they say, was only 3 missed meals away. If the Marians controlled Sicily, they could wreak havoc on Sulla's attempt to consolidate power. Pompey threw himself into the task with a ruthlessness that reminded some of his father. He tracked down Papirius Carbo, the consul who had fled from Etruria at the end of the Civil War, and had him executed. When the people of Sicily complained that some of Pompey's methods were perhaps illegal, he dismissed them with a remark that revealed not only his personal philosophy, but the growing sentiment of ambitious military men everywhere. Won't you stop citing laws to us who have swords by our sides? And remember, a generation later, this was the man who defended the Republic against Caesar. Clearly, the rule of law was not long for this particular world. Having subdued Sicily, Pompey sailed next for Africa, where he defeated the scattered remnants of Sulla's enemies. For this last act, Pompey decided that he deserved a triumph. Where he got the idea that he deserved one is a mystery for the ages. Not only was he not old enough, he had not yet reached the minimum office required, praetor, to be considered for this greatest military honor, and in fact had not even served in any public office at all. Finally, it had been a long-standing tradition that a triumph could not be approved if the battle or battles in question were against fellow Romans, which is, of course, what Pompey's African campaign was all about. It is from this impetuousness that Sulla hung the sarcastic title of Magnus on Pompey. Ah, yes, Pompey the Great wants a triumph. Let's all bow before Pompey the Great. But Pompey was undeterred. He refused to disband his army until his request was granted. Sulla, partly to appease his wife and stepdaughter, who had married Pompey the year before, and partly out of a genuine fear of what Pompey may be capable of, approved the triumph. But Pompey would have to wait. First, Sulla held his own triumph, marching through the city to great fanfare and with much splendor. Next, Metellus Pius was granted his triumph, and the senior general marched through in similar splendor, but with slightly less fanfare. By the time Pompey's triumph rolled around, the city showed little enthusiasm for the event. What, another triumph? Boring. Sulla hoped he had put young Pompey in his place. But Sulla died before he realized that nothing would ever put Pompey in his place. It was not long after Sulla's death that the first in a long line of would-be despots arose in his wake. A consul named Lepidus decided after his term was complete that he was not ready to give up the reins of power, and gathered an army in northern Italy to support his bid for a second term. Lepidus himself arrived in Rome with a great train of supporters, claiming that he controlled the land between the Po River and the Alps, and that his second consulship had better be approved, or else. The Senate had already sent Metellus Pius to Spain, where the last great Marian general, Quintus Sertorius, continued to hold out. So they sent young Pompey north to quell the brewing insurrection. It did not take long to scatter Lepidus's supposed army and send word to the city that it had nothing to fear. Lepidus, who fancied himself the next Sulla, was forced to flee from the city, never to return. After ending this threat from Lepidus, Pompey issued a demand to the Senate that was even more insane than his request for a triumph. He wrote that he wanted to be sent to Spain as proconsul with full imperium. Again, Pompey had never served in office a day in his life, and was yet 15 years away from being eligible for a consulship, let alone a proconsulship, which was reserved for men who had already, served as consul. Pompey knew it was brash, but he also knew as well as the Senate did the situation on the ground in Spain. Metellus Pius, as great a general as he was, had been thus far unable to gain ground on the rogue Quintus Sertorius. It was clear that Pius needed help, and that Pompey was heads and shoulders better than anyone else Rome could possibly send as a reinforcement. With great reluctance, they approved Pompey's request and made him proconsul of Spain in 76 BC, at the tender age of 30. Crassus was, of course, appalled. Pompey remained in Spain for the next 5 years, engaged in a parallel rather than combined war effort alongside Metellus. Neither general had any wish to share the glory should one of them actually succeed in defeating the rebellious Sertorius, though neither had much to worry about, as the Marian general ran circles around them both. Pompey began to tire of the cat-and-mouse game in Spain, and instead began to covet a command in the east, where Mithridates was once again making trouble for Rome. But extracting himself from Spain would not be so easy after the fuss he had made to get there in the first place. Besides, he had rivals back home that desired the eastern command for themselves, and were doing everything in their power to make sure Pompey remained in Iberia, chasing his tail. But fortune smiled on Pompey once again, and in 71 BC, Sertorius was assassinated by an ambitious lieutenant, who then took command of the rogue army for himself. But this lieutenant was not half the commander Sertorius had been, and in his first encounter with Pompey was defeated easily. Just like that, Pompey had liberated Spain. After lucking into this victory, Pompey took his army back to Italy just in time to luck into some more glory, scooping up for himself a good deal of undeserved credit for ending the slave revolt that had erupted in his absence. And of course, the credit he scooped up came at the expense of Crassus, who had done the yeoman's work in defeating the slave army led by a certain Thracian gladiator. Next week, we'll cover this famous slave revolt, led of course by Spartacus, who at one point stood at the head of 120,000 men and won multiple victories against the pride of the Roman legions. In the aftermath of the revolt, Pompey and Crassus would forge an uneasy alliance, while some 5,000 captured slaves were crucified up and down the Appian Way, a lesson to those who would follow in Spartacus's footsteps. Finally, I would like to add that I've made a few changes behind the scenes here at the History of Rome. I've abandoned Blogger, which turned out to be the cause behind all the early episodes not showing up on iTunes, to a new blog at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com. Don't even get me started on what's wrong with WordPress. Also, at the prodding of some generous listeners, I've added a PayPal donation button to the new site. I never expected to gain anything financially from the History of Rome, but a few of you out there have expressed an interest in sending a few appreciative dollars my way for the effort. So, if you find yourself so inclined, there it is. Any amount you choose, Visa and MasterCard accepted, minus whatever the leg breakers at PayPal take as their cut. Thanks to all of you out there who have stuck with the show, and see you next week for Spartacus. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 36, I Am Spartacus. Last week, we traced the early career paths of Crassus and Pompey, leaving them both on the edge of political prominence. This week, we will cover the event that broke them into the big time. Prior to the Third Servile War, Crassus was just another fat cat, and Pompey was just another ambitious young man on the make. But after the slave revolt, both turned their well-deserved and not so well-deserved acclaim into a shared consulship. Acclaim, and the fact that both refused to stand down their armies until the Senate agreed to make sure the elections produced the result that was in everyone's best interest. In 73 BC, Pompey was in Spain trying to pin down the rebellious Marian general Quintus Sertorius, and Crassus was in Rome doing whatever it was that Crassus did, probably dickering with a drowning man over the price of tossing him a lifeline. Spartacus, though, was at gladiator school in Capua. He was supposed to be learning how to put on a good show for his Roman masters, but mostly he was plotting his escape. Kirk Douglas was born in New York in 1916 to illiterate Russian immigrants. His real name was Isur Danilowicz, but he spent his early years answering to the name of Izzy Dembski. He began acting in high school and knew from the moment he first stepped out on stage that he wanted to be an actor. Oh, wait a second. I think I may have mixed things up a bit. Hang on. Okay, I got it. No one is quite sure where Spartacus the gladiator came from. It seems pretty clear that he was born somewhere in Greece, and he is most often referred to as a Thracian, but Thracian was also the gladiatorial combat style he practiced, so there may have been some confusion somewhere along the line about his true origins. It is also not known how he came to be in captivity, but he was widely believed to have served as an auxiliary soldier in the legions at some point, and he may have been a captured deserter. However it happened, it did not take long for the traitors to recognize that he would make a promising gladiator. Peter Ustinov purchased Spartacus and brought him to Capua to train for life in the arena at a gladiatorial school. In 73 BC, a plot was hatched at the school that eventually included some 200 gladiators and slaves to break out of captivity. However, with that many people involved, it was just a matter of time before someone talked. When the conspirators were confronted, after the inevitable squealer squealed, they decided to just go for it, and with whatever crude weapons they could grab, mostly kitchen utensils, about 70 fought their way out of the school. Initially, the escaped mob had no leader, but a few in the group possessed the kind of natural authority men turn to in a crisis. One of these was, of course, Spartacus, but another, of equal standing at this point, was a Gaul named Crixus. The escapees showed more confidence and daring than one might expect from men on the run. They proceeded to raid the countryside around Capua, which, as you may recall from earlier episodes, was some of the richest, most fertile land in Italy. The majority of the Roman elites had country estates in the region. And of course, where there are palatial country estates, there are slaves, none of whom were too excited about their status. So, when the escaped gladiators showed up at the door demanding plunder, master's slaves did not defend master's things. Master's slaves joined up and helped carry off whatever they could. Pretty soon, the band had grown into the thousands. Displaying the kind of sound judgment and strategic thinking that would make them such a formidable force, the group headed towards Mount Vesuvius, where they set up a stable camp on the densely wooded slopes. At first, the Senate looked upon the raiding as little more than common thievery, and took no official notice. They did not realize that Spartacus and his compatriots were building an army. They did not realize that the Third Servile War had already begun. Now, I'm sure you're asking yourself, Third Servile War, what about the first two? So, let's back up a bit. The First and Second Servile Wars were both contained to Sicily, and I mentioned the former in passing during the episode on Tiberius Gracchus when I was ticking off some of the reasons grain prices in Rome were skyrocketing at the time. That war lasted from 135 to 132 BC, and was the result of the barbaric treatment shown to the island's slave population after Rome took full control of the island in the aftermath of the Punic Wars. The Second Servile War broke out a generation later, while Marius recruited for his showdown with the Cimbri in 104 BC. After some local provincial rulers across the empire complained that they were unable to supply their recruit quotas because all of their ablest recruits, read, poor young men, had been chained up and sold into slavery by overzealous Roman debt collectors. So Marius ordered the release of any slave from an allied nation. This was great as far as it went, but in Sicily, many slaves took this to mean that they were free, and were quite displeased when they were ordered to return to their masters. So a force of about 25,000 formed a coherent army and broke out into open revolt. Both slave uprisings were eventually quelled, but only after great effort and expense. So the Roman Senate despite having previously witnessed 2 slave revolts, did not yet recognize what was happening in Campania was in fact another slave revolt. They dispatched an irregular militia of about 3,000, led by one of that year's praetors, Gaius Claudius Glauber, down to round up the fugitives and put a halt to the looting. Glauber located the slave hideout on the slopes of Mount Vesuvius and settled into a camp at the base of the mountain. Everyone knew there was only one safe way to come down Vesuvius, because the back end of the mountain was all cliffs. The slaves would eventually get hungry, come down to forage, and when they did, the militia would envelop them, and Glauber would be welcomed home a hero. QED. Except that the slave army had no time for conventional wisdom or standard military practice. During the night, they used vines from the trees and handmade ladders to rappel down the sheer cliffs. While Glauber slept, dreams of a consulship dancing in his head, the slaves approached from behind, surprised the militia, and killed them all. Upon receiving the news, the Roman Senate was nonplussed. The slaves were making a big old mess of everyone's favorite vacation spot, and it was frankly getting annoying. They weren't quite ready to commit the full force of the legions, so another militia of about 4,000 was sent down, but for some reason the commander decided to split this force into 2 before engaging the outlaw slaves. Both halves were too weak on their own, and the slaves defeated the new militia with ease. So, not only had the slaves now won 3 successive battles against the Romans, but they also had the armor, weapons, and equipment that had been sent down along with the 7,000 militiamen. Suddenly, they were a true force to be reckoned with, and slaves from across the countryside, men, women, and children, flocked to the growing, now formidable slave army. The 70 who had initially broken out of the gladiator school found themselves backed up by 70,000 of their closest friends. As the winter of 73 BC approached, Rome had a very big problem on its hands, and it wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. The slaves spent the winter continuing to raid the countryside with impunity and, most importantly, train. Their survival now depended on their ability to stand against the Roman legions on the open battlefield. The core group of mostly Gallic gladiators would individually train groups of new recruits to block, parry, thrust, march, and most importantly, follow orders. Those newly trained individuals would then go off and train their own groups, who would, in turn, train yet more groups. Using this exponential system of training, by the time the campaign season of 72 finally came around, the slaves were ready. And it was a good thing, too, because Rome wasn't going to be sending militias this time. No, this time it would be full consular armies. By most accounts, Spartacus's main aim was to make his way north and get out of Italy. His fellow commander Crassus, however, seemed much more enamored with a life spent pillaging the Roman countryside. So while Spartacus led the bulk of the newly minted army north, Crassus peeled off with about 30,000, the plan being for them to stay in southern Italy and suck up whatever wasn't nailed down. His reasoning, I suppose, was that Rome hadn't been able to stop them so far, and now they were stronger and better equipped. So Crassus was going to get his before he retired. But regular legions are not drafted militias, and untested praetors are not seasoned consuls. And Rome had decided the slave revolt was the business at hand for 72 BC, and sent both consuls for the year, Lucius Gellius Publicola and Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus, at the head of full consular armies to put down what they now finally recognized to be a full-blown revolt. Crassus and his force did not last very long. Gellius caught up with him, and the far more disciplined Romans were able to carve their way through the mostly Germanic infantry with ease. At least 2/3 of Crassus's army was killed in the battle, including Crassus himself. Spartacus, meanwhile, continued to march north towards the Alps. And there are 2 divergent accounts of what happened next. According to the historian Appian, writing in about 160 AD, Lentulus placed his army between Spartacus and the Alps, while Gellius, fresh off his victory over Crassus, followed Spartacus north. The consuls hoped to trap the slaves between their 2 armies and crush them. But Spartacus acted quickly and decided to attack Lentulus before Gellius was able to arrive and close the trap. The slave army defeated Lentulus's outnumbered legion, whereupon Spartacus wheeled around when Gellius arrived and beat his army too. Then, just to top things off, the 2 defeated consular armies regrouped and combined, whereupon Spartacus defeated them again. I call this version Spartacus Totally Rules, starring Spartacus. The Greek historian Plutarch, on the other hand, writing around 100 AD, says simply that Spartacus faced Lentulus and defeated him before meeting and beating another small Roman legion at the foot of the Alps. No mention is made of facing Gellius or the subsequent third battle. My suspicion is that the latter version, which I call probably closer to the truth, was probably closer to the truth. But whatever exactly happened in 72, the sources pretty much agree on what happened next. Crassus entered the picture and brought the Third Servile War to a brutal conclusion. The big gaping hole in this story, though, is having most likely defeated Lentulus, and with nothing standing between him and freedom, why did Spartacus decide to turn around and head back into Italy? And this gets into the real lack of an answer for what the motivations behind the revolt really were. Gracchus's motives seem clear. He wanted to kill Romans and take their stuff. Spartacus obviously had some divergent motivation, or he would have kept the army whole, but if he did, why fight all the way to the Alps just to turn around? We will probably never know why Spartacus turned around, but in any event he did, and the army marched back south. With the failure of the consuls the previous year to get the job done, though Gellius pretty clearly seemed to have done his part, Crassus saw his chance to win some of that glory that had so eluded him by putting down the revolt himself. He convinced the Senate to give him the title of praetor and command of 50,000 troops, more than enough, he said, to defeat the rabble once and for all. Crassus, by all accounts, was a strict disciplinarian, even going so far as to bring back the old tradition of decimation, by which every 10th soldier of a retreating legion is executed. He definitely came from the old school of thought that the soldiers ought to fear their officers more than the enemy. It didn't endear him to anyone, and Crassus never enjoyed the kind of love and adulation that Caesar or Pompey basked in, but at least this time it got the job done. Spartacus led his slave army south, all the way to the very toe of Italy, and began to negotiate for passage across the Straits of Messina to Sicily. Obviously Sicily had given birth to the first two servile wars, so it seems that Spartacus may have intended to lead a general revolt on the island, acquire new recruits, and, let's say, overthrow the Roman Empire. His wider strategic plans are a complete mystery. All we know is what he did, not why he did it. Being the leader of an outlaw army, he was forced to deal with Sicilian pirates as his only option for ferrying the army off the mainland. But having paid the pirates did what pirates normally do. They took the money and ran. This left Spartacus lighter in the pocketbook, but, more importantly, up the proverbial creek without a paddle. The toe of Italy is not particularly wide, so as Spartacus was trying to flee Italy by sea, Crassus marched his army down to prevent the slaves from backtracking by land. When the pirates betrayed him, Spartacus was trapped. There is some indication that Spartacus attempted to bargain with Crassus at this point, but Crassus would have none of it. He wasn't simply interested in bringing the revolt to an end, he was interested in defeating the slave army militarily. Crassus had more important things to worry about than the ultimate safety of the Roman people. He had his political career to look out for, and he was banking on a great military victory to catapult him into the upper echelon of the nobility. Negotiate? The consulship was just a day's battle away. Spartacus and his army were in desperate straits. Hemmed in by Crassus's legions, word also began to filter through the lines that Roman reinforcements were arriving from the east, and that Pompey had crossed back into Italy and was heading south to aid Crassus. Spartacus decided that they had to break through Crassus's line now, or they would have no hope at all. He concentrated all his strength on one point, and eventually his army was able to break through the line, running at full steam to escape the toe of Italy before the reinforcements could arrive. But the escape effort, combined with the nearly 2 years of continuous struggle and hardship, had finally taken their toll on the unprofessional slave army. 15,000 men were separated from the main force led by Spartacus, and were destroyed by Crassus and his pursuing legions. Discipline broke down in the slave army, as groups began to flee or fight, depending on their own disposition. Realizing that he would not be able to keep his army together for much longer, Spartacus decided to make a last stand. His army turned and threw everything it had at Crassus, but it simply wasn't enough. The majority of the slave army, along with Spartacus himself, were killed in the final battle. Crassus had put down the revolt and stood as the conquering hero of the Third Servile War, and he wouldn't have to share his glory with anybody. Except that about 5,000 slaves had managed to evade capture and continue running north. Pompey was on his way south, with instructions to aid Crassus against the great and terrible slave menace. Not making it in time for the main battle, he instead ran right into these 5,000 fleeing slaves. Exhausted, ill-equipped, and on their last legs, Pompey barely broke a sweat, defeating this last remnant of Spartacus's already defeated army. But, master of PR that he was, Pompey sent a message to the Senate announcing that he, Pompey Magnus, had officially brought the uprising to an end. While the honors were being handed out after the legions returned to Rome, Pompey stood side by side with Crassus, accepting credit for things he very obviously did not deserve credit for. The victory over the slave army was supposed to establish Crassus as the preeminent leader of the Republic, but instead he now shared that distinction with Pompey, much to the former's chagrin and the latter's delight. But the enmity Crassus now bore Pompey was not strong enough to make him miss an obvious political opportunity. Both men stood at the head of large armies, camped outside the city walls, and neither was particularly disposed to disband them until an understanding was reached. They each knew that the other would be their biggest rival for power, but also that there were dozens of other nobles who fancied themselves the next Sulla. So first, you have to eliminate the pretenders to the throne before you can deal with the real claimants. So Crassus, Pompey, and the Senate agreed that it was in everyone's best interest for Crassus and Pompey to serve as co-consuls for the next year. From there, it would be easy for them to eliminate the weaker competition before inevitably turning on each other to decide the final fate of Rome. Who knew that some impoverished noble named Julius Caesar would wind up beating them both? The slave revolt led by Spartacus was the last such revolt in Roman history. Crassus would probably tell you that it was the fact that he ordered 6,000 recaptured slaves crucified along the Appian Way as the reason why. You see, though he ordered them crucified, he declined to order that the bodies be removed. The decomposing corpses, then skeletons, served as a stark reminder to slaves everywhere what happens if they forget their place in the world. More likely, though, it was the shifting undercurrents of the Roman economy and Roman politics. The bulk of the Roman wars of territorial expansion, where slaves came from, were now a thing of the past. So not only would there be fewer slaves in the future, but those slaves would inevitably become a more precious commodity. The rampant mistreatment that had characterized the master-slave relationship previously shifted into something more humane. Eventually, in the empire, it would actually become a crime to kill a slave. Imagine that, not being able to destroy your own property. How uncivilized. The declining slave population changed the dynamic. So while slavery was still a terrible thing to endure, it was not so bad that huge armies would spontaneously spring up to threaten the peace. No, for the next few hundred years, it is pretty safe to say that the greatest threat to the peace was not revolting slaves or invading foreign armies, but rather the rampant scheming of ambitious nobles to put themselves in charge of the greatest empire the Western world had ever known. It was a race to see who could kill the 500-year-old republic first, and next week we will cover one of the more infamous plots, deadly in purpose, but ultimately hilarious in execution, the Conspiracy of Catiline. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 37, Go East, Young Man. At the end of the last episode, I said that this week we would be covering the ill-conceived Conspiracy of Catiline. However, it has come to my attention that the History of Rome's research assistant mixed up the pages of my outline, and the Conspiracy of Catiline isn't actually scheduled until next week. There is a picture of my helpful assistant being helpful up on the website. She's so helpful. Anyway, this week, We will be covering the events that led Pompey to really earn that Magnus honorific he had been saddled with as a joke by Sulla. True detractors can still find reason to be unimpressed with Pompey's exploits in the eastern Mediterranean, but the fact is he took over a bogged-down campaign in Turkey, and by the time he was done marching, he had set up a string of pro-Roman protectorates across the east and expanded the frontier of the empire. More impressively, he nearly doubled the tax receipts coming into the Roman treasury. I think it's safe to say that upon his return to Rome, Pompey the Great had truly become Pompey the Great. In 74 BC, while Pompey was still in Spain and Spartacus was a year away from his breakout, King Nicomedes of Bithynia died and willed his kingdom to Rome. Bithynia was in the northwest corner of modern-day Turkey, and Rome had helped Nicomedes retain control of his kingdom in the face of Mithridates' ambition to control all of Anatolia. In gratitude, he promised that Bithynia would become a province of Rome upon his death. But Mithridates, who had been stalled but not defeated by Sulla years earlier, decided that now was the perfect opportunity to step into the power vacuum and capture Bithynia for himself before Rome could consolidate its own administration. The small kingdom had strategic value that far outweighed its territorial size, as it straddled the Bosporus, the narrow strait that connected the Black Sea to the Sea of Marmara, which in turn connected to the Aegean through the Hellespont. Bithynia, in later years, would be the home of the new capital built by Constantine on the western side of the Bosporus, and thereafter find itself at the very heart of European and Near Eastern history. So obviously, the real estate was highly coveted. Rome wanted it, Mithridates wanted it, therefore, war. Rome sent Marcus Aurelius Cotta to Bithynia to establish a working provincial administration in the former kingdom. At the same time, Lucius Licinius Lucullus, a consul from the previous year, was sent to Cilicia, a territory in southern Turkey, as a preemptive maneuver against Mithridates. Lucullus had been a close ally of Sulla, close enough that the old dictator had dedicated his memoirs to him. At the time, he was considered one of Rome's greatest generals, along with Pompey, Metellus, and though he was on the losing end of the civil war, Quintus Sertorius. Lucullus's appointment to the east was definitely a blow to Pompey's ambition, as the east was where the empire was headed and where riches and glory could be won in spades. It was a plum gig that Lucullus had landed, and meanwhile Pompey remained in Spain, fighting the last round of a civil war that was so 5 minutes ago. Pompey tried mightily to get himself reassigned, but to no avail. The coming war with Mithridates would be Lucullus's to win or lose. Pompey stewed as Lucullus set sail. It did not take long for Mithridates to make his move. With the huge distraction of Spain keeping the majority of the Roman army busy, the Pontic king felt he could win control of Anatolia before Rome realized what was happening. He moved on Bithynia in 73 BC and besieged Cotta's legions. But this was exactly the scenario Lucullus had been appointed proconsul to Cilicia to deal with, and the general marched north upon receiving news of the invasion. He drove off Mithridates without too much struggle, and what would become known as the Third Mithridatic War had begun. Now I know what you're saying. Third Mithridatic War? What about the first two? So let's back up a bit. The First Mithridatic War was Sulla's War, which we covered in detail during the episode Marius and Sulla. The Second Mithridatic War was a brief campaign during Sulla's dictatorship that saw Mithridates make some gains, but the Roman effort shut down by Sulla before it really got going, because he had to make sure resources were going to where they were really needed, and they were really needed in Rome, shoring up his dictatorship. So historians call the events that are about to unfold the Third Mithridatic War, though the second hardly counts at all, and I'll stick with convention and not try and reinvent the wheel. Lucullus was not content to simply sit back and defend what Rome had already acquired, and immediately took the opportunity of Mithridates' invasion to invade Pontus itself. Mithridates fled from his home country east to Armenia, where his son-in-law Tigranes sat on the throne. The two formalized a military alliance to expand on the familial alliance that had been sealed when Tigranes married Mithridates' daughter. Lucullus did not immediately pursue Mithridates, and instead spent the next few years consolidating Roman control in Anatolia, control which now covered the entirety of the peninsula. Content that his rear was well guarded, Lucullus next sent an ambassador to Armenia in 70 BC, demanding that Tigranes surrender Mithridates to the Romans or risk war. Armenia was then at the height of its power, and Tigranes was reasonably sure he could fend off any Roman invasion. He could draw from a huge population to fill his army, and, unlike the Romans, was not far from home or at the mercy of a logistically daunting supply train. He refused to give up his father-in-law. Surely the Romans could see what a poor position they bargained from. However, much to his surprise, in the summer of 69 BC, Lucullus invaded. The two armies met outside Armenia's new, still under construction capital. The historical accounting of the armies ranges anywhere from Lucullus leading a mere 2 legions of around 12,000 against Tigranes' massive army of 250,000 to a more reasonable 40,000 versus 100,000. But everyone agrees the Romans were vastly outnumbered, and that when Lucullus won the battle, it was called one of the greatest in Roman history. As was so often the case in the ancient world, one trained Roman legionary was worth 10 conscripted peasants. So Lucullus is the man, right? He went down as one of the all-time greats, right? He had conquered Pontus. He had just won one of the most impressive victories in Roman history. He was winning battles as far from home as anyone had ever won. Surely he wouldn't be recalled by the Senate in disgrace and replaced by Pompey, right? Unfortunately, Lucullus's victory over Tigranes was not the end of the war. Tigranes fled north and re-established himself in Armenia's traditional capital. Lucullus, meanwhile, remained in the south. He had bumped into the frontier of Parthia and decided to feel out the heirs of the great Persian Empire, possibly cement an alliance before they decided to aid the Armenians against Rome. Tigranes was able to use the time to fortify his position and raise another army. From this point on, though, things started to go very poorly for Lucullus. In 68, he moved north and was able to defeat the Armenians again. However, he had begun his campaign for the year too late, and when he ordered his troops north into the unforgiving Central Asian mountains in pursuit of Tigranes, winter was well on its way. The army refused to budge, and Lucullus was forced to withdraw south rather than force the issue this far from home. The next year, Mithridates moved back into Pontus and swept through the residual Roman garrisons left there, taking back the majority of his old kingdom. The near mutiny was the beginning of the end for Lucullus's command. In a vacuum, he probably would have reasserted control of the army and moved along no worse for the wear. But by this time, Pompey had risen nearly to the top of the Roman political mountain and had allies throughout the empire who were more than willing to stab a few backs to help young Pompey reach the summit. Grumbling and complaining by Lucullus's enlisted men, rather than being met with universal pushback by the officers, was instead stoked by a pro-Pompeian contingent who wanted Lucullus recalled and Pompey put in charge. So 67 BC was marked by an unusual standoff. Mithridates was too aware of his own vulnerabilities to attack Lucullus, but Lucullus was unable to make his own men march out and fight. The Pompey faction in Rome was thus able to argue that Lucullus had completely lost control of his army and ought to be recalled. They didn't mention, of course, that they themselves were responsible for the mutiny, and without their machinations, Lucullus probably would have beaten Mithridates by now. The Senate had seen enough, though, and in 66 BC, Lucullus was ordered to come home. But don't feel too badly for him. He returned to Rome laden with treasures from the East, and spent the rest of his days in semi-retirement, living a life of excessive luxury. So renowned were his feasts that the word Lucullan is still used as a synonym for lavish. Plus, his recall to Rome did not damage his reputation as much as you might think. And though today he is an obscure figure, he was a big enough deal in his time that he merited inclusion in Plutarch's famous Lives of Noble Greeks and Romans, which is basically the Hall of Fame of the classical world. With Lucullus out of the way, Pompey was granted imperium over the eastern provinces in 66 BC, and told to do whatever he thought was in the best interests of Rome. Now, in the 4 years since his consulship with Crassus in 70 BC, Pompey had not just been laying about. Indeed, Pompey had just come off one of his more impressive undertakings, and if not for what he was about to do in the east, this undertaking may have gone down as his single greatest accomplishment. In 67 BC, Pompey cleared the Mediterranean of pirates. All of them. In 3 months. Pompey the Great, indeed. Now, this probably wasn't as hard as it sounds. It was simply a matter of somebody actually putting their shoulder into the project. But still, at the time, piracy was a problem that successive generations of Romans had been unable to solve, and Pompey figured it all out in 3 months. Taking his cue from Alexander, Pompey did not attempt to solve the riddle of the Gordian knot. He simply cleaved it in twain and asked what was next on the agenda. The big hang-up for the Romans was that they were never great sailors and never had much interest in becoming great sailors. They had become reasonably proficient during the Punic Wars out of necessity, but once the Carthaginian navy had been abolished, the Romans returned to the land where they were most comfortable and left the sea to traders. But now the traders were constantly under assault, and Rome's economy was starting to noticeably suffer. So Pompey, looking for other avenues to future glory in case he never did get that command in the East, asked the Senate to put him in charge of the anti-piracy task force. Despite vehement opposition by conservative senators who feared Pompey's growing power, he was granted an extraordinary command, full imperium over the entire Mediterranean Sea, including all coastlines up to 50 miles inland. This unprecedented transfer of authority was backed, it should be noted, by a relatively unknown young senator by the name of Julius Caesar, who broke with the majority in the Senate to support Pompey's command. But the conservative Senate need not have worried. Though Pompey clearly wanted to become known as the greatest general in Roman history, he seemed to have little interest in making himself a dictator. That was a dream for other men, namely unknown young senators named Julius Caesar. Over the winter, Pompey built ships, trained his troops, and devised a strategy. In the spring, he deployed his navy into 13 separate designated zones, each commanded by a separate legate. Pompey himself sailed with 60 ships, crisscrossing the sea at the head of this mobile command. Everyone's mission was simple: find the pirates and destroy them. Inside of 40 days, the western Mediterranean was clear, and the pirates had retreated back to their bases of operation in Cilicia, Lucullus's old province in southern Turkey. Pompey then collapsed on the bases and destroyed the pirate ships with overwhelming force. Left without ships, pirates are just dudes who haven't taken a bath in a while, and Pompey induced most of them to simply surrender, promising to resettle them somewhere where they could take up the noble farming arts, make an honest living for themselves, and of course, pay taxes. 3 months since setting sail, the pirate menace was eliminated. True, the pirates had been living basically unchallenged by the Romans, and their power had been grossly overstated, but still, a pretty nice piece of work on Pompey's part. So Pompey remained in Cilicia and the surrounding provinces after he completed his mission, helping the surrendered pirates get settled and overseeing various administrative projects. Mostly, though, he was just kind of hanging around in the area, waiting for his allies in the Senate and in Lucullus's army to have his rival recalled. When Lucullus was removed, Pompey was right there to take over. How convenient. At the head of 8 legions, and without the backstabbing Lucullus had to endure, Pompey didn't waste any time marching into Pontus and confronting Mithridates. The king's army was no match, and Pompey defeated him easily. Mithridates, as he had before, fled to Armenia to take refuge with his son-in-law, but this time Tigranes denied the asylum request. Whether Pompey's reputation was earned or not is one thing. Whether or not this reputation carried with it real-world effects is not. With the great Roman general in the neighborhood, Tigranes felt that the balance of power had shifted. Now was not the time to oppose Rome. Now was the time to make sure that Rome understood that you were its friend and that you wished it no harm. Mithridates kept on the run, his influence all but gone. Once he had been regarded as Rome's most implacable foe and hailed as a great hero from Greece to Syria. But now he was little more than a vagrant. The world had moved on, and Rome had moved in. Mithridates committed suicide in 62 BC in relative anonymity. Pompey re-established Roman control of Pontus before moving on to Armenia, where Tigranes welcomed him with open arms and a bended knee. The best hope of the rulers of independent kingdoms when Rome came knocking was to be left in power as a client state. Tigranes hoped that if he could ingratiate himself with Pompey, Armenia would not be turned into a full province. His efforts were successful, and Armenia was never fully incorporated into the empire. Rather, it was left as a buffer zone between Rome and the Parthians. Leaving Armenia behind, Pompey continued to march east, chasing after Mithridates, and establishing contact with the locals of the Trans-Caucasus. Eventually, he found himself at the banks of the Caspian Sea, as far from home as any Roman army had traveled. But the land was rough, and the locals not particularly rich, so Pompey turned around and decided rather to turn south, hugging the east coast of the Mediterranean, which was the true center of the Roman world anyway. He led his army into Syria, where the descendants of Antiochus fought over the throne of what remained of the Seleucid Empire. Pompey solved the issue by deposing the sitting king and establishing Syria as an official Roman province. He then continued south, intent on establishing Roman hegemony over a stretch of 10 Hellenized cities in Galilee and Judea, known as the Decapolis. He then moved inland and entered the wealthy city of Jerusalem. At the time, the city was in turmoil and in the throes of a civil and religious war between two Jewish brothers. Not only was Pompey worried that coastal stability would be threatened by inland instability, but he saw an opportunity to exploit that factionalism in the city. Both sides sought the Roman army's support, and eventually Pompey did pick a side, clearing out the rival faction and putting his favored leader on the throne. By 62 BC, Pompey decided that it was time to return home. By extending the Roman hegemony all the way to Judea, Pompey completed the Roman version of Manifest Destiny, and the empire now reached across the whole of the Mediterranean, from Gibraltar all the way to Jerusalem. He wound his way back home at the head of 45,000 men, and when he entered Rome, he celebrated the most splendid triumph of his career. No waiting in line, no sarcastic remarks. As I mentioned earlier, the kingdoms conquered, annexed, or allied with during Pompey's campaign in the east literally doubled the amount of money coming into the Roman treasury, a staggering accomplishment when you think about it. Pompey himself was rich beyond his own dreams, and at the head of 45,000 men, and easily the most popular man in Rome. The conservative Senate watched all this with understandable apprehension, but Pompey seemed content to simply bask in the glow of his own fame. In a few short years, though, those same senators who were forever trying to sabotage the young general's meteoric rise would be begging him to save the Republic. Sure, he had completely circumvented the cursus honorum and barely held an elective office and was hardly old enough to qualify for the rank and status he constantly demanded. But he did not dream of being Sulla and taking over the empire, which made him as staunch a defender of the Republic as any existed in those days. Next week, really this time, we will cover a scheming bumbler named Catiline, who would never be confused with a defender of the Republic, or a great general, or, frankly, even a particularly adequate schemer. That a man like him could dream big, violent, egotistical dreams was a sign of the times. Rome was on the brink of disaster. The Republic was on the brink of death. Catiline was just the beginning. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 38, The Catiline Conspiracy. There were dozens of contributing factors to the breakdown of the old Republican order in the 1st century BC, some economic, some administrative, some martial. But what was really at issue was a sickness that had taken hold at the very root of the political system. Until now, the quasi-religious sovereignty of the electoral process and the officials it produced was unquestioned. If you ran for consul and lost, that was it. You had lost. Maybe your political career was dead, and maybe you would run again someday. But you abided by the decision. When the Senate handed down decrees or the tribunes passed laws, maybe you didn't like it, and maybe you did everything in your power to get them repealed, but there was a way things were done. Maybe it entered into your head to do something about those so-and-sos down in the forum, and maybe after too much drink, the conversation turned to topics like assassination and military coups, the latter no doubt a favorite topic amongst landless veterans for the whole of Roman history. But in the morning, everyone sobered up. The inertia of the system was simply too great to overcome. While there is ample evidence of political assassination directed at threats to the old order, the Gracchi being the most famous example, there is scant record of extra-legal killing directed at the old order. But by the 1st century BC, whatever spell that held ambitious men in check when they didn't get their way had been broken. The corruption that had taken hold at all rungs of society, the kickbacks enjoyed by provincial governors, the bribery that secured lucrative posts and favorable court rulings, the cash-for-vote schemes that more and more determined the outcome of elections, had finally reached the heart of the system. An entire generation of men had grown up in the shadow of Marius and Sulla. No amount of democratic whitewashing could hide the truth. Power sprang from the sword. And for those bold enough and strong enough to seize what they could not legitimately earn, it was understood that power had a way of retroactively legitimizing even the most illegitimate of actions. The only rule was power by any means necessary, because once in power, the rules could be changed, and those who disagreed could be eliminated. Oz the Great and Terrible had been seen through, and the man behind the curtain exposed. Cicero, the most persuasive speaker of his day, and perhaps in all of Roman history, spent his entire career imploring his countrymen to pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. But words are no match for action, and those of us with the swords, as Pompey so aptly described his brethren, were busy plotting how to kill the man behind the curtain, become the man behind the curtain, and become Rome itself. Rome, the Great and Terrible. Lucius Sergius Catilina, known to history as Catiline, attempted in 63 BC to kill the man behind the curtain. His half-baked scheme never got off the ground, but his story touches on nearly every major player in the subsequent years of civil war in Rome. And while his plot was foiled, the sheer volume of willing accomplices shocked polite company, and reminded those with similar ambition that one of these days the Republic was going to snap in two, and the important thing was not to save it, but to make sure that you came out on top when the bow finally broke. Catiline was born in 108 BC to an ancient patrician family. While he came from a line of consuls and thus would never be considered a new man, the last of those consuls had served in the 380s BC. So Catiline carried with him all the arrogance of a well-pedigreed aristocrat, while simultaneously bearing the insecurity of knowing his family had been trading on a name that no one in recent memory had done much to earn. This would turn out to be a dangerous combination. Catiline was intent on returning his family to glory. He was bright, energetic, and charismatic, a natural leader, brave in the field, and savvy in the forum. There was no good reason why he should not be able to lead his family out of the political wilderness, and indeed his career began promisingly enough. If only he had been a good man. He entered public life by way of the social wars, serving with distinction under the command of Pompey Strabo, and alongside young Pompey Magnus and the man who would become his arch-rival, Marcus Tullius Cicero. During the years of conflict between Marius and Sulla, Catiline did his best to keep his head down. He was neither important enough to be courted, nor important enough to be disposed of. Semi-obscurity can be your best friend in times of civil strife. But once Sulla returned from the east, Catiline was one of those officially neutral aristocrats who knew which way the winds were blowing, and he publicly backed the incoming dictator. He served in a variety of administrative posts overseas after Sulla's retirement, and the young man seemed well positioned for an honorable career. But as is often the case, the true character of a man will eventually come out, and how he deals with adversity is often the best time to gauge what that true character is. In 73 BC, Catiline was accused of adultery, and not just run-of-the-mill adultery, but adultery committed with a Vestal virgin, a very serious offense. But at the trial, one of the leading men of the day and leader of the aristocratic party testified on behalf of Catiline. Character witnessing was a far more potent legal force in Rome than it is today, and with the word of Quintus Catullus backing him, Catiline was acquitted. Now, why one of the most important men in Rome would put his own name on the line for a minor noble was a curiosity. The Roman chattering classes assumed bribery played a role. So in his first real test, Catiline seems to have chosen to circumvent the rules and subvert Rome's judicial system, rather than directly face whatever consequences he was in store for. It was a pattern that would repeat itself throughout his career. But with the bullet successfully dodged, Catiline went on to serve as praetor in 68 BC, and then propraetor in Africa the next 2 years. In 66 BC, he entered his name as a candidate for the consulship, but the censors denied his eligibility. A minor legal technicality barred his entrance into the race, namely that the citizens of Africa were accusing him of abuse of power, of using public resources for private gain, and taking kickbacks. Furiously denying the charges, Catiline was enraged that his name was being dragged through the mud, but there was nothing he could do. He would have to wait until the matter was cleared up to run for consul again. In 65 BC, he stood trial for abuse of power and was once again acquitted when a number of leading men vouched for his character. Shiny, precious character. The skeleton of Catiline's career to this point is a matter of public record, but a few of the more unsavory details are filled in by Cicero in his famous denunciation, and later by the historian Sallust, who painted the entire Catilinian affair as a morality tale, with Catiline starring as the despicable enemy of the public good. So it is sometimes hard to tell how many of his actions were real and how many were embellished or made up out of whole cloth. For example, there is a story of an initial conspiracy that has Catiline planning the murder of half the Senate. And even men at the time believed this episode resided only in Cicero's politically motivated imagination. Certainly Catiline was not connected to any such plot by the time he was allowed to run for the consulship the following year in 64 BC. As much as Cicero seems to have genuinely hated Catiline, he really ought to have cut him some slack. If it hadn't been for Catiline, it is likely that Cicero never would have won election and earned the consulship that he had been striving for his whole life. With Catiline running on a platform of debt cancellation and promising the sun, moon, and stars to any poor sod who would listen, the nobility had no choice but to throw their support behind the provincial novus homo who had an unhealthy obsession with philosophy, Marcus Tullius Cicero. Sure, he was a pleb who was not even a true Roman, but he was the most conservative of the available candidates, and at least argued for the continued dominance of the Senate in political affairs. Cicero had been born in Arpium, 60 miles south of Rome. True, the region had long been a part of Rome, and its population had been granted full citizenship not long after the end of the Second Punic War. But Cicero was never allowed to forget that he was a mere provincial. And not just a provincial, but a pleb provincial. He could trace to no ancestors, and would have to rely on his own drive to battle his way up the Roman political ladder. Luckily, he was one of the most gifted men of his generation. From the start, he was recognized as a brilliant student, and his family made sure that he received the finest education they could afford. Like most of the nobility, he was fluent in both Greek and Latin, and devoured Hellenistic philosophy. More than any other man, Cicero was responsible for the full integration of Greek thought into Roman life, translating mountains of Greek literature into Latin and promoting its study endlessly. As I said at the very beginning of this series, the Romans were never particularly disposed to invention and creativity, but they were masters of co-option and assimilation. In Rome, no good idea went unadopted, and in Greece, Cicero saw good ideas everywhere. But as much as he contributed to the cultural enrichment of Rome, Cicero saw himself primarily as a politician and pointed to his political career above his philosophical or legal pursuits as the achievement he was most proud of. After serving in the legions with resigned ill humor during the Social War, Cicero started his legal career in the 80s BC, quickly garnering a reputation as a great orator. But after defending a man in a murder trial and pointing the finger at a sullen ally while Sulla still sat on the throne, Cicero took a pragmatic extended tour of Greece until the affair blew over. While in Greece, he was put into contact with the masters of Greek philosophy and rhetoric, and Cicero perfected a unique oratorical style that would make him the acknowledged master of his day. In 75 BC, he was elected quaestor for Sicily and endeared himself to the locals for his relatively honest dealings. They ultimately asked him to take on a politically dangerous case, prosecuting the Roman governor of Sicily on charges of corruption. Cicero finally agreed and spun the trial into his big break, successfully prosecuting the governor, whose corruption far exceeded the acceptable standards of the day. From that point on, he was on the fast track, achieving every step of the cursus honorum in his year, finally winning the consulship in 64 BC, for a term to be served the following year. Catiline, though defeated by Cicero in that election, was undeterred and ran again the next year. But amidst a trial for his role in the Sullan purges spearheaded by Cato the Younger, and a lack of support from his wealthy benefactors, Crassus among them, who had supported him as an antidote to senatorial domination, Catiline's last campaign never got off the ground. His career was effectively over, and had he been born in another age, he may have sulked and raged, but would have gone on with his life, and found other outlets for his passions. But in this age, he was able to see his final defeat as merely an advisory decision. And more importantly, he was able to find other men who were ready to help him expose the man behind the curtain. Catiline began to conspire actively with other disaffected citizens. Their aim was simple: overthrow the government. Now, Catiline was motivated by personal delusions of grandeur, and driven to such extreme measures out of an inflamed sense of bitterness. The men he gathered around his plot, however, were almost uniformly brought on board out of a base, material self-interest. From the upper classes, he found indebted nobles and corrupt ex-senators who had been purged from the rolls by the censors, men who wanted power but couldn't have it, and men who owed money but didn't want to repay it. Catiline promised them access back to control, and a cancellation of all debts once he was in charge. From the lower classes, he stoked the bitterness of landless veterans and indebted commoners. Up and down the line, the message was the same. Once we overthrow the government, everyone will get everything they ever desired. Land, money, power. The whole kit and caboodle. This was not an ideological revolution. This was naked self-interest, writ large. In Etruria, an ex-centurion named Gaius Manlius began gathering an army. It is unclear how connected Manlius and Catiline were at this point, but it speaks volumes that when Catiline was exiled after his plot was exposed, he headed straight for the force Manlius had assembled. In Rome, the plan was to kick off the coup by assassinating Cicero. From there, strategically located conspirators would begin setting fires across the city and generally plunge Rome into chaos. At least, that's what Cicero reported to the Senate the day after he was notified of the assassination plot. Cicero's informants had apparently gotten word to the consul of the threat, and Cicero posted extra guards, foiling the would-be assassins. There's a great deal of ambiguity about whether any of this is true, but Cicero outlined the whole affair so eloquently and blamed Catiline so thoroughly that the Senate came to believe the charges. Famously, as the Senate listened to Cicero, they moved one by one away from Catiline, who was eventually left sitting by himself, physically and politically isolated. I'm not exaggerating when I say that Cicero's Catilinarian orations are still held up today as some of the finest rhetoric ever uttered by man. Now, how much Cicero was exaggerating is another story completely. There is speculation that while Catiline was indeed up to something, the assassination attempt may have been invented by Cicero to secure the near-dictatorial powers he needed to deal with the alleged crisis. It is further speculated that he wanted those powers not to deal with the specific machinations of Catiline and his conspirators, but rather to lay the groundwork for a defense of the Republic against Pompey, who was presently on his way home from the East at the head of a large veteran army and with more money at his disposal than the Roman treasury had ever held. Cicero wanted to make sure that any internal strife in Rome was quashed before Pompey returned. Both Marius and Sulla had been able to exploit political divisions in the city in their quest for power. Cicero wanted to deny Pompey a similar opportunity. Catiline, now a pariah, agreed to go into exile, but lied about his destination and instead headed for Etruria to join Manlius's growing army. But for now, the coup was still on, even without Catiline overseeing the operation in Rome. But the remaining conspirators were not particularly adept at their jobs. They attempted to entice a group of Gallic emissaries to join their cause, but the visiting Gauls simply took the opportunity to earn the goodwill of the Senate by exposing the plot. They talked 5 of the leading conspirators into affixing their name to a letter promising the Gauls they were fully committed to rebellion. The careless plotters forgot the first and second rule of Fight Club, and when the Gauls presented the document to the Senate, the 5 men were arrested, and the conspiracy inside Rome was short-circuited. Cicero and Cato led the charge in the Senate to have the men executed at once. Julius Caesar opposed the death sentence, arguing that exile was preferable. It would not set a good precedent to have men of senatorial rank executed without trial. But with Cicero and Cato arguing that punishment must be swift and harsh, the Senate relented and ordered the 5 strangled. For the rest of his career, Cicero's enemies would bring up this bloodthirsty and illegal railroading of Roman citizens against him. Cicero's exile during the chaos of the subsequent years would be based largely on his actions towards the 5 conspirators on that day. Certainly, his actions subtly undercut every argument he would ever make about the need to respect the rule of law and the Constitution of Rome. With the inside men gone, the whole plot quickly imploded. Mass desertions from the insurgent army forced Manlius and Catiline to lead those left around the countryside, studiously avoiding the legions they encountered. Eventually, though, they were cornered and forced to fight. The rebels, little more than a mob, were destroyed. Sallust makes a point of reporting that Catiline was killed while fighting on the front lines, and unlike many of his men, died of frontal wounds, not wounds in the back, the dishonorable sign that a man had turned to run. The final verdict on Catiline was that he was a courageous, ambitious, and corrupt man who concocted a plot far more ambitious than his abilities warranted. He was forced to ally himself with the dregs of both Roman nobility and the lower classes, and he was easily bested by better men. He was outmaneuvered by Cicero at nearly every step, never standing a chance against Rome's greatest politician. The conspiracy of Catiline was an instant legend in Roman history, both for the central role played by Cicero and because it provided a blueprint for how not to organize a coup. Julius Caesar, of course, was right there the whole time, no doubt taking notes, mental or otherwise. I like to imagine that somewhere in those notes, in big bold letters, is the line, "Make sure Cicero is out of the way." Next week, Julius Caesar, young senator on the rise, will make his first attempt to make sure that Cicero is out of the way, not by attacking him, but by asking him to join an informal alliance of mutual support that was being formed between Crassus, Pompey, and Caesar. Cicero refused the invitation, correctly identifying the First Triumvirate, as it came to be known, as a mortal enemy of the Republic he so loved. Initially, the threat came primarily from Pompey and Crassus, with Caesar seen as little more than a pawn in their game. But the First Triumvirate would spell the end of the Republic, not for the power it gave Pompey and Crassus, but for the money and support that it gave Caesar, in whom, you may recall, Sulla saw many a Marius. There will probably be no episode next week, as I'm scheduled to fly to visit the history of Roman laws for what they call Christmas, but what we all know is the Feast of the Unconquered Sun. However, as I sit here, Portland has been crippled by severe weather, so who knows if I'll ever actually make it out of town. So if there's no episode, you've been warned, and if there is, happy Saturnalia. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 39, The Young Julius Caesar Chronicles. Last time, we covered Catiline's ill-fated conspiracy during the consulship of Cicero in 63 BC. This week, I want to backtrack a bit and fill in some of the gaps on our way to the formation of the alliance between Pompey, Crassus, and Julius Caesar in 60 BC, now called the First Triumvirate. In the aftermath of Spartacus' slave revolt, Pompey and Crassus had served as co-consuls, and though they functioned well enough publicly, personally, they were bitter rivals, or at least Crassus was bitter rivals with Pompey, I'm not really sure how much thought Pompey ever gave to Crassus. After their shared consulship, they were glad to be rid of each other. It was not until a decade later that they were brought together again, this time by a man who would soon be consul himself and desperately needed allies in his coming flame war with the Senate, Gaius Julius Caesar. And when I say fill in some gaps, it turns out what I really meant is write a sprawling, double-length episode on Caesar's early career. Gaius Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the ancient patrician Julii family. Though the family traced their lineage back to Aeneas, and thus to the goddess Venus herself, they had, in recent generations, fallen on hard times. While they always maintained respectability, they had long since passed to the margins of Roman political life. Caesar's particular branch was on the margins of Roman economic life as well, and the boy grew up in a neighborhood called the Subaru, which was far, both geographically and culturally, from the estates of his fellow patrician nobles on the Palatine Hill. I think it goes without saying that being raised in what amounted to a tenement building owned by his parents had a great impact on Caesar's later populist politics. Yes, he had impeccable patrician credentials, but Caesar would always identify himself with the common man and position himself as their champion. His childhood and early career were defined by two women, his mother, Aurelia, and his aunt Julia. With his father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, forever away on state business and dead by the time Caesar was 15, it was up to his mother to raise him. An intelligent, independent woman, highly regarded in Rome at the time, and held up as the ideal Roman woman by later historians. She came from a family of consuls and made sure that her son had the education and grooming necessary to follow in the footsteps of his maternal forefathers. The other great woman in Caesar's life was his Aunt Julia, who was married to none other than our old friend Gaius Marius. The marriage had been a boon to both families, as Marius needed patrician endorsement to keep his political career moving forward, and the Julii needed the money and fame that Marius brought with him. Though Caesar and Marius probably had limited contact with one another, the marriage joined Caesar at the hip to Marius politically, in some years for better, and in some years, obviously, for the worse. It is a testament, though, to the esteem Julia was held in, that when Sulla returned to Rome, the wife of his worst enemy, and mother of the young man he had so recently defeated on the battlefield, was herself left off the proscription lists. Caesar's first step into public life was very nearly his last. At the age of 16, while Cinna ruled Rome and Sulla was off fighting Mithridates, Caesar was named Flamen Dialis, or Priest of Jupiter. One of the oldest priesthoods in Rome, it was also smothered by archaic and bizarre traditions that, among other things, required the priest to wear a pointed hat at all times, forbade him from seeing a dead body, riding a horse, wearing knots on his clothing, or, critically, being absent from the city for even a single night. It also required that the priest be married to a patrician, so Caesar was arranged to be married to the daughter of Cinna, which, briefly, made him the son-in-law to the most powerful man in Rome. Not that this connection would do him any good personally, of course, as the appointment to the Flamen Dialis precluded any political or military career. Luckily for the ambitious Caesar, the appointment was for life. But really luckily for Caesar, Sulla returned and the appointment was nullified. The new dictator cleared the city of his enemies, and he had no use for Cinna's son-in-law and Marius' nephew in any public position. He demanded further that Caesar divorce Cornelia, Cinna's daughter, but in an act of reckless or bold defiance, depending on your point of view, Caesar refused. After this, Sulla decided that he had no use for Cinna's son-in-law and Marius' nephew, period, and young Caesar found his name on the proscription list. At the age of 19, Caesar ran for his life into the Italian countryside, hiding out with sympathetic relatives and keeping on the move. But in the city, his mother, representative Vestal virgins, and allies of Sulla with familial connections to the young fugitive, pleaded with Sulla to remove Caesar's name from the list. Finally, with his hold on power more secure, Sulla let himself be persuaded, and Caesar was allowed to come out of hiding. In 80 BC, the 20-year-old Caesar knew that he was borrowing trouble by remaining in the city, and got himself attached to the military staff of the governor of Asia. He would keep his head down and try to advance his career abroad, at least until Sulla was gone and the coast was truly clear. In Asia, Caesar served with distinction and was awarded the civic crown for his role in winning the siege of Mytilene. For the rest of his life, whenever he wore the simple oak wreath, all men, from the lowliest beggar to the greatest senator, would be required to stand when he entered a public festival. Caesar loved wearing the crown, delighting in how much it annoyed his senatorial enemies to stand respectfully in acknowledgment of what a brave soldier and all-around wonderful guy he was. But the siege of Mytilene would also prove the source of persistent glee for those same enemies. In order to break the resistance of the city, which was located on Turkey's Aegean coast, the Romans needed naval reinforcement. Caesar was sent to Bithynia to request aid from King Nicomedes, who, you will recall, will die in a few years, leaving his kingdom to Rome and touching off the last Mithridatic War. But Caesar seems to have done a little too well on his mission, and lingered a little too long in Bithynia while doing it, and rumors began to fly that he had carried on an affair with King Nicomedes. Caesar denied it all his life, but it did not stop his enemies from referring to him as the Queen of Bithynia, nor did it stop graffiti from later showing up on the walls of Rome that read, "Caesar conquered Gaul, but Nicomedes conquered Caesar." When Sulla died in 78 BC, it was finally safe for Caesar in Rome, so he returned from Asia and began a legal career that would fill his time and enhance his reputation while he waited to begin the climb up the cursus honorum. Like Cicero, Caesar would make a name for himself as a distinguished orator, while combating the excessive corruption of greedy proconsuls. But unlike Cicero, his efforts were largely wasted on losing efforts, and his words were no match for the bribes his defendants used in order to avoid prosecution. But win or losing mattered little to Caesar in the long run. It was only important that powerful men acknowledged his oratorical skill, and that unimportant men knew that he was on their side. In an effort to build on his natural rhetorical talent, Caesar arranged to be tutored in Rhodes by the same master Greek who had brought Cicero's skills to such great heights. But he never reached the city. Along the way, his ship was attacked by Cilician pirates. Caesar was captured and held for ransom, a typical and lucrative practice among the pirates of the day. The pirates took a liking to their hostage almost immediately. Discovering that they were asking only 20 talents for him, Caesar was outraged and demanded that they ask for no less than 50. The pirates agreed to this humorous demand, and Caesar sent away a few of his slaves to collect the money. For the next 40 days, Caesar lived with the pirates, never once showing any sign of the terror the pirates were used to seeing in their victims. He ate his meals with them, participated in athletic contests, demanded that they keep it down while he was trying to sleep, and generally acted as if the whole affair was no big deal. He also joked that when he was free, he was going to raise a fleet, come back, and crucify the whole lot of them. They laughed, of course, but when the ransom was paid and Caesar was let go, he immediately raised a fleet and did just that. He returned to his place of capture, sacked the hideout, and mercilessly crucified his former captors. Well, I shouldn't say mercilessly. He did slit their throats before posting them on the cross. Caesar remained in Asia after his pirate adventure, and raised a local militia to help defend Roman interests from the allies of Mithridates, but was recalled to Rome in 73 to join a spot in the priesthood vacated by his recently deceased cousin. Unlike the restrictive Flamma Dialis, this new priesthood carried with it no arcane restrictions, and in the same year Caesar was elected military tribune, his first official step in the cursus honorum. It is likely, though not verified, that Caesar served in Crassus's legions during the slave revolt during this time. In 69, he took his next step and was elected quaestor for a term to be served in Spain. But before he left, he was hit with a tragedy. His Aunt Julia passed away. And in response, the bold and unpredictable young man was, well, bold and unpredictable. It was customary for the head of the household, Caesar in this case, to deliver a funeral oration in the forum for the deceased matron. But Caesar took things one step further. Since the reign of Sulla, Gaius Marius had been legally declared persona non grata in Rome, and his likeness was banned from the public sphere. But funeral processions of noble women usually included a depiction of their husbands. Caesar never hesitated, and marched through the streets of Rome at the head of a column that bore with it images of Gaius Marius, images that had not been seen publicly for more than a decade. Throughout the city, citizens and former soldiers began remembering Marius not for what he was in his final years, but for the great man who had picked beggars up from the slums and made them honorable soldiers, who had ended the needlessly extended war with Jugurtha, and who had defeated the invading Gauls. This procession marked the beginning of Marius's rehabilitation, and earned Caesar much acclaim from the common people, for whom Marius had done so much. The conservative Senate, who would have been fine never hearing the name Marius again, were annoyed, but there was little they could do to censor Caesar, after the outpouring of goodwill from the masses. But that wouldn't be the only tragedy that befell Caesar, nor the last time the people would embrace him before he left for Spain. Not long after Julia's death, Cornelia, the wife Caesar had defied Sulla to stand beside, suddenly died. There were traditions dictating who deserved funeral orations in the forum, and young women almost never qualified for the honor. But Caesar defied convention, and delivered a moving eulogy for Cornelia. Whether it was his intention or just a lucky byproduct, the common people of Rome were moved by his obvious grief-stricken love. This was not just another stoic noble. This was a man with a heart, a man of passion. They loved him for it. Eventually Caesar did make it to Spain, and while there, began to set up a network of clients, subjects, and allies that would serve him well for the rest of his career. Wherever he went, Caesar brought with him a reputation for fair dealing, competent administration, and mercy. He always governed with a stern but understanding hand. When Spanish debtors were being hounded into insolvency by their Roman creditors, for example, Caesar managed to broker a deal limiting the allowed wage garnishment percentage. But in his apparent populism, Caesar was savvy enough not to alienate the lenders, who were A, the men who could make or break his further political career, and B, the very men who Caesar would be borrowing money from to advance that political career. The wage garnishment limit was thus set at 66%, enough that the lenders did not feel cheated, but not so much that the borrowers were run out of their homes. It was the kind of practical administrative decision-making that was the hallmark of Caesar's career. Much is made of his military acumen, but he was as deft with legislation as he was with the sword. His laws, as we will see moving forward, were brilliantly written, impossible to attack, realistic in scope, and functional in implementation. Honestly, as dictators go, Julius Caesar was a man at least capable of doing the job right. When his work in Spain was completed, Caesar made his way back to Rome along the Mediterranean coast, through Gaul. On the European side of the Alps, and then on the Italian side, Caesar moved slowly, lending a sympathetic ear to the populace, settling disputes, and generally ingratiating himself with the community. As in Spain, he earned a broad base of support that he could count on for the rest of his life, particularly, of course, during the Gallic campaigns a few years hence. Back in Rome, Caesar remarried, this time choosing, to the surprise of everyone, the granddaughter of Sulla. While the arrangement seemed to signal a shift towards more conservative policies, Caesar used the benefits of the familial ties he gained without letting it interfere with his populace politics. Savvy and unpredictable, 100% pure Caesar. His career continued to advance, and he was placed in charge of the Appian Way, a highly coveted administrative post, and then was elected aedile. While serving in both functions, Caesar borrowed enormous sums of money to fund public works projects, festivals, gladiatorial games, and all manner of minor expenses. It was all for the good of Rome, and his career, of course, but the scope of the debt was staggering, and Caesar's life would be defined for years by his running battles with, and sometimes literally running away from, his creditors. It was during this period that his alliance with Crassus was really solidified. Anyone with half a brain could see that Caesar was a man on the rise, and Crassus was no dummy. Yes, he was rich beyond measure, but he lacked the kind of charisma that oozed out of Caesar. By patronizing the young noble, Crassus was making sure both that Caesar never became his enemy, and that some of the magic would rub off on old Scrooge McCrassus. And Caesar needed patronage. Numerous times, Crassus stepped in when Caesar's creditors were working themselves into a murderous frenzy, and pledged himself as security against default. This would generally quell the immediate uproar, leaving Caesar free to continue planting his seed money across the Roman Empire. He wasn't just investing in any old career. As he once said to a compatriot while passing through a tiny village in Gaul, he would rather be the first man there than second man in Rome. Power of the kind Caesar sought was expensive. But there was only so much Crassus could do to help. After his term as aedile, Caesar next needed a post that did not just push him further into the red, he needed to at least make some move towards the black. So in 63 BC, the same year as the Catiline Conspiracy, he took the unprecedented step of running for Pontifex Maximus, the high priest of Rome. It was not only an important position politically, but came with it numerous opportunities to generate personal income. The thing was, normally the Pontifex Maximus was an elderly statesman near the end of his career. It was unheard of for a man so young to aspire to the office. But Caesar needed to do something bold quickly, or he would be consumed by his debt. Upon leaving for the Forum on the day of his election, Caesar told his mother, "When I return, you will either find me high priest or in exile." Melodrama aside, the outcome was in little doubt. Caesar had bribed all the key electors to ensure that democracy did not interfere with the election. This lifetime appointment greatly enhanced Caesar's reputation as well as his financial portfolio. It also came with it an official residence, which moved his family from the out-of-the-way home in the Subaro he had known his whole life, right into the heart of the most prestigious neighborhood in Rome. But the office of Pontifex Maximus was part-time at best, and did not preclude the office holder from pursuing military or political office. So later in that same year, Caesar ran for and won a praetorship, leaving him one step away from the highest office in Rome. Throughout this period, in his role both as high priest and praetor, Caesar openly supported the allies of Pompey in the Senate and popular assemblies. Pompey was wrapping up his eastern campaigns and sending home instructions that his conquests needed to be ratified and that his veterans would need land upon their return to Italy. Caesar had already distinguished himself as one of the few senators to support Pompey's grant of Mediterranean Imperium to fight the pirates a few years earlier, and spent his time now backing whatever Pompey indicated he required. With his eye on the consulship, and his dreams of reforming practically everything about the way the empire was administered, Caesar was keenly aware of the need for powerful friends. His populist stances and obviously high ambition had won him no friends in the Senate. If he was going to do half of what he planned, he would need a way to blunt the obstructionist senators. Caesar recognized Pompey as the perfect ally, a wildly popular general who made the Senate as queasy as Caesar seemed to make them. By supporting Pompey now, Caesar hoped that when the general came home, the favor would be returned. When his praetorship ended, Caesar was named proconsular governor of Hispania Ulterior, or Further Spain, a province that hugged the southern coast of Spain from roughly modern-day Valencia to the Atlantic. The governorship was a turning point in Caesar's career. It gave him his first crack at true military command, which, as you can imagine, he excelled at brilliantly, but it also set him up in a position to really make some money. Governorships of the provinces during this period was seen by most Roman politicians as their reward for the sacrifices and financial investments they had made on behalf of the state over the course of their careers. The personal milking of the provinces was not a scandal unless it reached egregious proportions. It was one of the things Caesar intended to change if he was ever given the chance. Anyone who thought about it could see that the annual arrival of some new governor who planned to make himself rich on the backs of the provincials was not a sustainable practice. Eventually, the cow would be milked dry. But, while it was something Caesar intended to change, he had major debts to worry about. So upon arrival, he promptly picked a fight with the hill tribes in the west that had never been fully pacified and drove them off, seizing the lucrative silver mines they controlled at the same time. This meant more revenue for the state, massive amounts of cash for Caesar himself, and, bonus, territorial expansion for the empire, the thing that triumphs are made of. And upon completion of this little war in Spain, Caesar demanded just that. The Senate had no desire to grant Caesar his triumph, but there was no denying what he had accomplished. But Caesar further indicated that he intended to run for the consulship that year as well. The prospect of the wildly popular Caesar returning in triumph from Spain and immediately taking the reins of power petrified the Senate. But what could they do? Into this dilemma stepped Cato the Younger, leader of the conservative faction in the Senate, defender of Republican virtue, an implacable foe of Caesar, who proposed a way to at least hold off Caesar's consulship. In order to qualify for candidacy, a man had to be physically present in Rome. But if a returning general entered the city before his triumph, the honor was nullified and the great victory parade cancelled. As Caesar waited at Rome's gates, Cato did everything in his power to put the triumph off until after the deadline for candidate filing. Caesar asked for an exception to the rule, but the request was denied. Cato went so far as to filibuster all business on the final day of the senatorial session to prevent the triumph from being scheduled prior to the deadline. Cato left that evening feeling quite satisfied with himself. Surely vain Caesar would not pass up an opportunity for a triumph, which may only come around once in a lifetime, just to run for an office he was destined to win anyway. Imagine his shock when Caesar, bold and unpredictable Caesar, abandoned his opportunity for a triumph and entered the city. He would stand for election that year, an election he would win handily to serve as consul of Rome in 59 BC. Next week, we will delve into Caesar's eventful term in office, the reforms he tried to implement, and the reforms the Senate did everything in their power to block. But Caesar's support of Pompey did indeed pay off, and his long-standing relationship with Crassus was formalized in a secret pact to push forward the aims of all three men. The secret pact did not remain secret for long, though, for when Caesar stood before the popular assembly in order to bypass the opposition Senate, he was flanked by both Pompey and Crassus. It was instantly clear that the three most powerful men in Rome were working together, and as the masses cheered, the Senate cringed. How in the world could they stop this political juggernaut? Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 40, in the Consulship of Julius and Caesar. Last week, we followed Julius Caesar's rise up the cursus honorum, which was capped by a successful election to the consulship for a term to be served in 59 BC. On his way up the political ladder, Caesar had spent lavishly, bribed when necessary, made a lot of friends, and even more enemies. More than anything else, he had established himself as a man to be reckoned with. He was an able governor and a brilliant military commander, a master orator, and a shrewd politician. For most Romans, the consulship marked the end of a long career. For Julius Caesar, it was only the beginning. The consular elections that saw Caesar emerge triumphant was a dirty affair, one that saw rampant bribery on all sides. It was obvious that Caesar was going to win in a walk, so the important thing to the conservative Senate was to elect someone who would stand as a bulwark against any radical reforms they suspected Caesar would try and push through. To this end, they threw all their support behind Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, who had served as aedile alongside Caesar years earlier, and forever bore a grudge against his former colleague for taking credit for things Bibulus himself had accomplished while in that office. That personal enmity, coupled with a naturally conservative worldview, made him the perfect foil for Caesar's charismatic populism. In anticipation of the struggle with the Senate, Caesar had been lining up support across the Roman world, men at all levels of society who would back him through thick and thin. Some because they genuinely believed in Caesar's programs, some simply out of crass self-interest. Caesar spread bribes liberally and promises of patronage constantly. It made no matter to him. A vote was a vote was a vote, whether it came unsolicited or after a massive payoff. At the top of his pyramid of support, Caesar targeted three powerful men specifically. The first of these men was an obvious choice. Marcus Crassus had been a long-time backer of Caesar, and their alliance was already well known. But it bears repeating that Crassus was exceedingly wealthy and still dreamed of becoming a great military commander. Second, Caesar targeted Pompey the Great, who had struggled upon returning from the East to have his conquests ratified and his veterans settled. It took some deft maneuvering on Caesar's part to get Crassus and Pompey in the same room, but both were well aware that their own personal projects and aspirations could be realized easier with the help of the other. Last, Caesar made overtures to Rome's greatest lawyer and orator, Cicero. He appealed to Cicero's vision, intelligence, and legal savvy. The empire as presently constituted was unsustainable. Cicero could see that as well as anyone. But the conservative Senate resisted all attempts at desperately needed reform. Caesar was offering Cicero the chance to have great influence over the course correction he planned for the empire. But Cicero rejected the mutual support pact, preferring to remain an independent, moderate voice. Thus was born the First Triumvirate, not its name at the time, nor a particularly accurate description of the wide network of supporters Caesar had aligned, but history gives us our shorthand labels, and is often easier to simply use them rather than try to reinvent the wheel. The agreement between Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey was made official when they swore a solemn oath, administered by Caesar in his role as Pontifex Maximus, to undertake no action that opposed any of the others. Pretty simple, right? Well, actually, yeah, it was pretty simple, and it worked, too. With his support lined up, Caesar wrapped up some unfinished business in his personal life. He needed to find a new wife. I neglected the scandal that led to his divorce from his second wife, Pompeia, last week, so before we delve into the details of Caesar's eventful consulship, I want to slide back a few years, as the man who sparked the scandal will feature prominently in the coming breakdown of civility between Caesar and Cicero. Each year, the rites of Bona Dea, the Roman goddess of fertility and healing, were performed in the home of the Pontifex Maximus. Men were excluded from the ceremony, so Caesar was out of the house, leaving his wife and mother in charge of the proceedings. Into this segregated affair slipped Publius Clodius Pulcher, a free-thinking, flamboyant loose cannon who loved thumbing his nose at stodgy Roman tradition. Clodius, dressed as a woman, lingered on the edges of the party until he was outed by Caesar's mother. It would have been bad enough for Caesar had the ceremony he sponsored simply been desecrated, but to make matters worse, it was widely rumored that Clodius was engaged in an affair with Pompeia and was taking Caesar's absence as an opportunity for a rendezvous. In response to the destructive chatter, Caesar acted quickly. He divorced Pompeia, for, whether she was guilty of the affair or not, quote, Caesar's wife must be above suspicion. The affair marked the last we will hear of Pompeia, but not the last we will hear of Clodius. I will also take this opportunity to note that while Caesar's wife must be above suspicion, Caesar himself was under no such obligation. Caesar cheated early and often on all of his wives, carrying on affairs with some of the most prominent women in Rome, including Servilia Caepionis, who was at the same time the mother and mother-in-law of Caesar's two most famous assassins, Brutus and Cassius, respectively. While the affair was on, though, she was best known as the half-sister of Cato the Younger. Caesar played politics to win and knew he was getting Cato's goat, hopefully forcing the staunch conservative, in his personal rage and embarrassment, to get sloppy. Caesar finally settled on marrying the daughter of the statesman Lucius Calpurnius Piso, who would coincidentally follow Caesar in the consulship the next year. And with Calpurnia by his side, Caesar took the oath of office in 59 BC, immediately setting to work on his reform program. First up, as agreed to by the three triumvirs, was a land redistribution program aimed primarily at Pompey's veterans, but further intended to alleviate the general problem of urban poverty that had become a chronic disease in Rome. Since the closing days of the Punic War, land ownership in Italy had become more and more centralized into fewer and fewer hands. The large landowning nobles further exacerbated the problem by importing slaves to work their estates rather than relying on a sharecropping system that would have kept locals tied to the land. These displaced ex-farmers flooded into Rome, putting enormous strain on the treasury and contributing to a general atmosphere of lawlessness in the growing slums and housing projects. And with so many of the landless being ex-soldiers, the possibility of violent uprisings was always just a few missed meals away. Caesar entered for the Senate's consideration a carefully written bill to address the issue. State-owned land would be opened up to settlement, and state funds would be used to purchase further tracts from willing sellers at the land's assessed value. The money to do this would come from the treasure Pompey had brought back with him from the east, making the project cost-neutral. In order to mollify the change-adverse Senate, Caesar specifically exempted the rich lands of Campania, which had long been owned and operated by the nobles of Rome for their personal enrichment. But the exemption was not enough, and the Senate, though unable to voice a single constructive criticism of the bill, nonetheless stalled its passage. If they let Caesar pass such a popular bill, his influence would skyrocket off the charts, and they simply could not allow that to happen. Cato rose in opposition and began to talk, and talk, and talk, and talk. Pretty soon, it was clear that he intended to talk until the sun fell out of the sky. The merits of the bill were no longer in question. This was a naked stall tactic, pure and simple. Caesar grew impatient, and then enraged at Cato, and in his fury made one of his few political miscalculations. He ordered that Cato be seized and hauled off to jail for obstructing senatorial business. The Senate was understandably shocked at one of their most respected members being hauled off to jail like a common criminal, and in protest walked out of the session en masse. Caesar caught a member who he knew to be at least sympathetic to his cause and asked why he too was leaving. The senator replied, "I would rather be in jail with Cato than here with you." This harsh statement, coming from a friend no less, brought Caesar to his senses, and he ordered Cato released. But the battle over the bill was just heating up. When the Senate reconvened, Caesar announced that because the Senate was obviously intent on blocking the bill, no matter its merits, he would take his legislation, and all future legislation, directly to the people's assemblies. Now, at this point, the Senate simply knew that Caesar was a popular and charismatic politician. What they did not know about was the Triumvirate alliance, and that he had the power and resources to make good on his threat to bypass them completely from here on out. But the next day, as Caesar stood before the popular assembly, an assembly packed with Pompey's veterans, the Senate was in for a rude awakening. Standing beside Caesar were Crassus and Pompey. And when Pompey strode forward and announced his intention to back the legislation, with his sword if necessary, to the roaring approval of the crowd, the Senate realized the whole ballgame had changed behind their backs. The secret pact was now out in the open. The question was, could the Senate do anything about it? Bibulus, Caesar's co-consul, swore to do everything in his power to prevent the bill from passing, despite the jeers and threats that rained down on his head by the increasingly unruly mob. Clearly this was not a time for open confrontation, so Bibulus beat a hasty retreat to plan his next move. What he came up with was sneakily brilliant, obviously an abuse of power, but technically an insurmountable hurdle to Caesar's entire program. One of the functions of the consul is to decide which days over the course of the year will be considered holy days, on which no public business can be transacted. With the help of some conservative tribunes, Bibulus simply declared that every day left in his and Caesar's consulship was a holy day. Public business would be shuttered for the rest of the year. It was ridiculous, of course, and everyone saw it for what it was, but there was little Caesar could do about it. Without a legal leg to stand on, though, Caesar refused to be deterred. He pressed on for a vote on the land bill anyway, and decided to deal with the legal implications later. The people, at least, were with him. On the day of the vote, Caesar packed the forum with allies, and victory was never in any doubt. But Bibulus, much to the surprise of everyone, strode right into the belly of the beast, and began denouncing the bill and declaring the proceedings illegal. The mob erupted in anger. Bibulus and his lictors were assaulted, a bucket of manure was dumped on the consul's head, and most importantly, his fasces, the symbol of consular authority, were broken. Bibulus fled from the scene. From that point on, he essentially retired from public life, spending the remainder of his consulship holed up in his house, refusing to come out. This was the origin of the satirical Roman quip that events of the year took place in the consulship of Julius and Caesar. With the opposition out of the way, the bill passed, and a land commission was created to oversee the redistribution. To ensure that there would be no conflicts of interest, Caesar declared that he would not take an active role in the project. Crassus and Pompey, however, both agreed to the honor of serving the people as commissioners. Nope, no conflicts of interest there. After the law took effect, however, it was clear that there was not enough land to fill all their requests. So, possibly for practical reasons, and almost certainly for personal ones, Caesar announced that he was granting the new land commission purview over Campania, a.k.a. the Senate's backyard, just as he had promised not to do. Perhaps if the Senate had joined with me in the initial stages of the legislation and not ignored the will of the people for so long, etc., etc. Next up on Caesar's list was the ratification of Pompey's Eastern campaign. The incorporation of Syria as a province and the treaties Pompey signed with new client states needed approval by the Senate to officially go into effect. Time had been of the essence for a while now, as these territories directly bordered the Parthian Empire. If things were left in doubt for too long, it was likely the Parthians would take advantage of the uncertainty and reverse the gains Pompey had made on Rome's behalf. The Senate, cowed by Caesar, and knowing full well they should have taken care of this business years ago anyway, ratified all of Pompey's actions. But this victory left Caesar with a problem. Everything Pompey hoped to gain by joining the Triumvirate had been gained. His men had land, and his conquests were legal. In anticipation of this inevitability, Caesar offered Pompey his daughter Julia in marriage. Pompey agreed to the arrangement, and just like that, Caesar became Pompey's father-in-law. The man who was to become Julia's husband was shocked when his prospective bride was pulled out from under him, but Pompey offered his daughter to the young man in exchange. All of this prompted Cato to spit that it was disgusting how Roman power was now based on the trading of women. By all accounts, though, the marriage between Pompey and Julia was a happy arrangement, full of genuine love. And as hard as it is to believe today, this genuine love actually raised eyebrows in the aristocracy of Rome, and Pompey was subjected to endless jokes. Get a load of Pompey, he actually loves his wife. Caesar's final piece of legislation proved to be perhaps his greatest legacy, the Lex Julia de Repetundici, the Julian law of extortion. It was a voluminous and detailed set of rules governing the do's and don'ts of provincial administration. It set the ground rules and guidelines for the acceptance of gifts and set limits on the amount that a governor could personally benefit from his term in office. With one sweeping bill, Caesar modernized imperial administration overnight and brought the rule of law to a corrupt and inefficient system, if it could even be called a system. The Lex Julia was a huge success and remained in effect with few additions or subtractions long into the Byzantine age. Though it was obvious that Caesar was undertaking much-needed reform, his term in office also showed he was willing to ignore laws, tradition, and common decency to get his way. The assault on Bibulus was particularly troubling to Cicero, who began to shift away from moderate accommodation of Caesar to a more confrontational posture. While arguing in defense of his ex-co-consul against a corruption charge backed by Caesar, Cicero took the opportunity to stray from the facts of the case into a broad indictment of Caesar and his tactics. Caesar was furious at what he perceived to be Cicero's betrayal. He had always done his best to cultivate a cordial relationship with the great lawyer, and seemed to actually respect Cicero. Now, the master orator was suddenly turning his considerable skill against Caesar, and it was too much for him to let go. In retaliation, Caesar decided to cut loose Clodius, he of the Bona Dea scandal. Clodius was a rabid opponent of all things conservative, and bore a special hatred for the pompous and vain Cicero. But because of the enemies he had made over the years, the patrician Clodius found himself publicly blacklisted from pursuing high office. So he hatched a plan to throw away his patrician status, an unthinkable act, so he became tribune of the plebs. The fix was simple. He just needed to be formally adopted by a pleb. Thus, as lineage was patriarchal, he would immediately cease to be a patrician. But he couldn't find anyone willing to make his proposed adoption legal. After Cicero's scathing indictment, however, Caesar, as Pontifex Maximus and consul, decided to validate Clodius's adoption. The iconoclastic loose cannon was adopted by a pleb half his age, and immediately announced his candidacy for the tribunate. Once he had some power at his disposal, he planned to unleash the full brunt of it on Cicero and against anything else he deemed decadent and worthless. Caesar hoped to maintain some influence over Clodius, but it would soon become clear that having attained the tribunate, Clodius considered himself beholden to no one. With his consulship winding down, Caesar had two overarching concerns. First, he had to ensure that his reforms, now enacted, would not immediately be repealed, and second, he had to make sure that he was protected from personal prosecution. His enemies in the Senate were compiling a long list of charges that they would bring against him the minute he became a private citizen. If Caesar did not secure a nice long proconsulship, he was liable to be hauled into court and destroyed. Now, it would have been unthinkable for Caesar to receive no proconsulship at all, So the Senate laid the groundwork for his consular imperium to extend to the fields and pastures of Italy. It would have been an embarrassing assignment, and would have denied Caesar access to both personal enrichment and military command. They intended for Caesar to command the streams of Italy for a year, and then return to Rome a private citizen, whereupon they would crucify him. Perhaps literally. Toward the first major concern, securing the continuation of his new laws, Caesar took 2 steps. First, he ensured that his new father-in-law would be elected consul the next year. Caesar could then rest assured knowing he would leave office with a staunch ally standing ready to veto any attempt to alter his laws. Second, and I really love this bit, he introduced a curse clause into the oath of the consulship. Upon taking office, incoming consuls would have to swear not to undo Caesar's work, because if they did, they would, well, be cursed. This was a very big deal to the superstitious Romans, and though I doubt it would work today, I would love to see stuff like this get written into bills and oaths of office today. By the way, you can't mess with my highway works project, because if you do, the gods will flood your district. That kind of thing. It may not work, but it sure would make the process a whole lot more fun. Towards the second major concern, protecting himself from prosecution, Caesar held true to form and simply ignored the Senate and their plans for him to serve a meaningless proconsulship. With the help of sympathetic, bribed, tribunes, and the tacit support of his fellow triumvirs, Caesar conspired to have the People's Assembly assign him a lucrative post that would keep him out of the clutches of his enemies, and, most importantly for his wider ambitions, offer him the chance at some good old-fashioned military conquest. Today, everyone knows Caesar primarily as the great general he proved to be. But at this point in his career, as you may have noticed over the last 2 episodes, Caesar was known primarily as a lawyer and politician who had had some military success in Spain, and as a soldier had been brave, but nothing to write home about. He craved the opportunity to leave civilian life behind and throw himself into a great campaign on behalf of Rome. The question, then, was where best to geographically position himself in the empire to maximize the possibility of becoming engaged in military action. His choices were limited to the east, where he could possibly expand on Pompey's acquisitions, North Africa, where Egypt still stood ripe for the plucking, and the Gallic provinces in the north. North Africa was out because Egypt secured its continued independence by way of massive bribes, and they made sure Caesar's pockets were as lined as everyone else's. The Far East was out, as any future expansion would come at the expense of the Parthians. And as great as a commander as Caesar believed himself to be, there was not much upside in picking a fight with the heirs of the Persian Empire in the middle of the desert. Just ask Crassus. That left the Gallic provinces. Specifically, Caesar had his eye on Cisalpine Gaul, or, literally, Gaul on this side of the Alps. The region north of the Po Valley stood in perfect strategic position. To the northwest stood European Gaul, or, as the Romans sometimes called it, the land of the long-haired Gaul. To the north lay the warlike Germanic tribes, who were always stirring up trouble. And to the northeast lay the unconquered lands on the far side of the Danube River. Plus, by securing the proconsulship of Cisalpine Gaul, Caesar would control the legions closest to Rome itself, allowing him to keep an eye on his enemies in the Senate. When everything shook out, the People's Assembly granted Caesar the proconsulship of Cisalpine Gaul for a period of 5 years. The Senate was furious, but the Assembly's decree went through before they could stop it. Almost as an afterthought, but of monumental importance to Roman and world history, the People's Assembly also granted Caesar the province of Transalpine Gaul, or Gaul on the far side of the Alps. Thus situated, all he needed was an excuse. Almost as if on cue, Caesar got his excuse. The delicate balance of power between the Gallic and Germanic tribes began to break down, and a tribe of Gauls living alongside Lake Geneva decided that they had had enough of marauding Germans. They would pack up their entire civilization and move down out of the mountains. They planned on moving into Roman territory, which may be a problem for them, but surely the Roman governor, Kaiser, would be a reasonable man. Surely he won't build a giant wall blocking our migration. Next week, Caesar will build a giant wall blocking the migration of the Helvetii, which would prove to be the opening chapter of some of the most famous campaigns in history, collectively called the Gallic Wars. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 41A, The Gallic Wars. At the end of last week, Caesar had succeeded in immunizing himself from prosecution by securing a proconsulship in Cisalpine Gaul for a period of 5 years. Over the course of his career, he had ignored tradition, law, morality, and good taste, and his enemies in the Senate were salivating at the opportunity to see him in court. Caesar was guilty as sin of the charges that would be brought against him as soon as he left public office, so for the sake of his career, and possibly his life, it was imperative that he never return to Rome as a private citizen. As we will see, it was this legal axe hanging over his head as much as anything else that led him to cross the Rubicon in that fateful year of 49 BC. But that was still a decade away. Now, in the year 58 BC, Caesar took over the governorship of Gaul, setting the stage for one of the most famous military campaigns in history. And not to take anything away from the skill and daring Caesar displayed while in Gaul, but the real reason the Gallic Wars are so famous is because Caesar wanted them to be famous. The thing that really shines through, more than his tactical ability, or engineering accomplishments, or strategic vision, was his brilliant flair for propaganda. Caesar was the unparalleled master of self-promotion. That his commentaries on the war in Gaul is still a required reading for Latin language courses today speaks for itself. At the time Caesar took control of Cis and Transalpine Gaul, the land north of the Mediterranean basin was, from the Roman perspective, an uncivilized land populated by barbaric tribes. But civilized is a relative term, and though to Roman eyes the Gauls were, quote, uncivilized, this does not mean that they were mindless brutes. True, there was no centralized government, and the basic political unit was still the tribe. But there were towns, craftsmen, religion, money, ornamentation, literacy, and political intrigue. I think the proper analogy here is the European arrival in the New World. The native Indians were dismissed as primitive by the civilized Europeans, but I think anyone who takes even a cursory glance at the workings of, say, the Iroquois Confederacy would be hard-pressed to argue that there was not a sophisticated civilization at work prior to the arrival of Western settlers. The same is true of the Gauls. To the average clean-shaven Roman, the long-haired Gaul must have seemed like something out of a primordial nightmare, but I think that there was a lot less separating them than either side would have cared to admit. Independent Gaul encompassed what is today France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and parts of Switzerland. The Romans controlled the southernmost territory in the Mediterranean basin, but since their days of initial expansion during the Punic Wars, they had shown little interest in moving north and seemed content to simply control the land route to the rich province of Hispania. In the east, Gaul was understood to end at the Rhine River, across which lay Germania. The relationship between the Gauls, the Germans, and who's doing what on whose side of the Rhine will be of great importance not only to the unfolding Gallic Wars, but for the rest of Roman history, as the Rhine River will eventually stand as the official border of the Roman Empire. In 58 BC, the Helvetii, a Celtic tribe who lived around Lake Geneva, grew tired of dealing with the encroaching German tribes. They decided to pack up their entire civilization and move out of the mountains, intent on resettling in lowland Gaul. According to master of propaganda Caesar, the Helvetii numbered somewhere north of 350,000, with roughly 100,000 of those being able-bodied men. Their total number was probably more like 100 to 150,000, with 30 to 50,000 being able-bodied men. Not quite the vast horde Caesar makes them out to be, but still large enough to be a terrible menace to the tribes they would transplant when they arrived to build their new home. They moved down through a valley until they arrived at the border of Transalpine Gaul, which they hoped to pass through so as to avoid moving through Free Gaul, which was full of tribes who had no interest in the Helvetii migrating into their lands. At this point, they sent envoys to meet Caesar and request safe passage through Roman territory. Caesar agreed to consider the request and asked for the envoys to return at a later specified date to receive an answer. But Caesar had no intention of letting the Helvetii pass and was simply stalling for time while he gathered his legions and built a huge fortified wall from one end of the narrow valley to the other. When the Helvetan envoys returned, the giant wall they ran into spoke for itself. Caesar's answer was no. There is no doubt that from the very beginning of his governorship, Caesar was looking for any opportunity to exploit perceived belligerence as an excuse to invade Greater Gaul. The Helvetan migration was simply the first opportunity that presented itself, and Caesar wasn't going to pass up an excuse to pick a fight. For the record, there was probably a real concern that the Helvetii's migration would do serious damage to the balance of power in the region, and as governor of the neighboring province, Caesar had an interest in keeping the region stable. But you get the feeling that the Helvetii could have been looking for a place to plant a nice flower garden to brighten everyone's day, and Caesar still would have poked them in the eye with a stick. The Helvetii, though, were not looking for a place to plant a nice flower garden. They were warriors through and through, and reacted the way warriors react when someone pokes them in the eye with a stick. They attacked. But the Roman engineers had done their job with the fortifications, and the legionaries did their job with the fighting, and the Helvetii were easily repulsed. So the migrating Celts had no choice but to head north and pass through hostile Gallic territory. Caesar quickly returned to the Italian side of the Alps, picked up 3 legions he had in reserve, and raised 2 more from the local population. When the Helvetii spilled into Gaul, Caesar would be ready in case the call for aid arrived. Right on cue, an allied tribe ransacked by the incoming Helvetii sent a mission to beg the Romans for aid. They found Caesar more than willing to help his poor beleaguered allies drive off the nasty Helvetii. Were the allied tribes asking for his legions to march into their territory? Yes, the missions replied. Intervention formally requested, Caesar had his legal cover. The Roman invasion of Gaul had begun. Caesar caught up with the Helvetii as they crossed what is today the Saône River, near the border between Switzerland and France. He waited while 3/4 of the Celts were across the river, and then, with only 25% left on the east bank, charged in and attacked, annihilating the far smaller group while their comrades watched on from the far bank. The Helvetans were incensed at this cowardly move. Their sense of honor demanded open conflict between 2 armies, with lots of opportunities for individual bravery. They did not understand an enemy that would intentionally launch a surprise attack against a much weaker force. They drew the conclusion that the Romans were afraid of facing the full Helvetan army. They should have drawn the conclusion that Caesar didn't care a whit about Celtic honor. He was just going to systematically destroy them. With the bulk of the Helvetans, though, now loose in Greater Gaul, Caesar knew he would not be able to simply pick around the edges for long. He followed the Helvetii into modern France, but in doing so, made a strategic decision that would come back to haunt him. In order to stay mobile during the invasion, Caesar decided to forego establishing a secure supply line back to Roman territory. Instead, he intended to live off the land, and off the supplies he demanded from his Gallic allies. This was a risky decision that very nearly ended the invasion before it really began. See, not all the Gallic tribes, not even the tribes technically allied with Rome, were super excited about a Roman army rampaging around their territory. Not only was it dangerous in the immediate sense that the legions would eat them out of house and home, but it was dangerous in the longer-term sense that Rome might get comfortable with the idea that free Gaul lived to serve them. So Caesar's request for supplies got lost in the mail, or were mistranslated, or couldn't be met because we've had a bad harvest. We'll get you what we can on Thursday. Oh, no, we mean next Thursday. It didn't take long for Caesar to realize he was being jerked around, and that he was now deep in enemy territory without anything to eat. So he abandoned his pursuit of the Helvetii and made for Biberacte, a fortified allied town in modern Burgundy. The Helvetii got wind of the Roman plight and turned around, the hunted now becoming the hunter. The Romans barely won the race to Biberacte, with the Helvetii cavalry harassing their rear as they approached the town. There turned out to be no time to actually even enter the fort, as the Helvetii smelled blood in the water and pressed an immediate attack. Both sides secured their baggage trains, and on the 20th of June, launched themselves at each other. A full day's fighting, with the outcome forever in doubt, finally gave way to night, as the Romans slowly, methodically, gained the upper hand. The Helvetii, and the Gauls, Celts, and Germans generally, knew of no other way to fight than charge en masse and engage in one-on-one fighting. How else could a warrior distinguish himself and earn the kind of glory so prized by his tribesmen? The Romans, on the other hand, fought in their maniple units, never breaking ranks, and working with ruthless, mechanical efficiency. It was infuriating to the tribes, and a major source of their contempt that they felt towards the Romans. But at the end of a long day, when the Helvetii were exhausted, the legions kept pressing forward. Finally, they broke through and captured the Celtic baggage train. And when you have uprooted your entire civilization and packed it all into a baggage train, the capture of said train means that you have lost everything. The remains of the Helvetii, the women and children, the injured fighters, fled the field. Caesar's legions were so exhausted and had so many dead to bury that they were unable to take up pursuit for 3 days. But Caesar sent riders out to all the local tribes, threatening dire consequences for anyone who helped the Helvetii fugitives. When they were recovered, the legions set off after the survivors, quickly catching up with what was left of the great Celtic tribe. Those who had survived fell on their knees and begged for clemency. Caesar spared their lives, ordering them to return to Lake Geneva, where they were to remain, serving as a buffer between Roman territory and the forever encroaching Germanic tribes. With no recourse, the Helvetii agreed. Caesar's first major test as a general was a complete success. But he did not have long to bask in the glow of victory, because, speaking of encroaching German tribes, a German tribe was pouring across the Rhine, threatening to overrun the entire country. While Caesar was beating back the Helvetii, political struggles between native Gallic tribes had led one side to call on their cousins across the Rhine to help them out. They knocked on the door of Ariovistus, a great German leader who was more than happy to have an excuse to bring his 100,000-odd troops into Gaul. The tribe that had called him assumed Ariovistus would help them defeat their enemies and then leave. Ariovistus thought Gaul a nice place to rule, and he turned ruthlessly on nominal Gallic ally and nominal Gallic foe alike. This forced both sides of the internal Gallic struggle to turn to the Romans for aid. And this was a somewhat tricky situation for Caesar, as Ariovistus had already made diplomatic contact with Rome, and, with Caesar's support no less, been declared a friend of the Romans. But that did not give the German king carte blanche, and Caesar was already considering Gaul his own personal backyard. He marched northeast towards the Rhine, where the Germans were camped. At this point, Caesar was just coming off an extremely hard-fought battle with the Helvetii, and was in no mood to take on a huge and fresh German army. So his intention was to convince Ariovistus to withdraw back across the Rhine, or at the very least, prevent any more Germans from coming into Gaul. Caesar sent envoys ahead asking for a meeting, but the German king would have none of it. So Caesar sent a note containing the provisions by which the Germans would be allowed to stay in Gaul. No more Germans could cross the river. Any Gallic hostages the Germans held must be returned, and they must agree to not make war on any native Gallic tribe. Ariovistus scoffed at these terms, and replied incredulously that it was rich for a Roman general to be making demands so far from his home. If Caesar wanted to force the issue, he was more than welcome to try. While this back and forth was taking place, ever more Germans were invading across the Rhine, and calls for help were coming down from the local Gauls. Caesar knew he had to put a stop to the invasion. His legions could certainly stand to be outnumbered in battle, but there was a practical limit to what they could match. So Caesar moved north, through the dense forests west of the Rhine, to close the spigot. Marching for days through trees so tightly packed the sun disappeared toward an enemy that was amongst the most feared in the ancient world, the legionnaires' nerves began to waver. With each passing day, stories passed through the ranks about the Germans took on a life of their own, until the average foot soldier was convinced that Caesar was marching them to face 15-foot-tall cannibals who breathed fire and used black magic to curse their enemies. Caesar nipped this brewing mutiny in the bud by convening a meeting of his centurions, the veteran soldiers who led the men day to day, in camp and in battle. He shamed them all publicly for doing nothing to stop the growing discord, and all but called them cowards for being frightened of a dark forest and some no-account brutes from across the river. The shaming worked, and the dissension in the ranks was quickly silenced. His army fully committed, Caesar closed the final miles between his legions and Ariovistus's massive German army. Upon arrival, Caesar built a fortified camp and was surprised to discover that suddenly the Germans were ready to talk. Ariovistus called for a meeting at a neutral site with numerous preconditions, not the least of which being that the two leaders could only be accompanied by cavalry, absolutely no infantry guards. In practice, this meant that Caesar would have with him none of his fellow countrymen, as his cavalry was exclusively made up of Gallic auxiliaries. But Caesar sidestepped this ploy by ordering members of his favorite legion, the 10th, to mount horses and accompany him. It was from this episode that the 10th, one of the most famous legions in Roman military history, earned the nickname that they would carry with them for the rest of their existence, the 10th Mounted Legion. The meeting with Ariovistus was as strange as it was unproductive. The German leader was agitated and belligerent, but refused to commit himself to battle, though he implied that if it did come to battle, that word had come from the Roman Senate that the German had their blessing to wipe Caesar and his legions off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, while the two leaders talked, the German cavalry hurled javelins and stones at the Roman guard. It was obvious that the Romans were being baited, but Caesar refused to bite. As he returned to camp, the one thing he could not figure out was why the Germans did not just attack. They outnumbered the Romans, were in better fighting shape, had better access to supplies, and a superior tactical position. It didn't make a lick of sense. Soon, though, spies in the German camp brought an explanation. The tribal priestesses, who determined through divination whether the gods favored battle or not, had been performing their rites day after day, but kept coming back with a negative answer. Ariovistus himself wanted nothing more than to attack, but he risked the wrath of his gods if he did. Caesar immediately acted on this crucial piece of intelligence and made ready for an immediate assault on the German camp. Once their blood was up, the Germans were sure to fight hard, but maybe their religious hesitation would cause them to flinch or withdraw at the outset. For the outnumbered legions, it was their best hope for total victory. The next day, Caesar launched his full-scale attack. Whether religious concerns played a role in the fighting is unknown, but the Germans certainly didn't act as if their gods didn't want them fighting. However, as with the Helvetii, a full day's hard battle, taking place first on open ground and then on the trampled bodies of the dead, finally began to break the Romans' way. One of the wings, led by Marcus Crassus' son Publius, began to drive the Romans back, finally snapping the enemy line. The Germans broke headline for the Rhine, abandoning imperial dreams in Gaul, and now hoping to simply make it home alive. The 15 miles back to the river was a running slaughter, with Caesar ordering that no prisoners be taken. Ariovistus, displaying great courage and honor, abandoned his wife and daughter to the Romans and escaped on a small raft back to Germania. He never crossed the Rhine again. In one summer, Caesar had destroyed 2 massive invading forces and was fast making a name for himself as one of the greatest generals in Roman history. Here he was, campaigning where no Roman legion had gone before, defeating the very barbarians who had haunted Roman nightmares from the days of the Great Sack of Rome 350 years earlier. Caesar, of course, took every opportunity to send home breathless reports from the front line about his extraordinary campaign, his own genius, and the courage of his men. And in the public imagination, Julius Caesar was fast growing into a larger-than-life figure, who would soon eclipse his jealous triumvirate colleagues, Pompey and Crassus. For about a nanosecond, native Gauls held Caesar in the same esteem his fellow Romans did. He had prevented first the marauding Helvetii, and then the fearsome Germans from ransacking their homeland. Think if Caesar had failed, why, they could have been made mere vassals of some invading foreign power. They celebrated Caesar, and then wished him a safe trip back to Roman territory. Thanks for all your help. Maybe we'll call you sometime. But Caesar wasn't going back to Rome, and his army wasn't going anywhere. He ordered the legions to build winter quarters and then settled in to await the spring. The Gauls quickly realized that Caesar and the Romans were here to stay. Next week, Caesar will use a savvy strategy of divide and conquer to slowly assert Roman dominance over all of Gaul. Along the way, he would become the first Roman general to cross the Rhine River and campaign in Germania, as well as the first Roman to lead an expedition to the mythical island of Britannia. Though the Gauls would eventually organize a resistance and very nearly expel the Romans from their country, Caesar would not be denied his prize, and in a few short years, what had forever been a wild land of fearsome barbarians would become just another province in the mighty Roman Empire. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 41b, The Gallic Wars. Caesar's first year in Gaul had been a great success for both the Romans and the local tribes. Two invading hordes, first the Helvetii and then the Germans, had been repulsed by the legions. Caesar was making a name for himself as a superb commander, and the balance of power among the Gallic tribes had not been upset. So as the winter of 58 BC neared, everyone was happy. But Caesar was not in Gaul simply to act as a bodyguard for independent tribes. He was in Gaul to conquer Gaul. To this end, he did not withdraw back to his provinces on the Italian side of the Alps as the Gauls assumed he would. Instead, he ordered his troops to build winter camps and dig in. These wooden forts dotting the countryside were a visible symbol of Caesar's true intentions. Suddenly, not everyone was so happy. But Caesar was a savvy general, and nothing if not a master politician. He knew that the jig was up, that there was no use pretending Rome was not in Gaul to stay, at least not when he met with the leaders of the Gallic tribes in private. Some tribes swore instantly to resist Roman domination, but others were persuaded that conquest was inevitable, and the only question was who would enjoy what privileges in the new Roman order. Caesar played rivals against each other, promising to settle ancient scores for one side or the other in exchange for support, intelligence, or troops. What Caesar managed to achieve in the tent prevented the Gauls from ever truly uniting in the field. When the spring of 57 BC came around, the Roman occupation was immediately challenged in the north by a confederation of Belgic tribes. The territory of Belgae, as you could probably guess, covers roughly modern Belgium, and was then about as far as you could get from Roman civilization. The tribes in southern Gaul were long accustomed to dealing with the Romans, but Italian traders rarely made their way this far north. So it is no great surprise that this would become the epicenter of initial resistance. But Caesar had been able to convince at least one of the Belgic tribes that support for Rome was in their best interest. When this tribe came under attack for their foreign allegiance, Caesar was quick to intervene, hoping to prove that friendship with Rome was not just a one-way street. Those who helped Rome would in turn be helped by Rome. Also, it was a lovely excuse to conquer Belgium. That Caesar had a Belgic ally was the good news. That he only had one Belgic ally was the bad news. He marched the legions north to support his new ally and prevent the Belgae from coalescing into a single force. But he arrived too late and saw to his dismay that a huge army was gathered. Skirmishes broke out, and a brief, bloody battle was fought to prevent a portion of the Belgae from circling around behind the Romans. Caesar, outnumbered and deep in enemy territory, had to think fast. Doubtful that he would be able to win a fight in the open, Caesar called for a play that had proved so effective at the end of the Third Samnite War. He ordered squads to fan out across the countryside and sack every settlement they came across. With all their warriors massed in one place, the civilian Belgae were helpless, and soon the whole territory was in flames. With little internal cohesion except a hatred of the Romans to bind them, the Belgic army quickly evaporated as tribes returned home to protect their property. Caesar was now free to march from tribe to tribe and pick them off one by one. Sometimes the locals resisted and were destroyed, but more often than not, they saw the handwriting on the wall and surrendered. One tribe in particular, though, the Nervii, neither surrendered nor were pushovers in the field. At one point, they managed to catch the Romans by surprise as they built a camp, and in the confusion nearly shattered the legions before Caesar could rally his troops and counterattack. But aside from this one near disaster, the conquest of the Belgae went off without a hitch, and Caesar entered the winter of 57 BC with nearly the whole of Gaul already under his thumb. Over that winter, with the Romans again building camps across the country, Caesar returned to Cisalpine Gaul to attend to his duties there. He was, after all, still the governor, and there was a backlog of high-importance action items that he had been neglecting. While on the Italian side of the Alps, Pompey and Crassus left Rome to join Caesar for a conference. The Triumvirate was renewed, and it was agreed that Pompey and Crassus would again serve together as co-consuls for the year 55 BC. The three men also took the time to divvy up the Roman world between them. Caesar would have his proconsulship of Gaul extended for another 5 years, and upon completing their term in office, Pompey would be appointed proconsul of Hispania and allowed to govern in absentia, while Crassus would receive the governorship of Syria. This would be the last cooperative venture between the three triumvirs. Crassus would soon lay dead in Syria after a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Parthians, and the familial bond between Caesar and Pompey would soon be shattered by the death of Julia, Caesar's beloved daughter and Pompey's beloved wife. With their agreement in hand, each of the triumvirs went about their business. For Crassus and Pompey, this meant laying the groundwork for their consular campaign, and for Caesar, this meant consolidating his hold over Gaul. But despite his glowing reports to the Senate that Gaul was completely pacified, the reality was not so neat and tidy. This time, trouble came from the Veneti, a maritime tribe from Brittany, who decided to take their shot at avoiding Roman domination. Admittedly, they were in a unique position, and had good reason to believe they could resist the Romans, but in the end, it was not enough, and they too fell under Caesar's sword. The Veneti's unique position was a mastery of the sea that the Romans could not match. Their forts were all built on narrow spits jutting out into the English Channel, nearly impossible to attack by land, and connected to endless supplies by sea. If Caesar hoped to put down this rebellion, he would have to build a navy. But as we've noted before, the Romans were never great sailors to begin with, even on the relatively calm waters of the Mediterranean. The choppy chaos of the English Channel would prove to be one of the most implacable foes Caesar would ever face, and on more than one occasion it threatened to end not just his campaign, but his life. After an entire summer of being given the runaround and losing ships that were no match for the sturdy oak constructions of the Veneti, Caesar finally hit upon the weakness of his enemies. The Veneti ships lacked oars, relying exclusively on sails for maneuverability. Near the end of the year, Caesar sent the whole of his navy, some 200 ships, to attack the main Veneti stronghold. The Veneti were unable to resist the opportunity to crush the Romans once and for all, and sailed out en masse to greet them. But the Romans were prepared, and eschewing their failed tactics of ramming and boarding, they instead used hooks to tear down the sails of the Veneti ships. This, coupled with a fortuitous absence of a strong wind, made the Veneti sitting ducks. The Romans went from ship to ship, and though the fighting was long and hard, the outcome was no longer in doubt. The whole of the Veneti navy was destroyed, and the tribal leaders on land, deprived of their supply line, were forced to surrender to Rome. Caesar now controlled almost the entire north coast of Gaul, but he was not content with stopping at the water's edge. Across the channel lay the mythical island of Britannia, which Caesar resolved to invade the following year, both to cut off the aid that had flowed from the island to the rebellious Belgae and the Veneti, but also to score a massive domestic political coup. Think of the headlines: Caesar conquers the ends of the earth. It has a nice ring to it. But before he could invade the ends of the earth, Caesar would be forced to engage in a less romantic, though arguably more important venture. And, as it would turn out, the Roman public was at least as impressed with Caesar for leading a Roman army into Germania as they were for his later invasion of Britain. In 55 BC, German tribes began crossing the Rhine River and running amok, often encouraged by the local Gauls, who hoped to stir up as much trouble for Rome as they could. Caesar was forced to put his British invasion on hold while he headed east to secure the border. What he immediately intuited was that the Germans would have no fear as long as they believed the Rhine was a magical barrier to Roman advancement. So Caesar decided to put lie to that particular myth. But, understanding that the optics demanded something altogether more spectacular than crossing his legionnaires on rickety boats, Caesar ordered a bridge be built across the great river, in what is widely acknowledged as one of the great feats in the history of military engineering. Caesar's army designed and built his bridge in just 10 days. Stable in the rushing water and strong enough to sustain the 40,000 troops Caesar intended to march into Germania, the bridge was an architectural masterpiece, but, more importantly for Caesar's immediate concerns, it scared the bejesus out of the Germans. They had felt themselves completely safe on their side of the river, secure in the knowledge that the Romans, A, were afraid of invading Germania, B, would be easy targets if they tried to cross the river in boats, and C, couldn't build a bridge so fast that the Germans wouldn't be able to simply mass an army to meet the invaders. But in the time it took German scouts to notice the bridge and report it to their chiefs, the Romans were already hammering in the final nails. When the next round of scouts arrived to check the progress of the construction, They were forced to immediately turn around and report the unbelievable news that the Romans were already across the Rhine. The Germans panicked and retreated into the dense forest. Caesar spent 3 weeks marching around western Germany without encountering any resistance. Believing he had made his point, he ordered his troops back across the Rhine, and the bridge burned. The Germans did not miss the point. Rome could go where it wanted, when it wanted, and it was best not to forget that fact. Despite the time he had spent on his detour into Germania, Caesar was determined to launch at least a preliminary expedition to Britain by the end of the year. So, with the autumn winds howling and winter fast approaching, Caesar set out with 80 ships to find out how much resistance he could expect if he decided to launch a full invasion, or if a full invasion would even be necessary. This first crossing can't really be described as anything but a debacle. Caesar had been unable to squeeze any decent information out of the local traders about where and when to land on the island, but what minimal scout work his own officers had done was totally inadequate. Not only did the Romans have no clue how to handle things like tides, but at every possible landing site they found themselves met by thousands of British warriors lining the cliffs. Finally, with great difficulty, Caesar was able to land his fleet and establish a small beachhead. But as soon as his ships were anchored, a storm swept in, smashing his fleet against the rocks. The beleaguered Caesar made contact with the local tribes and tried to put on a brave face, but it was obvious to anyone with eyes that the Romans posed no threat whatsoever. The local Britons indulged Caesar's pompous demands that they send hostages to secure the goodwill of Rome, and returned to their tribes, promising that, they'd get right on that. Caesar didn't even wait for them not to comply, generously agreeing to accept the hostages in Gaul, rather than forcing the Britons to respond right this very second. He patched up his fleet as fast as he could and sailed back to Gaul. Only 2 British tribes actually sent their promised hostages. The next spring, though, Caesar launched a far better planned invasion. The Romans never did get a handle on the tricky tides of the North Atlantic, but they were able to land without as much difficulty and establish a proper base. This time, Caesar arrived not with 80 ships, but 800 ships. The southern Britons were forced to take this threat a little more seriously, but they still proved to be a hard bunch to get a handle on. They all willingly agreed to submit to Rome, but took every opportunity to undermine the Roman presence, and showed little stomach for the kind of real, actual submission the Romans were used to. The Britons seemed to be treating the Romans as little more than a temporary nuisance, shining on the invaders until they lost interest and went home. Caesar pressed inland and met with fiercer resistance, but primarily in the form of guerrilla attacks rather than open battle. Eventually, Caesar learned who was directing the resistance and put their stronghold to siege. Failing to land a counterpunch on the Roman camp and draw Caesar away, the resistance ended and the besieged tribe agreed to recognize a king of Caesar's choosing. Anxious to get back to Gaul, Caesar left the islands in the hands of local allies. It would be another 100 years before Rome returned to fully incorporate Britannia as a province. The expedition had resulted in little material gain, but in terms of publicity, the invasion was a huge success for Caesar personally. There was nothing, it seemed, that the charismatic general could not do. Caesar returned to Gaul and settled in for a long winter. His heart was heavy with grief, and his mind was racked by dread at news he had received while he was in Britain. His daughter Julia had died in childbirth. The death of his only child affected the passionate Caesar mightily, but he further struggled with the implications this had on his alliance with Pompey. With Crassus in Syria, Pompey stood alone as the dominant triumvirate in Rome, and now had nothing to bind his interest to Caesar's. But the sullen general did not have long to dwell on his grief or his political future. In northeast Gaul, a full legion was tricked out of their winter quarters by supposedly friendly locals, lured into a trap, and slaughtered to a man. But this was not news that Caesar would learn until after he got word that another camp was under siege by the same group, whose ranks now swelled with warriors from all over the country who wanted nothing more than to kill Romans. The besieged camp was led by one of Caesar's ablest commanders, Quintus Cicero, brother of the great orator. Quintus had not fallen for the ruse that had lured out the slaughtered legion from their camp, and despite the satisfaction of seeing through the trick, he was now surrounded by a rebel Gallic army and unable to get word through the line that he was under attack. Finally, a slave agreed to slip through and make contact with Caesar in exchange for his freedom. Once alerted, Caesar immediately charged out into the winter snows to relieve the besieged legion and arrived just in time. The sight of Caesar's army scattered the rebels, and Cicero's legion was saved. Nearly every soldier trapped inside the liberated camp had been wounded in some fashion or another, and Caesar praised them all to the hilt, handing out awards and honors left and right. It was not lost on these men, nor on the men who had done the liberating, that Caesar seemed to genuinely care about the average soldiers under his command. Throughout the campaign, Caesar famously referred to his men not as soldier, but as comrade. These simple acts of familiarity and compassion helped breed in his troops the fanatical loyalty that would prove decisive in the coming civil war. These men were never Roman legionaries. They were Caesar's legionaries. When the spring of 53 BC came, Caesar had one thing on his mind: revenge. He brought the full weight of his army down on northeast Gaul and engaged in a genocidal campaign against the tribes that were behind the assault on Cicero's men, and, the Romans had later learned with horror, the murder of the tricked legion. Without remorse, Caesar slaughtered the men and sold the women and children into slavery. During this year in the field, Caesar also built a second bridge across the Rhine to halt aid and comfort that was coming in from Germania. He hoped to achieve not only a measure of revenge, but also signal that Gaul was no longer a free country, and that any attack on Rome would be met with the swiftest and most brutal repercussions. In this, he was not entirely successful, as the brutality of 53 BC proved to those Gauls who still had fight in them that they had better do something now, or they would all wind up like their annihilated cousins in the north. But in a larger sense, the campaign was effective. It galvanized the last of the independent-minded Gauls, and when Caesar defeated them the following summer, all formal resistance was wiped out with them. But on the cusp of this great victory, Caesar's political fortunes in Rome were quickly spinning out of control. He had offered his grandniece Octavia, the sister of the future Caesar Augustus, to Pompey in marriage in an attempt to re-secure their alliance. But Pompey spurned the offer, and instead agreed to wed the daughter of one of Caesar's most hated enemies, a man named Quintus Metellus Scipio. This was not a good sign. On top of that, Marcus Crassus, long Caesar's benefactor, died fighting in a disastrous campaign in the east. The Triumvirate was literally and figuratively dead. But there was no time to worry about domestic political concerns. In 52 BC, the last great battle of the Gallic Wars was set to be fought. Since he had arrived in Gaul 5 years earlier, Caesar had effectively used Gallic tribal rivalries to his advantage and avoided ever facing a united front. Now, though, with the noose finally closing around their necks, the Gauls joined forces under the banner of Vercingetorix, a Gallic king who would lead the last stand for his country's independence. I hope I'm not giving away the ending when I say that Vercingetorix would meet his end after being paraded through Rome in chains during Caesar's triumph. Cause of death? Unceremonious strangulation in a Roman jail cell. Prior to this ignoble end, however, he was the last best hope of the Gauls, and would cause as much grief to Caesar in one summer as the Roman general had experienced during his entire occupation of the country. In the dead of winter, the Gallic king launched his rebellion by embarking on a scorched earth campaign. The Romans had been living off the land since their arrival, allowing them greater mobility and freedom from worries about protecting a supply line. Now, Vercingetorix put as many towns and granaries as possible to the torch. It was cruel, and punished his own people as much as it punished the Romans, but this was a time for desperate measures. He was persuaded, however, to spare Avaricum, the greatest city in southern Gaul, a decision he was uncomfortable with and would soon regret. Caesar gathered his scattered legions and headed straight for the great city. Despite assurances from the Gallic nobility that Avaricum was impregnable, Vercingetorix was forced to watch helplessly as the city fell after a brutal 30-day siege. Caesar's starving soldiers killed everyone in the city. Most importantly, they had secured enough food to see them through the next few weeks. The Gauls retreated, and as soon as he resupplied his army, Caesar followed. A series of feints and counterfeints finally saw the Romans chase the Gauls behind the walls of Gergovia. This time, however, overzealous Roman soldiers attacked too early, despite Caesar's order to restrain themselves, and blew the one chance that they had to take the city. Forced to retreat after sustaining serious casualties, the Romans had more to worry about than simply licking their wounds. The defeat at Gergovia had broken the aura of invincibility surrounding Caesar, and the tribes across the country, including some of the most steadfast Roman supporters, flocked to Vercingetorix's banner. Caesar was facing the fight of his life. The whole country was now in revolt, and if he was forced to retreat to Roman territory, he was sure to be stripped of his command by enemies in the Senate. So, rather than fall back to the south, Caesar ordered his shock troops to move north. At this desperate hour, Caesar caught one of his many lucky breaks. Engaging in a brief battle, little more than a skirmish, the Romans got the better of an attacking Gallic force. The defeat spooked Vercingetorix, and rather than staying on the offensive, he ordered his army of 80,000 to retreat to the walled city of Alesia. Caesar saw his fortune change at once. Alesia was a hill fort located between two rivers, and though it would be nearly impossible to storm, it was also nearly impossible to keep it resupplied. All he had to do was ring the city and prevent any relief from getting through. After that, it was just a matter of waiting for those trapped inside to surrender. So Caesar ordered a wall built around the entire city. The Gauls inside launched attacks to try and halt the construction, but the Romans fought them off and kept building. Soon, the city was encircled and the waiting game began. But then word came of a new wrinkle. A relief army, estimated at some 60,000, was on its way. Caesar, thinking fast and unwilling to lose his opportunity to force Vercingetorix's surrender, ordered a second wall be built, this one facing out, towards the oncoming army. Once this wall was completed, the Roman army's whole world collapsed to the few hundred yards between the two walls. The game now boiled down to who would relent first. The Romans were not well stocked, but those trapped in Alesia were already starving to death. The commander of the newly arrived Gallic army knew Vercingetorix would not be able to hold out much longer, so he launched a full-scale attack at a weak point in the outer wall. The legions massed to repel the assault, but slowly began to lose ground. Fearing that the day and the whole campaign might be slipping away, Caesar personally led his cavalry out from behind the walls and circled around behind the Gauls. Suddenly surrounded, the Gauls panicked and broke apart in disarray. Inside Alesia, Vercingetorix watched with resignation as his rebellion came to an end. There was no hope of lifting the siege now. The next day, the Gallic king rode out of the city on his horse and surrendered to Caesar, hoping to spare as many of his people as possible from future reprisals. The siege of Alesia, which ended in October of 52 BC, marked the end of organized resistance to Roman rule in Gaul. Caesar had achieved everything he had set out to do, conquering vast new territories for Rome, exploring lands heretofore unknown, and making himself an incredibly wealthy and famous man. He hoped that his victories would earn him safe passage back to Rome and freedom from prosecution once he arrived there, but I think we all know that this was never meant to be. Next week, we will bring the rest of the players in this greatest of Roman dramas up to that fateful year of 49 BC. While Caesar was in Gaul, Crassus had started a war with, and then been destroyed by, the Parthians. Pompey had slowly moved into the senatorial camp after his consulship ended. Cicero had been banished and then unbanished from the city, while Cato had been forced to take an unwanted command in Cyprus by Clodius, whose free grain program excited the masses, distressed the Senate, and eventually led to the populist Hellraiser's murder, a murder that would spark riots as rival gangs took to the streets to battle one another for control of the city. Rome was quickly descending into violent anarchy, and when the great general Caesar finally arrived and put the city under his thumb, many welcomed him not with fear, but with relief, never realizing that the stability Caesar promised came at the price of their freedom. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 42, Meanwhile, Back in Rome. After completing his conquest of Gaul, Julius Caesar entered into a sort of holding pattern. The Senate refused to let him return to Rome until he disbanded his army, but Caesar refused to return unless he was allowed to keep his army. It was a critical moment, not just for Caesar, but for the fate of the whole Roman world. We all know what happened, or we will shortly. But before we get into that tense showdown, I want to wind the clock back a few years. Though the war in Gaul is unquestionably the most famous thing to have occurred in the decade, the rest of Rome did not simply stop what they were doing and wait for another dispatch from mighty Caesar. Indeed, it would be difficult to understand why Caesar felt he was forced to cross the Rubicon without understanding what had happened in his absence. It was a decade that saw the death of Crassus after one of Rome's greatest military defeats, the breaking of the Triumvirate, and increasing civil unrest in the city as both the populist tribunes and the conservative Senate grew more inflexible and radicalized. Rome and Caesar were on a collision course that would destroy the 500-year-old republic. You may recall that near the end of his consulship in 59 BC, Caesar sponsored the adoption of a one Mr. Clodius Pulcher by a plebeian, allowing the flamboyant demagogue to abandon his patrician status and run for tribune. This was in retaliation for the sharp attacks Cicero had publicly leveled against Caesar, as Clodius was one of the great orator's most bitter enemies. The whole adoption was completely illegal for a laundry list of reasons, but you may have noticed that the rule of law did not count for much in Rome these days. Once Clodius was in a position of authority, the deal was that he would go after Cicero full bore and make him realize that messing with Caesar was very bad for his health. But, of course, once he was off his leash, there was little stopping Clodius from making everyone realize that messing with Clodius was bad for everyone's health. Immediately upon attaining the tribunate, Clodius passed a law making exile the punishment for killing a Roman citizen without trial. There was absolutely no doubt who the intended target of the law was, as this was exactly what Cicero had done when putting down the Catiline Conspiracy. Once the law was passed, Clodius and the growing gang of thugs whom he surrounded himself with drummed up popular support for the banishment of Cicero from Rome. At first, Cicero could scarcely believe that the gambit would work, and turned to his friends in the Senate for support, and specifically to Pompey, to put a stop to the craziness. But the word had gone out that the Triumvirate supported Clodius's vendetta against Cicero. Though neither Caesar nor Pompey necessarily supported banishing Cicero, they felt compelled to follow through on what they had set in motion. When Pompey refused to speak on Cicero's behalf, the craziness became reality. In 58 BC, no doubt still reeling in disbelief, Cicero packed up and sailed for Macedonia, unsure if he would ever see Rome again. It was, by his own admission, the lowest moment of his life, and he confessed that during his exile, suicide crossed his mind on more than one occasion. With Cicero out of the way, Clodius next set his sights on Cato. The Triumvirate had far fewer misgivings about getting rid of the moralizing teetotaler, and embraced Clodius's scheme to remove the powerful senator from Rome. Clodius, who obviously saw politics through a highly personal lens, hatched a plot to take care of two enemies at once. When he was a young man, Clodius, like Caesar, had been taken hostage by Cilician pirates. The young patrician had demanded that the king of nearby Cyprus pay the ransom, but the king had refused to come to the aid of this demanding young nobody, earning the lifelong enmity of Clodius, who now, suddenly, was somebody. So now, after years of nursing a grudge, Clodius had his revenge. He passed a law stripping Cyprus of its client kingdom status and annexing it officially into the empire. He then nominated Cato as the perfect candidate to govern the new territory, what with his well-known administrative skills and reputation for honesty, etc., etc. Cato was flummoxed. He couldn't say no to the appointment, but did not want to leave the city at this critical hour. It was clear that Rome was being taken over by lawless thugs, who would destroy all that was good and pure about Rome if they were not checked. But like Cicero before him, he could find no one who would help him avoid this de facto banishment. So Cato left Rome, the king of Cyprus was deposed, and Clodius patted himself on the back. This was almost too easy. For his next trick, Clodius introduced Rome to something that, at the time, was highly controversial, hence the need to get rid of Cato and Cicero, but would soon become an undislodgeable cornerstone of public policy: the free grain dole. The overpopulation and underemployment in the city was a source of constant worry and tension for middle and upper-class Romans. With more than 1 million people now crammed on top of one another, everyone was aware that if these people were not fed, the richest, most powerful city of the ancient world would likely be consumed by its own hungry citizens. To this end, it had been policy since the days of the Gracchi to sell grain at a heavily subsidized price, but Clodius decided to take it one step further. He pointed out to the teeming masses that they all lived in, well, the richest, most powerful city in the world, and it was a gross injustice that the nobles lived such splendid lives, enjoying all the luxuries that empire afforded, while they lived in such squalor, barely able to feed themselves. Veterans who had fought to win the empire that now sustained the rich deserved better. Farmers who had been displaced by slaves so the rich could make more money deserved better. Urban citizens who had seen their standard of living deteriorate because of the influx into the city of the former two groups deserved better. They all deserved better. The mobs were eager to buy what Clodius was selling, because Clodius wasn't planning to sell them anything. He was planning to give them stuff for free. And nothing says popular like free stuff. So Clodius was able to push through his free grain allotments, which ultimately served some 200,000 poor citizens of Rome. Augustus would consider repealing the grain dole during his reign, but ultimately decided against it. Once given, it is hard to take away, and it simply wasn't worth the price of feeding the masses to risk revolution. Free grain was here to stay. But despite his efforts to neutralize his enemies, Clodius was not operating in a political vacuum. In 57 BC, after just a single year in exile, good thing he didn't kill himself, a movement began to have Cicero recalled to Rome. The faction was led by Titus Annius Milo, a plebeian agitator who had previously worked in support of Pompey, but who now aligned himself with the conservative Senate against the Triumvirate. Milo was, further, personal friends with Cicero. He was elected tribune alongside Clodius in 57 BC, and made it a priority to bring his friend home. The rivalry between Clodius and Milo would define Roman street politics for the next few years. Both controlled gangs of former soldiers and gladiators who could be mobilized at a moment's notice to support this or that proposal. Violent clashes and small-scale riots became a frequent feature of Roman life, as the heads of these rival gangs fought physically where once words had been the weapon of choice. The degeneration of discourse from verbal sparring to literal sparring would be the catalyst for Pompey's elevation to a near dictatorship, which we will get to in a moment. Milo, despite Clodius's attempts to physically halt the proceedings, managed to lift the judgment on Cicero, and in the summer of 57 BC, the senator was welcomed back to Italy by an adoring crowd, much to his happy surprise. But his return to Rome was bittersweet. In his absence, Clodius had confiscated Cicero's estates, both in the country and on the Palatine Hill, and had them demolished. While Cicero returned from Greece, Milo had directed workers to begin rebuilding his friend's home, and the construction site became the scene of multiple violent clashes as Clodius sent in his thugs to disrupt the effort. Eventually, the running battles between Clodius and Milo would turn deadly, and one would wind up dead and the other exiled. But before we get to that, we need to turn to Caesar's triumvirate colleagues who, as you'll recall, were preparing themselves to be co-consuls in 55 BC. The consular elections of 56 BC, which saw Crassus and Pompey victorious, would take records amount of bribery to pull off. Opposition to the triumvirate, it seemed, was unifying and solidifying, and it was getting more and more difficult for the three men to simply assert their will. Thus, the consulship of Pompey and Crassus was centered on the question of each man's future. As agreed, they extended Caesar's proconsulship in Gaul for another 5 years, which would leave him immune to prosecution through 49 BC. This was of the utmost importance, as it would get Caesar through the mandated 10-year waiting period between consulships. Caesar believed that if he could survive until the second consulship, he could do enough in that term to insulate himself from prosecution for the rest of his life. After easing Caesar's troubled mind, they looked out for themselves. Crassus would be assigned to the governorship of Syria for a period of 5 years, and Pompey would be given Spain for the same length of time. The two men saw their eventual proconsulships from entirely different perspectives. Pompey, for his part, made sure that he would be allowed to rule his province without actually having to go there. He was getting up there in years, and had already fought his way to the ends of the known world and come home triumphant. He was fast losing interest in the world of war and politics. All he wanted to do now was retire in Rome with his young bride Julia. The governorship of Spain was meant to leave him with a steady income, not to afford any opportunities for further glory. He was, after all, Pompey the Great. What more did he have left to prove? Crassus, on the other hand, though he was even older than Pompey, still dreamed of a triumph, something that would fill the gaping hole in his record. His youthful exploits at the Battle of the Colline Gate had long been forgotten, and his victory over Spartacus had come almost 20 years before. When people thought of Pompey, they thought of his great military victories. When they thought of Crassus, they thought of the fact that they had to pay him rent every month. Great monuments are built for the former, not so much the latter. So, in late 55 BC, Crassus set out for Syria to build himself a great army so he could invade Parthia, while Pompey set out for the kitchen to make himself a nice snack and take a nap. Throughout 54 BC, Crassus used his personal wealth to raise 7 legions in Syria, some 35,000 to 40,000 troops. At his request, and with Caesar's approval, Crassus's son Publius was released from service in Gaul and rode to meet his father at the head of 1,000 Celtic cavalrymen. Crassus trained his army, drilled his army, and re-drilled his army until they were in fighting shape. He couldn't wait to get his expedition started, identifying the next spring as the latest he wanted to get going. But Crassus's impatience would prove to be his undoing and lead him to make a disastrous strategic decision right at the outset. The buffer state Armenia, which Pompey had secured peaceful relationships with the decade before, agreed to help Crassus in his quest to peel off territory from the Parthians. The Armenian king pledged 50,000 troops. The only stipulation was that Crassus had to come north and invade Parthia via Armenia. Basically, the king wanted Crassus to swing through and pick up the Armenian army on his way to the front. But Crassus refused to delay, and after crossing the Euphrates River and finding himself welcomed by the Hellenized natives, decided he was better off making immediately for bigger fish, rather than going back to get the Armenians. But the natives Crassus initially encountered were not so much friendly as they were treacherous. A local chieftain told Crassus that the Parthians were scattered and afraid of the invading Romans. But the chieftain was a Parthian plant, and when he agreed to show Crassus the best route to the great Parthian cities, it was not hard to imagine what happened next. In actuality, the Parthians were not scattered and afraid. They were concentrated and confident. The Parthian army headed for Armenia to punish the conspiring Armenian king, while their plant in the Roman army was ordered to lead Crassus around the desert aimlessly. Just to make sure that the Romans did not link up with the Armenians, 10,000 Parthian cavalry were sent south to further harass the legions. But it would turn out that the attempt to delay Crassus would prove to be far more successful than anyone could have dreamed. The 10,000 cavalry was about to crush Crassus's army of some 40,000. After being led away from the Euphrates, the Roman army marched day after day through the sweltering desert heat. Morale was low, and the troops grumbled that Crassus had no idea what he was doing, no idea where he was going, and that he was going to get them all killed. On all 3 fronts, they were exactly correct. At Carrhae, near the modern border of Syria and Turkey, the Parthian cavalry appeared on the horizon. Ignoring advice from his officers about where to fight, when to fight, and how to fight, Crassus ordered his exhausted troops to form into a giant square, with cavalry protecting each wing. At first, the Romans, despite their misgivings about Crassus, were fairly confident. It was, after all, only 10,000 Parthians. But of those, 9,000 were highly mobile and highly accurate archers, while the other 1,000 were heavily armored troops called cataphracts. The Parthian light cavalry opened up the attack. They would charge the Romans at full speed, firing arrows the whole time. Then, as soon as they got near the line, they would wheel around and speed off, continuing to fire arrows over their shoulder as they went. And this last maneuver was called a Parthian shot, or, as we know it today, a parting shot. It had the effect of never letting up on the constant barrage of arrows. Crassus kept his men in formation, shields facing all directions, and the arrows mostly bounced off harmlessly. But as I'm sure you can imagine, the constant attack took its toll mentally. Crassus's brilliant strategy was to simply outlast the arrow supply of the Parthians and hope they would leave the Romans alone after that. At one point, however, afraid that he would be surrounded, Crassus ordered his son to lead out the Celtic cavalry to drive off an encircling force. The superior Parthian cavalry, however, led Publius and his men far away from the main Roman force, then suddenly wheeled around and attacked. Helpless, Crassus watched as his cavalry and his son were slaughtered. Despondent, he fumbled around trying to decide what to do next, eventually coming to the conclusion that he needed to march forward and attack. But before he could make any positive move, the armored cataphracts attacked. The exhausted and heat-stroked Roman front line was smashed, and the whole army was split in two. Crassus was forced to order a retreat. 10,000 of his men were cut off from the rest of the army and cut down. The Romans withdrew, but were led astray again and again by supposedly friendly locals. Finally, the Parthian commander sent word that he would talk terms with Crassus. The Roman soldiers basically told their general to go talk, or they would kill him where he stood. Crassus, completely deflated, agreed. He entered the Parthian camp to discuss peace, but whether by design or accident, a fight broke out, and in the melee, Crassus was killed. Legend has it that the Parthians, well aware that they were dealing with Rome's richest and greediest leader, poured molten gold down his throat and kept the skull as a trophy. The legions, meanwhile, discovered that they had been led into a swamp and, getting word that their leader had been murdered, tried to escape, but the flight was a disaster. Between the battle at Carrhae and the retreats, Rome lost some 20,000 troops, with another 10,000 taken prisoner. Of the 40,000 who had marched out just weeks before, only 10,000 limped back to Syria under the command of Gaius Gracchus. Yeah, that Cassius. It was the worst Roman defeat since the disaster at Cannae during the Second Punic War. And more embarrassing than the loss itself was the capture of numerous legionary eagle standards. It was a source of almost immeasurable shame for the legionary symbols to fall into the hands of the enemy. Caesar Augustus spent a great deal of diplomatic time and energy trying to recover the captured eagles from the Parthians, and when he finally got them back, the reaction in Rome was the same as if he had actually won a great battle. The defeat at Carrhae also firmly solidified in the minds of most Romans that it was folly to try and expand further east. Many had opposed Crassus's mission to begin with, and took the loss as proof that Rome ought to stick near the Mediterranean. Mark Antony's later disastrous misadventures in the region would further drive home the point that sound policy was living in peaceful coexistence with whatever empire controlled the mountains and deserts of the East. It was not until the Emperor Trajan, some 150 years later, that Rome would again risk war in the East. And even then, Trajan's successor Hadrian basically abandoned all the territory Trajan had won, deeming it far too expensive to try and hold. Rome was, and would remain, a Mediterranean empire. I will also mention in passing that to the Romans at the time, the doomed campaign in the East was defined not by the death of Marcus Crassus, but by the death of his son Publius. The young man, too young to even begin his path on the cursus honorum, had already proved himself to be a great leader while serving in the Gallic Wars, and many Romans felt that the early death of this popular and charismatic leader was one of the great tragedies of the day. It is intriguing to wonder what role a formidable Publius Crassus would have played in the coming civil wars. But for Caesar, the death of Marcus was still by far the greater tragedy. It had the effect of officially ending the First Triumvirate. With Julia's death in 54 BC, the ties that bound Caesar and Pompey were already strained. Crassus's death officially ended the partnership. Caesar, as I mentioned before, attempted to salvage the relationship by offering Pompey his niece Octavia, but Pompey decided to marry Publius Crassus' young widow, who just so happened to be the daughter of one of Caesar's greatest enemies, Quintus Metellus Scipio. Yes, the Triumvirate was broken. Beyond this breach, Rome in general began to turn on Caesar. In December of 53 BC, a chance passing in the streets of Clodius and Milo led to a fight breaking out among their entourages. In the scuffle, Clodius was killed. This not only deprived Caesar of a key ally in the city, but it also sparked a wave of riots. In a display of shocking lawlessness, the supporters of Clodius actually seized control of the Senate House and used it as a funeral pyre for their dead leader, burning the entire structure to the ground. So, when you go to Rome and visit the Forum and discover to your disappointment that you can't actually see the spot where Julius Caesar was assassinated because the Senate was meeting somewhere else for a few years, blame Clodius. Well, at least his supporters. Boo, Clodius' supporters. Boo. The riots led the Senate to reach out to Pompey. A strong hand was needed before things spun out of control. But wary of giving Pompey full dictatorial powers, they instead split the difference and appointed him emergency consul without a colleague. Pompey managed to restore order, but moving beyond the immediate crisis, the Senate pushed him to deal with the next crisis, which they all saw looming. Caesar had just emerged completely victorious in the Gallic Wars and was sitting in Gaul with 50,000 battle-hardened veterans. The Senate was itching to strip Caesar of his command and punish him for all the terrible things he had done, real or imagined. But obviously, Caesar wasn't just going to roll over, so a tense showdown began, with both sides refusing to blink. Pompey pushed the envelope first, by passing a law allowing for retroactive prosecution for bribery, putting the Senate on firm legal footing to go after Caesar when he returned to Rome. Next, the Senate demanded that Caesar stand down his legions, now that, by his own admission, the war in Gaul was won. Caesar countered this by saying that was fine as long as he was allowed to stand for consular election in absentia. Pompey responded by answering that no, he would not be granted any such concession, and further, he would not be allowed to stand for election at all unless his army was disbanded. Caesar said that was fine, he would give up his army as soon as Pompey gave up his. But as Pompey's army was slowly but surely transforming into the army of the Republic, the Senate refused to let Pompey agree to these terms. They demanded Caesar disband his army, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. Here, then, was the final break. Despite the best efforts of Cicero and the other moderates, the two sides had dug themselves in too deep. There was no way Caesar was coming back to Rome without the protection of either his army or the imperium that came with the consulship, and the Senate was not going to let him have either of those things. Over the winter of 50 BC, Caesar considered his options. The personal feud between himself and the Senate had now grown into a full-blown constitutional crisis, and there was no way of knowing what the outcome of any given decision he made would be. Should he try to broker a deal through Cicero, recognize that he was outnumbered and capitulate, or should he just go all in and march back to Rome with his army? Next week, I think we all know what Caesar decides to do. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 43, Insert Well-Known Idiom Here. Since we began the history of Rome some 50-odd episodes ago, I've covered some pretty obscure stuff. Things that have long been forgotten by all but professional scholars and a few amateur enthusiasts. Indeed, I was drawn to the idea of producing this podcast specifically to shed light on some of these oft-ignored stories. The next few episodes will be a bit different, though. This week, we are going to start dealing with things that are so famous that they have worked their way well into our collective imagination. For the next little while, it's going to be all the die is cast, I came, I saw, I conquered, et tu Brute, and I come here not to praise Caesar, but to bury him. We're about to delve into events and personalities that are almost universally recognizable. That the language of Caesar's civil war still sits on the tips of our tongues is a testament to the massive impact it had on the development of the Western world. Because what do you say when you want to express that someone has gone past the point of no return? Ah yes, you say that they are crossing the Rubicon. As the winter of 50 BC came to a close, Caesar and the Senate had reached an impasse. Caesar refused to obey a direct order from the Senate to stand down his army, and the Senate refused to grant any of the concessions Caesar demanded in exchange for his cooperation. Both sides accused the other of upending the rule of law for the sake of private ambition. Caesar pointed out that the Senate did not technically have the authority to order him to give up his command, as his proconsulship did not legally expire for another 2 years. The Senate replied that technically, Caesar's entire career was one blatant act of criminality after another, and he ought not go around touting legal technicalities as a defense. But before we go any further into the story, I think it's worth reiterating just what had led to this impasse. A comment by Lane attached to last week's episode asked some very good questions about exactly what criminal charges Caesar faced if he returned to Rome, and why the relationship between the Senate and Caesar had grown so acrimonious. The two feed off each other, so I'll answer the last question first. In his survey of the Roman Republic called, coincidentally, The Roman Republic, Michael Crawford makes the point over and over again that after the plebs were integrated fully into the political process, an oligarchy of wealthy families on both sides of the original class divide found their interests generally aligned. From about the 350s on, and especially after the Senate came to dominate the state during the Second Punic War, there was a great deal of pressure from within this oligarchy to not sell one another out. That is, when internal disputes emerged, for example, the rivalry between the Fabii and the Claudii families, they were not allowed to spill out into the lower socioeconomic orders. For hundreds of years, these families bred amongst themselves and protected the property and privileges their status afforded them. So even if two old patricians hated each other, one wouldn't turn to the popular assemblies with promises of land reform in order to put pressure on the other. Threats to upend the established order were dealt with swiftly and harshly, usually in the form of social ostracism. To the highly social Romans, this was a fate worse than death, and it had the effect of keeping everyone in the upper class pretty much on the same page. But by the end of the Punic Wars, this solidarity began to break down. The long wars with Carthage had decimated the ranks of the old aristocratic families, and the upper classes became populated with novus homo, men who were new to power and had no great loyalty to the old oligarchs. They identified with the masses and had no compunction about using popular causes as a means to leverage personal power. Marius was a great force in this transition, and once he showed how the new game could be played, ambitious men were eager to follow his lead. Suddenly, rather than ignoring the masses, praetors and consuls were proposing land reform and grain doles that flew in the face of everything the old order stood for. Because what the old order stood for more than anything else was the monopolization of land and trade by a few select families. Into this environment stepped Caesar, scion of an ancient patrician family, who turned his back on that status to champion popular causes as a way to reach the top of the political ladder. I've been reading H.W. Brands' biography of Franklin Roosevelt, called Traitor to His Class, and I would say that there is a great deal of similarity between American upper-class hatred of that man in the White House and the Senate's hatred of Caesar. In both cases, charismatic leaders who ought to have been strident defenders of the privileges of the old order instead used their considerable skills to blow those privileges up. The title of Brands' book says it all. They were traitors to their class. Because of this betrayal, the conservative Senate hated Caesar. They could see their way of life slipping away and were trying desperately to stem the tide of reform. And here was this enormously talented politician who ought to have been helping them, not helping them, and instead making things even worse. And not only that, he seemed to enjoy watching them squirm. So they were eternally vigilant for the moment that they could turn the tables and watch him squirm for a change. They finally saw their opportunity as the war in Gaul wound down. Cato and his allies were going to go after Caesar in court as soon as he lost the cloak of immunity that came with holding public office. But the question is, what was the Senate planning to actually charge him with, and what would that punishment actually be if he was convicted? There were complaints large and small, some frivolous, and some not even true. But leading the way was the entirely accurate charge of bribery and his sacrilegious conduct as consul. Now, bribery was pretty common practice at the time, so the further question is, why was Caesar being singled out? The answer is that bribery was tolerated as long as everyone involved exercised a little discretion. But bribery turned from accepted under-the-table practice to scandal when it came out into the open, and Caesar didn't even bother to hide what he was doing. He would brag about not having to worry about this or that because he had paid off a tribune or an influential senator. It made everyone crazy. No one had clean hands, except for maybe stodgy old Cato, but Caesar was making a mockery of their gentlemanly agreements. This break in social custom, coupled with the amounts and extent of his bribery, was what made people want to teach him a lesson. Was it selective prosecution? Definitely. Did the Senate care about the hypocrisy of it all? Not even a little bit. Caesar's brazen public purchase of the electoral system threatened to unmask the democratic facade the oligarchs had built around the republic. They had to do something. Aside from the bribery issue, was the little matter of the entire second half of Caesar's consulship. You'll recall that Bibulus had devised a clever scheme to stop Caesar's reforms by declaring every remaining day of their shared consulship a holy day, and thus closed to public business. You'll also recall that Caesar's reaction to this was to ignore the decree completely. His attitude was to get done what he wanted to get done and worry about the consequences later. Well, now it was later, and no one had forgotten what he had done. By ignoring the holy days, Caesar had committed acts that were not just illegal, they were sacrilegious. To the highly religious Romans, Caesar's blasphemy could not go unpunished, or it would invite the wrath of the gods on the entire empire. So there Caesar is in Gaul, hated by a pretty good chunk of the political elite, who are going to prosecute him for things that no one could possibly argue he did not do. All he could hope for was leniency, but that hated thing seemed to preclude any chance of that. So what's the worst he could expect if he was brought up on charges and found guilty? I've looked all over, and I can't find any mention of execution being considered, and I don't think that even Caesar thought it would come to that. The worst he probably expected was banishment, or fines that would send him to the poorhouse. But the worst was not the thing that kept Caesar up at night. The thing that kept him up at night was the fairly banal fact that if he was tried and convicted, he would be politically marginalized. He had dedicated his life to becoming a man of influence, a man of power, the first man in Rome, and a criminal conviction would erase all that. In essence, Caesar plunged Rome into chaos, violence, and civil war because he was afraid of losing his status. As much as there is to admire about Caesar, and there is much to admire, we should not forget that he was an enormously selfish man who killed tens of thousands of his fellow citizens because he did not want to retire to a life of obscurity. And there is nothing much to admire about that. So it is in this light that we should see Caesar's final reply to the Senate's order in the winter of 50 BC to stand down his army. He told them he could not comply, and that if they forced the issue, he would defend his honor by any means necessary. The Senate, even the moderates, were incensed by these fighting words and felt compelled to follow through on their threats. Caesar was declared an enemy of the state. In the Senate House that day were a number of Caesar's supporters who argued loudly that this was unjust and beyond the pale. When the majority moved to expel Caesar's allies, one in particular raised a tremendous commotion. He had been elected tribune for that year, and when the guards came to remove him and his promised veto, he shouted that he was sacrosanct and that to lay hands on him was to invite the wrath of the gods. But the senators had heard enough and pitched the troublemaker out onto the street. The tribune dusted himself off and immediately headed north to Caesar's camp. Upon arrival, Caesar displayed the tribune's bruises to his assembled troops as proof of the Senate's evil ways. "I fight to defend the people of Rome," he said, while the Senate viciously attacks their representatives. Now, of course, the aggrieved tribune in question, a one Mr. Marcus Antonius, better known as Mark Antony, was no great friend of the people, and never had been. He had been born into a wealthy plebeian family, and cared very little for much of anything at all beyond his own base pleasures. He loved wine, women, and gambling, and had spent his youth endlessly carousing the streets of Rome with his friends, causing trouble and running up massive debts. He seemed destined to spend his life as a no-account, spoiled little rich boy, but as it turned out, he was called to Syria to serve in the cavalry and immediately distinguished himself as one of the finest officers in the legions. He was a crude and reckless disaster in his private life, but put a helmet on him, give him a few men, and point him at the enemy, and he was able to accomplish extraordinary things. His mother was first cousins with Caesar, and in 54 BC, the young officer was attached to the great general's staff in Gaul. Though he was almost 20 years Caesar's junior, the two struck up an immediate friendship. In Antony, Caesar seems to have found not just another accomplice or temporary ally or partner, but in fact a true friend. Antony would spend the next 10 years as Caesar's most trusted commander and a dogged defender of his interests wherever Caesar sent him, for example, to Rome to serve as tribune in 50 BC. Today, he showed off his bruises and stirred the troops up into an anti-senatorial frenzy. He knew his role, and he played it well. Having been declared an enemy of the state for refusing to surrender his army, Caesar knew that it would only be a matter of time before Pompey would be ordered north to take him out. His only real hope was to audaciously preempt the Senate's inevitable attack by marching straight for Rome at lightning speed. Maybe the unexpected invasion would cause enough chaos in the city that Pompey would find himself unprepared for a fight, forcing the old general to strategically withdraw from Rome. Caesar did not feel he even had time to wait for reinforcements from Gaul, so on January the 10th, 49 BC, he ordered the one legion he had on hand, the 13th, to follow him across the tiny Rubicon River, which marked the southern border of Cisalpine Gaul, into Italia proper, an overt act of treason. Not only was it illegal for a general to lead an army out of the province he governed, it was doubly illegal to take an army into the home peninsula. Caesar knew what he was doing when he ordered the 13th across, but not what the final outcome of his actions would be. Famously, watching his troops wade into the river, he said, "The die is cast." They were all in the hands of fate now, whatever her fickle verdict turned out to be. Initiating a civil war by invading Italy with a single legion may have been completely nuts, but if they were all in fate's hands anyways, how does the expression go? Fortune favors the bold. Now, neither Caesar nor the Senate had access to Roman history books to tell them that Caesar's decision to cross the Rubicon would mark the end of the Republic and the beginning of the Imperium, and we shouldn't ascribe motives to anyone beyond what the immediate context merits. Even the Senate, whose rhetoric clearly signaled they believed Caesar to be a dire threat to the Republic, couldn't possibly have known that they would be so right. The Republic had survived the Gracchi, Marius, and Sulla. Caesar was cut from the same cloth, but had not those men come and gone while the Republic remained? So yes, Caesar knew when he crossed the river that he was sparking a civil war, and that if he was going to survive, he was going to have to seize power. But that he would set a precedent for 500 years of emperors? Standing there on the banks of the Rubicon on that cold January morning, Caesar was thinking about how best to approach Rome and what resistance he might face from his fellow countrymen. He was thinking about his supply lines and whether or not to overwhelm Italy or detour to Spain to cut off Pompey's armies there so they couldn't reinforce his opponent. Was he thinking that in 2,000 years the Russians would be ruled by a czar and the Germans by a Kaiser? That in the future his name would literally be synonymous with autocracy? Probably not. He was marching into Italy with but a single legion to overthrow the greatest state in the ancient world. He had other things on his mind. The reaction in Rome was exactly what Caesar hoped it would be. The Senate heard that he was invading and immediately fell over themselves, calling for Pompey to save them. The old general had 2 legions at his disposal, but critically, no one seemed to know how large of a force was marching on Rome. The last time Pompey had checked, Caesar only had the 13th with him. Surely he was not foolish enough to invade with just a few thousand men. So it was safe to assume that the outlawed general had been reinforced. Pompey's imagination got the better of him, as he pictured Caesar coming south at the head of 10 veteran legions. It would be suicide to stay in Rome. So Pompey, playing right into Caesar's hands, ordered an immediate withdrawal of the city. He would take his legions, and anyone else who cared to come with him, to Brundisium, and from there they would sail for Greece. The senators were appalled, but Pompey calmly explained that the East was where he had made his name, and he had a string of clients willing to support their patron at the drop of a hat. Caesar could have Rome for now, but the occupation would be short-lived. Pompey would gather a massive army in Greece, and then return to Italy to crush the upstart. They were welcome to stay in Rome and await Caesar's arrival if they wished, but he was going to Greece. The Senate, almost to a man, followed. They didn't even bother to lock the gates. On his way south, Caesar found most of the Italian towns amenable to his approach. This he considered a blessing, as he desperately wanted there to be no resistance whatsoever. Despite the propaganda he was issuing about how he was the victim and how he was the true defender of the people and how he was the Republic, he knew full well that he was committing treason. If he was going to skate through this, he would need his fellow citizens to be complicit in the whitewashing of his coup d'etat. The last thing he needed was to be seen killing and pillaging peaceful Italian towns. At one point, though, a city garrisoned by a conservative general did attempt to hold out, but Caesar managed to convince him to surrender without spilling blood. When the general and his captains emerged from behind the walls, they fully expected to be executed, but Caesar released them, going so far as to tell them that they could go join up with Pompey and continue to fight him if that's what they thought was best. Everyone was shocked by this display of leniency. Caesar didn't even make them promise not to oppose him in the future. But Caesar knew exactly what he was doing. He was weaving a spell of legitimacy around himself, and the spell would only work if he didn't give anyone an excuse to point out that he was engaged in criminal conquest. There could be no martyrs. He was the friend of everyone, even his enemies. It drove both his friends and enemies crazy, but the people caught in the middle would remain on the sidelines as long as Caesar did nothing to provoke them. With Pompey headed south with a head start, Caesar's main motivation at this point was not to make straight for Rome, but rather to march for Brundisium as fast as possible and try to cut off access to the port city. If he could keep Pompey from reaching Greece, he might be able to force a resolution to the conflict before the end of the year. As the two armies raced for Brundisium, envoys from both camps traveled back and forth, exchanging proposals and counter-proposals to secure a peace before things got out of hand. More than anything, Caesar wanted to meet privately with Pompey. If the two of them could get together alone, he was sure they could hash out a peace. But the Senate was adamant that Pompey not agree to the terms. They were certain that dynamic Caesar would convince old Pompey to sell out the Senate and renew their previous alliance. All attempts at talk were foiled. Despite Caesar's double-time pace, Pompey reached Brundisium first and fortified the city. Caesar arrived not long after and laid siege, including an attempt to blockade the port, but his efforts failed, and ships from Greece were able to spirit Pompey and the Senate away. Caesar was now in control of Italy, but it was a hollow victory. The entire Republican governing apparatus had fled the peninsula. Even with his mastery of propaganda, it would be hard for Caesar to convince anyone that his control of Italy was legitimate. But there was no time to worry about that now. He wheeled around and headed to Rome, marching into the city in April of 49 BC. It was awkward marching his army into the unprotected city. There was no resistance, but there was also no support. He called a meeting of the Senate to plead his case, but it was a sparsely attended affair, and those who remained in the city were all B-list nobodies anyway. Everyone that mattered was already gone. He received a much more enthusiastic welcome when he addressed the popular assemblies, promising them cash and grain under his administration, but they immediately turned on him when he looted the public treasury to help pay his soldiers. To make matters worse, a stubborn tribune had made a point of physically standing between Caesar and the treasury doors. After making such a big deal about the treatment of Mark Antony, Caesar's hypocrisy was in full display as he threatened to kill the obstinate tribune if he did not clear a path. After seizing the cash and resupplying his army, Caesar was savvy enough to know that he best get out of the city before he damaged his standing any more than he already had. This was a political conflict as much as it was a military affair, and losing on either front would cripple his long-term goals. Though he had done himself no favors with his conduct in Rome, military victory would go a long way towards solving his political problems. So leaving Mark Antony in charge of the city, Caesar led his legions out the gate. Caesar decided to put off chasing after Pompey for now, and instead resolved to neutralize any support that may come in from Spain. In an amazing 27 days, Caesar marched his legions from Rome to Spain, picking up additional forces in Gaul along the way. He entered Hispania with some 30,000 troops, intent on taking the Spanish legions out of the fight before Pompey could figure out how to put them to good use. He had expected to meet limited resistance from Pompey's 5 leaderless legions, but the commanders left in charge had no intention of rolling over for Caesar. When the two forces met in battle briefly for an initial skirmish, the Pompeian legions showed surprising resiliency in the field, throwing back Caesar's men, who had grown accustomed to easy victory. But success in the field would not be enough. The local Spanish tribes concluded that if they helped Caesar win control of the empire, he may repay the favor by easing the burden of servitude imposed by Rome. The Pompeian forces soon found themselves bottled up without access to allies or supplies. To prevent any escape, Caesar camped his army practically on top of the enemy, and soon soldiers from both sides began to slip back and forth between the opposing camps to drink and commiserate over what a miserable lot they had all drawn. Fighting fellow Romans is not why any of them had joined up. In particular, the foot soldiers in the Pompeian legions were jealous of Caesar's men, who had grown rich, being led by the great general, while they wasted away supporting a pack of rich old men who didn't care about them anyway. It didn't help when the Pompeian commanders cracked down hard on the intermingling, while Caesar turned a blind eye to the enemy soldiers drinking in his own camp. Soon enough, though, the commanders, out of food and supplies, joined in their soldiers' dissatisfaction. They weren't going to starve to death defending the honor of a bunch of senators. They surrendered, and when Caesar disbanded the defeated legions, the vast majority of them turned right around and signed up to fight for the man who had just defeated them. Stronger than ever, Caesar marched back to Italy. When he arrived in Rome this time, in December of 49 BC, things went quite a bit better. Allies had managed to formalize an appointment to the office of dictator, giving Caesar legal powers he had not had previously. But unlike Marius and Sulla, who had used their powers to murder their enemies, Caesar showed amazing restraint, turning his attention away from revenge and toward the grain supply problems and economic meltdowns that had been caused by the Civil War. Quickly reorganizing the logistics and finances of the state, Caesar then resigned his dictatorship, declaring his intention to serve merely as a consul, which, he reminded everyone, was all he wanted anyway. The citizens of Rome were amazed, and it did much to repair the damage he had done in his first tour through the city. But he would not be staying in Rome for long. Now a consul, with at least a claim to legitimacy, Caesar headed to Brundisium with 7 legions. Pompey had spent the year gathering a massive international army, and it was a sure bet that come the spring they would be pouring back across the Adriatic. Most troubling for Caesar, who knew that his best shot lay in taking the fight to Pompey in Greece, was the fact that Pompey had some 600 ships patrolling the Adriatic, an impossible blockade if Caesar played it by the book, which clearly stated that he had to wait for spring, and that no one sailed the whole army across the Adriatic in winter. So Caesar threw the book out and ordered an unprecedented January crossing. If not for their fanatical loyalty, Caesar may have been faced with a full-blown mutiny, but instead, his soldiers jumped into the crazy plan with relish. Even crazier, Caesar only had enough ships for about half his troops. He would have to send one convoy across, hope it could run the blockade, survive the dangerous seas, and hold a beachhead totally outnumbered in enemy territory. The odds of making it across unscathed one time were long, but Caesar then planned to do it all again a second time to bring over the rest of his troops. Fortune had better favor the bold. Pompey's fleet, ironically led by Caesar's old consular rival Bibulus, was totally unprepared for the January crossing, and Caesar led the first wave across intact and unchallenged. Enraged and embarrassed, however, Bibulus was well prepared for the second wave and prevented them from crossing. Caesar's old nemesis died not long after, and it was remarked that he had exerted himself so much in the wintry seas that he had literally worked himself to death. But he had left Caesar with half an army on the far side of the Adriatic, a fine parting gift from a man who had for so long been a thorn in Caesar's side. We'll leave Caesar there for now, camped in Epirus with half an army, surrounded by enemies. However, as next weekend contains both my own birthday and the soon-to-be Mrs. History of Rome's birthday, it'll be an extra week before we get to the final confrontation with Pompey at Pharsalus. The History of Rome will be back in 2 weeks for Caesar's final victory over the Senate and his return to Rome as the sole master of the greatest empire in the world. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 44, Caesar Triumphant. Last time, we left Caesar in a somewhat precarious position. Sorry about that, Caesar. On the far side of the Adriatic with only half his army. The rest of Caesar's men had been turned back by the naval blockade led by Bibulus, who died denying the second half of his old enemy's army an easy crossing. Pompey, with his well-supplied and much larger army, now numbering some 45,000, humming along nicely, he made no attempt to attack Caesar right away, even with the latter's army at half strength. He knew that Caesar was in a rotten position, and would soon discover that food for his men and horses would be hard to come by in this hostile country. Let the rebels starve. Best-case scenario, they eventually surrendered, and no more Roman blood is spilled. Worst-case scenario, they refuse to give up, and Pompey's well-fed army crushes Caesar's exhausted and starving troops. The smart play was definitely to wait. The contrasting styles of the two generals could not be more apparent during the coming campaign in Greece. Pompey was careful, methodical, and well-organized. He had no need to take risks because time and numbers were both on his side. Caesar, on the other hand, was flying by the seat of his pants, making it up as he went, and taking wild risks every step of the way. I think 99 times out of 100, the Pompey model beats the Caesar model, but every so often, that one shot pops up. Caesar may have been one of the most brilliant generals of the ancient world, but he was also, by his own admission, one of the luckiest. This luck was well on display when the two armies finally did meet at Dyrrhachium in May of 48 BC. In the months after his landing, Caesar used every channel he could think of to secure a truce with Pompey, from the highest diplomatic overtures to sending legionaries to the outskirts of Pompey's camp to try and get the foot soldiers on both sides to agree that fighting each other was crazy. Caesar pursued peace not only because he wanted to build the case that he was not the aggressor, but he was also in no position to actually, win a battle. It was this latter fact that kept Pompey and the Senate from taking Caesar's overtures too seriously. So as the winter slogged on, things were not looking good for Caesar. Not only were his men struggling on a subsistence diet, but he began to suspect that his allies in Italy were intentionally delaying the launch of the reinforcements Bibulus had turned back. Had he been betrayed? Had he foolishly rushed into his own destruction? A man of action, Caesar was unable to hold still, and even attempted to cross back across the wintry Adriatic Sea to fetch his missing troops, but was turned back by a storm. He was left to brood in his tent, racked with doubts about his position and his own abilities. But just as he was beginning to lose heart, Mark Antony lit a fire under the legions waiting in Brundisium and led them boldly across the Adriatic. Antony may have been crass, vulgar, and an unrepentant hedonist, but he was nothing if not a brilliant soldier and Caesar's most loyal captain. There was no way he was going to hang his general out to dry, even if more than a few people had whispered in his ear that he ought to do just that. When the spring came, the reinforcements linked up with Caesar, bringing his numbers up to a respectable 15,000. Now at full strength, and with Antony at his side, Caesar felt confident about taking the fight to Pompey. By May, the Republic's army was camped just south of Dyrrhachium, a port city which lay directly across the Adriatic from Brundisium in modern Albania. In the dating for the rest of the war, I'm going to use the months the battles actually took place in, rather than the recorded historical dates. In just a few years, Caesar will reset the Roman calendar to reflect the drift caused by centuries of missing leap days, so the Battle of Dyrrhachium, which was recorded to have taken place in July, actually took place in mid-May, just as Pharsalus really took place in June, not August. The difference in dates may seem trivial, but to understand Pompey's hope that he would be able to starve Caesar into submission, you have to understand that everything took place before the harvest season, not after it, as the misaligned old calendar implied. So in May of 48 BC, Pompey was camped in a strong position with the sea and a link to endless supplies at his back, surrounded by steep hills. No direct assault was possible, so Caesar decided to try to recreate some of his success at Alesia and hem Pompey in. He ordered the same men who had built him a bridge across the Rhine in 10 days to build him a wall and a giant arc, starting at the sea north of Pompey's camp, running up and down the hills to the east, and then wrapping back around and connecting to the Adriatic in the south. He may not be able to prevent Pompey's access to food, but the wall would cut off his access to fresh water, and the critical pasture land Pompey's cavalry needed to feed their horses. Pompey responded by building his own parallel wall and trench system to keep Caesar's forces out in case they tried an open assault. Caesar notes in his commentaries on the civil wars that the two generals were essentially inventing entirely new ways to wage war as they went along. The ensuing weeks of siege and skirmishes fought in the no-man's land between the two walls has often been compared to the modern trench warfare of World War I rather than a classical-era infantry battle. Men would launch themselves over their respective walls and attack, only to be repulsed by the superior defenses they assaulted. They would then return to the safety of their own walls, and the whole bloody drama would be played out in reverse. The stalemate was broken when a few Gallic officers defected to Pompey and brought with them information about the weak points in Caesar's wall. Pompey may have run his side of the war as conservatively as possible, but he could not ignore this opportunity. He pointed his men at the spots identified by the defectors and attacked immediately. Caesar tried to plug the hole, but failed miserably. He lost some 1,000 troops in the fighting, and was forced to abandon his wall and retreat. But what initiative Pompey had shown by attacking was immediately negated by his hesitancy to pursue Caesar's fleeing army. The old general let Caesar's reputation for cleverness trip him up, and he convinced himself that Caesar was trying to lure him into a trap by running away. But there was no trap, just a pack of disorganized troops running away after getting their pants beat off. Collecting himself far inland, Caesar was amazed that he had managed to escape the day in one piece. He commented to one of his officers, "Today the victory had been the enemy's, had there been anyone among them to gain it." Caesar regrouped his army and marched inland, trying to put some distance between himself and Pompey. He had been badly shaken by the defeat at Dyrrhachium, but the fight had by no means gone out of him or his men. Some in the senatorial camp urged Pompey to now make straight away for Italy and retake Rome. But Pompey wisely understood that this was not a battle of territory, this was a battle of will. The objective was not to control Rome, it was to defeat Caesar. Anything less would be a false summit on the way up the mountain. By June, Caesar had been chased across northern Greece and was encamped near the town of Pharsalus in Thessaly, just on the other side of the mountains from the famous pass at Thermopylae. He now had about 20,000 troops all told, stronger than he had been, but numerically no match for the 45,000 Pompey had encamped 5 miles to the northwest. At Pharsalus, Pompey held the high ground and all the advantages of being in friendly country, and so was content to starve Caesar into submission. But he was surrounded by the Senate in exile, who pressed Pompey to attack and end the war once and for all. Every day, Caesar would march his army out onto the plain to offer battle, desperate for a conclusive fight, but Pompey would always decline. After a few days of light skirmishes, though, he finally gave in to pressure from the Senate and marched out in full force. He may have had misgivings about whether it was a good idea, but if it was a battle the Senate and Caesar wanted, a battle is what they would get. The Senate was overjoyed as they looked past the battle to a post-Caesar world. They argued in their tents about who would become Pontifex Maximus, who would be consul in the next year, how Caesar's estates would be divided. Everything, it seemed, but the battle itself. Caesar was not so distracted. The two armies were lined up with a river on Caesar's left and Pompey's right, making any attempt to flank the other on that front a non-starter. So both commanders looked to Caesar's right as the center of the action. Pompey massed all of his cavalry on that flank and intended to smash through Caesar's weaker horsemen and then surround the small army. But Caesar immediately understood what Pompey's deployment meant and peeled off a cohort of men from each of his three lines and angled them as a fourth line as backup for his cavalry. He deployed this fourth line under cover of dust and the marching of his light skirmishers, so Pompey would not realize the additional wall of infantry existed. The battle began when Caesar ordered his first line in a frontal assault on Pompey's infantry, but Pompey had ordered his own troops to stand fast. Standard tactics of the day dictated that both sides should run headlong at each other and meet somewhere in the middle, but Pompey's plan was to force Caesar's veteran fighters to run the whole way, giving his own less experienced troops a slight advantage. But that veteran experience did not just mean they were better fighters, it also meant that they were more disciplined. When Caesar saw Pompey's troops staying put, he signaled his centurions to halt the charge just short of spear range to catch their breath. It is no small thing to halt the charge of an entire army when you have just whipped them into a murderous frenzy. But Caesar had trained his men well. When he said stop, they stopped. Only when they were sufficiently rested from their sprint did Caesar give the order to close the final distance. Just like that, his men turned back on the murderous frenzy and threw themselves against Pompey's line. The Battle of Pharsalus had begun. With the two infantries engaged, Pompey ordered his cavalry to break through according to the plan. They had no problem driving off Caesar's smaller cavalry, but when they cleared out the enemy horse, they suddenly found themselves confronted with an unexpected line of Caesar's heavy infantry. This time, it was Caesar's turn to defy convention. Usually, when confronted by charging cavalry, infantrymen would hurl their spears and then try to hack at the legs of the riders with their short swords. But Caesar ordered his men to hold on to their spears and use those to attack the heads of the riders. Totally surprised by this new tactic, Pompey's cavalry was completely thrown off and pulled up short, trying to avoid being stabbed in the face by spears. In just a few minutes, Caesar's fourth line had scattered the charging cavalry, and as soon as they had, the battle was as good as over. The fourth line charged forward and was able to sweep around behind Pompey's infantry. Besieged now on two fronts, Pompey's less experienced troops panicked, and the decisive battle of the Civil War turned quickly from titanic struggle for the future of Rome to complete and utter rout. Pompey himself seems to have snapped mentally when he saw his cavalry shattered and fled the battlefield, leaving his army to fend for itself. Seeing Pompey run ended any notion that the day might somehow be salvaged, and it soon became every man for himself. Senators who had just that morning been splitting up the inevitable spoils of victory now scattered in every direction. Caesar himself did not linger over his victory in the field, and immediately charged for Pompey's camp, hoping he could catch his defeated rival and finalize an official peace. But despite his speed, he could not get there in time. Pompey had gathered up his family, who had been with him since his flight from Rome, and abandoned the camp. He loaded up as much gold as he could, but was forced to leave behind most of his possessions when word came that Caesar was headed straight for him. He went so far as to throw off his general's cloak and disguise himself as a common camp follower to avoid capture. Pompey Magnus, who had fought his whole career for honor and glory, was reduced by defeat to a pathetic shadow of his former self, abandoning his troops and running for his life. But maybe that's too harsh. It was not for nothing that Pompey fled for Egypt, and not for nothing that he made sure he took with him as much gold as he could. The Senate had an ally in King Juba of Numidia, and Pompey's plan was likely to gather another army in North Africa, where allies of Caesar had just been defeated in that sub-theater of the greater civil war. But it was not to be. Court ministers in Alexandria, the capital of Egypt, learned that Pompey was headed their way and resolved to curry favor with Caesar by assassinating his enemy. When Pompey arrived at the Egyptian coast, he was greeted by a small skiff that was to take him to shore. But as soon as he was on board and separated from his bodyguards, the Egyptian welcoming party attacked. They stabbed Pompey repeatedly, murdering him there on the shores of Egypt. The Second Triumvirate to meet a violent end after a life spent chasing greatness. When Caesar heard the news, he was enraged. The conspiring ministers in Alexandria could not have been more wrong about what Caesar wanted, and their clever plan totally backfired. Rather than making a friend in Caesar, they had just cemented him as a furious enemy. See, Caesar's whole posture had always been one of the magnanimous victor, the generous statesman who was forever pardoning his enemies. After the Battle of Pharsalus, a whole contingent of senators decided that running in order to keep up the fight was pointless and supplicated themselves before Caesar, expecting the worst but hoping for the best. Caesar pardoned them all and declared it his greatest desire to simply heal the divisions within the state and reunite Rome as one body. Among those who begged forgiveness was Marcus Brutus, son of Caesar's old mistress Servilia, whom Caesar had long regarded affectionately as a stepson. He welcomed Brutus back to his side and told him to forget the past, that together they would build a new future for Rome. And this was exactly how he intended to handle his old friend Pompey the Great, just as soon as he caught him. So you can imagine Caesar's reaction when he landed in Alexandria in the autumn of 48 BC, hot on Pompey's heels, and instead of receiving information about which direction his rival had gone, he was instead presented with Pompey's head. The assassination denied Caesar his planned public relations coup de grace of pardoning Pompey and asking that he serve beside him, as together they repaired Rome and made the empire even greater than it had been before the Civil War. When he saw the head, he wept bitter tears, and to everyone's shock, ordered that it be buried with full honors. The ashes of Pompey's body were handed over to his grieving widow, who was allowed to return to Rome and perform the funeral rites becoming of a great hero. When Caesar was done mourning his old partner and one-time son-in-law, he turned to the ministers who had engineered the assassination. They were in big trouble. Alexandria had been founded in 334 BC by Alexander the Great, and since that time it had grown to become one of the most important cities of the ancient world, nearly as wealthy and populous as Rome itself. When Alexander died, his domains had been divided up by his former captains, with Egypt going to the general Ptolemy, and since then, the Ptolemaic dynasty had ruled the Nile from the growing cosmopolitan capital of Alexandria. The Greek-speaking Ptolemies made no effort to integrate with the locals and rarely left the safety of their palaces. But with the death of Ptolemy XII in 51 BC, the ruling dynasty was fractured. The dead king had decreed that his son and daughter ought to be co-rulers in the Egyptian tradition, but the same court ministers who would later assassinate Pompey had decided that the 10-year-old Ptolemy XIII would be far easier to control than his 18-year-old sister Cleopatra, and so worked diligently to marginalize her power. But Cleopatra was savvy, and, seeing that she was the target of palace intrigue, did something totally radical. She turned to the local Egyptians for support. She became the first of the Ptolemies to learn Egyptian and often took part in the local religious festivals in her role as queen. By ingratiating herself with the locals, the queen became even more dangerous to the ministers controlling her brother, and so, by the time Caesar arrived in Egypt, a full-blown civil war was underway, with Cleopatra exiled from the capital, leading an army of local Egyptians. But at that time in Egypt, support from the locals did not count for nearly as much as support from the Greeks in Alexandria, so her position was dicey at best. And this is why it had been such a huge mistake by the conspiring ministers to kill Pompey. It caused Caesar, in his disgust, to turn away from the young king they controlled and look for other allies in Egypt to support. Cleopatra fit the bill perfectly. So, rather than return to Rome and begin consolidating his power there, Caesar announced his intention to stay in Alexandria and settle the civil war. But placing an ally on the throne was not Caesar's only reason for staying in Egypt. His endless campaigning was expensive, and he needed money. With the rise of Rome, the Ptolemies maintained the independence of Egypt by issuing massive bribes to influential Romans, which in time included Crassus, Pompey, and Caesar. Caesar reminded young Ptolemy XIII that the last round of payments promised by his father had in no way been forgotten just because the old king had died. Ptolemy's ministers did everything they could to try to convince Caesar to leave, promising payments as soon as he was back in Rome, but Caesar would have none of it. He was more than content to wait for payment, and in the meantime he could help them solve their little civil war. I'll bet they were thrilled. He called for Cleopatra to return to the royal palace to help sort out the conflict, but knowing that if she were to simply appear at the gates, it was likely that her brother's allies would have her killed before she could make it to the relative safety of Caesar's company. So she famously hid in what amounted to a laundry bag and had a loyal slave smuggle her into the palace. Caesar was immediately taken by the cunning young queen after she slipped through danger in such dramatic fashion. Declaring only to be executing the will of the dead Ptolemy XII, Caesar re-elevated Cleopatra to co-ruler, and not long after, the 21-year-old queen, for reasons of either politics or affection, became Caesar's mistress. The powers behind Ptolemy XIII, however, were not going to take this lying down, and concluded that they were going to have to expel the Romans by force. Caesar had brought with him to Alexandria only a single understaffed legion of some 4,000 infantry and around 800 cavalry. Reinforcements were on the way, but they were weeks out. So if the ministers were planning to drive Caesar away, they knew they needed to do it before the rest of his army arrived. So they whipped the local Alexandrians into a frenzy, declaring that Caesar was planning to make Egypt a province, depriving them all of the liberty and wealth to which they had grown accustomed. Nearly the whole city rose up in revolt and besieged the royal palace, which was held by Caesar and his men. What followed was weeks of bitter street fighting, as Caesar was forced to try and conquer and hold the neighborhoods around the palace, house by house, block by block. Nothing in their long careers prepared the Romans for the rigors of urban warfare. The cavalry was useless, and traditional troop deployments were unworkable. Their only advantage was that they were tougher and more disciplined soldiers than their opponents, and were able to withstand barrages from the locals as they moved to eradicate pockets of resistance. Eventually the Romans leveled whole blocks to create a no-man's land the Alexandrians would be suicidal to try and cross. The ticking clock was at the forefront of the Alexandrians' mind. While Caesar needed only to hold out until reinforcements arrived, the Alexandrians needed to win before the reinforcements arrived. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break the Roman resistance. Caesar was able to maintain access to supplies by winning a naval battle in the harbor, but suffered casualties he could not afford in an ultimately successful but brutal assault on Pharos Island, home to one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Great Lighthouse of Alexandria. Finally, though, in January of 47 BC, word came that the Roman reinforcements had completed their overland march and were now on the outskirts of Egypt. Caesar slipped his besieged men out of the palace under cover of night, and along with a contingent of Cleopatra's Egyptian army, joined with the newly arrived legions to form an army of some 20,000. This combined force assaulted the base of young Ptolemy's army, which numbered around 20,000 itself. Used to fighting severely outnumbered, basing an army merely equal in size was a rare treat for Caesar's legions. The Battle of the Nile was easily won by the Romans. Ptolemy XIII drowned when the ship he was escaping on capsized, and Cleopatra was placed back on the throne. Caesar, though, never had any real intention of annexing Egypt. The wealth of Alexandria, combined with its now thoroughly anti-Roman citizenry, would prove a fertile center of rebellion no matter how loyal a governor Caesar installed. Better to leave it as a client kingdom, with Cleopatra in charge. The queen understood that she owed her position to Caesar, and Caesar alone, so he knew she might be the one person on earth he could trust not to rebel the first chance she got. But official province or not, Egypt was now firmly under Roman control. The Hellenistic dynasty of the Ptolemies that had ruled since Alexander the Great was, for all intents and purposes, broken. Rome's full encirclement of the Mediterranean was nearly complete. Because I left Caesar in such desperate straits at the end of the last episode, suffering through the winter with half an army deep in hostile territory, this week I think he deserves to be left in a slightly better place. So we'll leave him there in Egypt where, despite the fact that the remaining senatorial forces were regrouping in Numidia, the fact that Mark Antony's ruthlessly debauched management of Rome was turning the city into a hellhole, the fact that his appointed governor of Spain was so corrupt and brutal that the natives so recently won to Caesar's banner were in revolt, and the fact that nearly every territory Rome had ever pacified was planning to declare its independence at the first opportunity, Caesar, took a month off in early 47 BC to enjoy a leisurely cruise up the Nile with Cleopatra. Next week, Caesar will go back to the exhausting business of consolidating power over the Roman Empire, but for now, let's leave him be. I think he's earned a vacation. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 45, The End of the War. In early 47 BC, after settling the civil war in Egypt and firmly establishing Roman dominance over the Nile, Caesar took a month-long cruise up the Great River with Cleopatra. Though no doubt relaxing, it was not simply an uncharacteristic vacation. Caesar took with him some 400 ships. The slow-moving entourage was meant to display the power of Rome to any Egyptian who may be planning resistance to the new regime. Caesar had a dozen major problems to deal with as he reshaped the political map of the ancient world. He did not need a revolt in newly pacified Egypt to become one of them. Of those major problems, his greatest lay near the remains of old Carthage, where the senatorial forces that had fled from Pharsalus were regrouping under the command of Metellus Scipio, who was building a massive army with the help of the Numidian king Juba. The problem was in fact so big that Caesar knew he could not face it right away. His men were exhausted, the cash supply was running dangerously low, and the entire eastern half of the empire seemed ready to revolt at a moment's notice. Plus, between the Battle of Pharsalus and the war in Alexandria, he had basically lost contact with Rome itself. The population, who had once received regular, glowing reports from Caesar during the Gallic Wars, had now gone more than 6 months without any updates at all. Before he could face his enemies in North Africa, Caesar would have to solidify his hold over every other corner of the empire, including the capital city itself. So, rather than marching west, Caesar took the road east out of Alexandria. His plan was to travel up the eastern Mediterranean coast, cross Asia Minor into Greece, and sail back across the Adriatic into Italy. Along the way, he would collect money, allies, soldiers, and support, and he would eliminate anyone who opposed him. For the most part, though, there was no opposition. Kings who had been clients of Pompey readily embraced Caesar as their new patron. Roman garrisons scattered across the east, most previously allied with the Senate, repudiated their old generals and begged clemency from Caesar, who was more than happy to grant it. But it was not all easy going. Pharnaces II, the son of Rome's old enemy Mithridates, had returned to Pontus and thought it right that he should be king. But to stake his claim, he had been forced to battle with the Roman garrison stationed there to keep an eye on Caesar's interests in the region. The Roman garrison, distracted by a desire to make for Egypt to reinforce their embattled general, had not taken the fight seriously, and Pharnaces had beaten them soundly. Now, in the great game of power politics, Caesar might have let this go and worked out a deal with Pharnaces to recognize his sovereignty over Pontus in exchange for not making trouble. But upon his ascension to the throne, the new Pontic king had made a point to track down any Roman citizen he could find and castrate them. This was a crime that Caesar could not let go unpunished. So as he traveled through Asia Minor, Caesar humored the Pontic envoys sent to work out a lasting peace. He replied with kind words and generous promises, but it was all merely a show to buy himself some time as he marched toward Pontus. The speed with which Caesar moved took Pharnaces off guard, and before he knew it, Caesar was at his doorstep. When the Romans arrived, though, Caesar's tone immediately changed. There would be no peace with a man who castrated Roman citizens. Pharnaces, who thought he was on the verge of a deal with Rome, quickly assembled his army as Caesar dug in outside the hill fort of Zela, where the Pontic king was holding court. The only hope for Pharnaces was a surprise attack before the Romans were firmly entrenched. So at dawn, while the legionaries dug trenches, the Pontic army poured out of the gates of the fort. At first, Caesar could not believe that they were really attacking, but it was soon obvious that this was no bluff. Throwing aside their shovels, the Romans tried to assemble as the enemy army hit. In the din of battle, it took longer than usual for the legions to get their act together, but once some order was imposed on the battle, the Romans quickly gained the upper hand. The Pontic army was destroyed, and Caesar let his men sack the town. Writing to a friend in Rome, Caesar described the campaign in Pontus simply, "I came, I saw, I conquered." Caesar continued west through Greece without incident, and soon enough landed on the shores of Italy. There to greet him in Brundisium was Cicero, who had gone home after the defeat of Pharsalus, and was now ready to face whatever punishment Caesar had in mind for him. But Caesar, who had tried his whole career to win Cicero over to his side, merely embraced the old senator and asked him to join him on the final leg of his journey so they could catch up. Back in Rome, Caesar's first order of business was removing Mark Antony from power. While he had been on campaign in the East, Caesar had been appointed dictator by what was left of the Senate, and Antony had been made master of the horse. And legally, when the dictator is absent, the word of a master of the horse becomes law, and Antony had let absolute power corrupt him absolutely. While Caesar had refused to revive the horrifying prescriptions that had marked the reigns of Marius, Cinna, and Sulla, his chief lieutenant showed no such restraint, and terror had gripped the city while Antony lived a lavish life of drunken excess, casually murdering his real or imagined enemies. But the bloody, debauched reign of Antony did have a silver lining. It made Caesar look great by comparison. All he had to do to win the people's affection when he came home was remove Antony from office. After bringing a measure of peace to the strife-torn city, he set aside the mantle of dictator and was again elected consul. He kept Antony on the political sidelines, though, and instead chose as his colleague an amiable and completely loyal cavalry commander named Marcus Lepidus. Those of you who read ahead to the next chapter know that in a few years, Lepidus will form the third leg of the Second Triumvirate, along with Antony and Caesar's great-nephew and heir, Gaius Octavius, the future Caesar Augustus. Satisfied that the eastern provinces were pacified and the situation in Rome was under control, Caesar finally turned his attention to the problem in North Africa. But just as he was getting started on the initial planning of an invasion, Caesar dealt with revolt from an unexpected corner, his own troops. The men who had conquered Gaul, secured Italy, sprinted across the continent to Spain and back, crossed the Adriatic in the middle of winter, defeated Pompey, taken Egypt, and then marched back home again, had finally had enough. Their paychecks were chronically late, and promises of discharge and land grants were forever just one more campaign away. When word came that Caesar was planning to lead them all in an invasion of North Africa, they mutinied. Marching north from their camps in southern Italy, they planted themselves just outside the gates of Rome with a list of demands. Against the advice of his friends, Caesar rode out alone to meet them. Standing in front of the assembled legions, the men who had been his family for a decade or more, Caesar calmly asked them what he could do to make them happy. Their tough talk about demanding gold and land melted away, and they told Caesar all they desired was to be discharged from service. In response, Caesar dealt them a cruel blow. He granted their request. Telling them he would handle the matters of back pay and land grants when he returned from Africa, he turned to leave the camp, and in bidding goodbye, he addressed them now not as my fellow comrades, but as my fellow citizens. It was too much to take. The soldiers were utterly shamed. Were they really deserting their general on the eve of his final battle? Were they really going to force Caesar to meet his enemies with only raw recruits to protect him? And if he won, were they really going to let those recruits march back to Rome in triumph and be awarded honors that had been secured by their own hard work and sacrifice? This hit them all in a rush as Caesar left the stage, and immediately calls went out for him to take them back. Caesar paused and let them twist in the wind for a heartbeat before returning to the stage. When we return from Africa, he told them, every man will be granted land and pay and be honorably discharged from service. But first, we must go to Africa, together. The soldiers exploded in cheers, shouting their thanks and promising him a great victory. So in early 46 BC, 2 years after crossing the wintry Adriatic, Caesar readied his legions for a similar winter crossing of the straits between Sicily and North Africa. While Metellus Scipio had gathered somewhere between 10 and 14 legions, Caesar once again charged into the belly of the beast completely outnumbered. Eager to make the crossing and establish a beachhead under Scipio's radar, Caesar set out from Sicily with but one legion. His men, terrified of drowning in the choppy sea, were overjoyed to see land appear on the horizon, but were horrified when they saw Caesar disembark onto the shores of Africa. While climbing from the ship, he became entangled in his cloak and fell face first onto the beach, a terrible omen to the superstitious Romans. But Caesar thought fast and tried to play off the mishap. According to Suetonius, he hugged the sand and cried, "I hold you now, Africa." For the first few months after landing, though, the omens seemed to prove true, and things went badly for Caesar. Reinforcements were continually being blown off course or captured by the senatorial forces. His legions already ashore were harassed constantly by detachments of Numidian cavalry who would strike and disappear with impunity. Access to supplies was terrible, and his foraging parties came back empty-handed or not at all. Caesar finally decided to move his men to the interior where food was more plentiful, but as soon as he began to march, the entire Numidian cavalry, led by Roman officers, appeared on the horizon. Caesar was forced to slowly retreat after being encircled and mocked by his rival commanders, but the attacking Numidians were unable to break Caesar's lines, and he made it to the high ground where horses were more of a hindrance than a help. They staved off attack and the Numidians retreated, but huddled amongst the rocks, bloody, tired, and hungry, it was looking like Caesar should have heeded the omen and just gone back to Italy. But he managed to hold his army together until spring, by which point the continuously arriving reinforcements finally gave him an army he felt he could go to battle with, rather than simply survive with. But of course, what looked to Caesar like a big enough army to go to battle with usually looked to everyone else like an army that would be easily overrun by 14 legions. It certainly looked that way to Metellus Scipio, right up until the moment his much larger army was completely destroyed. The decisive battle came at the port city of Thapsus, whose unique geography led both sides to think they were laying a clever trap for the other. The city itself lay on an isthmus, with the sea on one side and heavy marshes on the other, with only 2 narrow strips of dry land connecting the city to the mainland. When Caesar marched in and overran the garrison station there, Scipio jumped at the opportunity Caesar presented. All he had to do was blockade the narrow exits, and Caesar would be trapped. Unbeknownst to Scipio, however, this was exactly what Caesar wanted. By forcing the battle onto the narrow strips of land, Scipio's greater numbers would be negated, and the ferocity of Caesar's veteran legions would be the greatest factor in the fight, which is, of course, exactly how it happened. With King Juba marching to hold the southern escape route, Caesar massed his own army on the other side to face Scipio, who could not resist attacking. Just as Caesar planned, Scipio was unable to overwhelm Caesar's troops as they were forced to fight in a bottleneck. The battle soon turned into a bloodbath. Caesar's troops, believing that this was the really real last battle of the Civil War, were ferocious, and soon some 10,000 of Scipio's infantry lay dead, and his army was shattered. King Juba, realizing he had backed the wrong horse in the Roman Civil War, committed suicide upon hearing the news of Caesar's victory. Scipio tried to escape with the last remnants of his men, but drowned when his ship sank on its way to Spain. In Utica, the capital of the Roman province of Africa where all of this action was taking place, Cato received the news with characteristic stoicism. He had held the city for the Senate during the majority of the Civil War, despite the fact that its inhabitants were overwhelmingly pro-Caesar. Caesar's most implacable and incorruptible opponent knew that the end had come. He also knew that there was nothing Caesar liked more than pardoning his enemies and leaving them in his debt. Cato had no intention of giving him the pleasure. After setting his affairs in order, he retired for the evening with a copy of Plato's Phaedo, the dialogue that ends with Socrates drinking the hemlock tea. Cato had smuggled a knife into the tent with him, despite being searched by his son who feared his father's intentions, and plunged it into his stomach when he was done reading. When his body hit the floor, his friends came running and a doctor patched the old senator back together, but Cato was nothing if not stubborn. When he came to, he ripped out the bandages, causing enough damage that this time he died, defying Caesar one last time. After making sure he had nothing left to fear in Africa, Caesar returned to Italy in the summer of 46 BC and made his triumphal entrance into Rome. For all he had accomplished and all the battles he had won, Caesar had yet to celebrate an official triumph. He had thrown away his one opportunity years before when he chose to run for consul instead, a bold move at the time as triumphs were usually once-in-a-lifetime events for a Roman general. But perhaps to prove that he had been right to forego the opportunity, Caesar planned to celebrate his victories with not one, but 4 consecutive triumphs, one each to celebrate his victories in Gaul, Greece, Egypt, and North Africa. Coinciding with these great marches, Caesar threw lavish banquets and gladiatorial games, The wars were finally over. It was time to celebrate. The masses of Rome praised Caesar to the hilt and jumped headlong into his running party. They cheered as he hauled Vercingetorix out of the cell he had been languishing in and had him strangled. They laughed at giant depictions of all the foreign enemies he had beaten and marveled at the exotic creatures he put on display. But in the fourth and final triumph, Caesar finally made a mistake and pushed things too far. While the Romans had no problem cheering his victory over Egyptian eunuchs, when the floats bearing the images of dying Cato and fleeing Metellus Scipio came down the street, the mood of the masses changed. No one actually liked Cato, but should they really be reveling in the suicide of the great statesman? It made them think about who they were celebrating and what they were celebrating. Stability was wonderful and everyone was glad the Civil War was over. But what now? With Cato dead, was there anyone left to defend the Republic? Was there even a Republic left to defend? Caesar was surprised at the reaction. All he had done was dislodge the corrupt oligarchs who had sat parasitically on the top of the Roman political economy. The people ought to be offering toast after toast to the death of Cato. But here they were mourning him. It didn't make any sense. Caesar chose not to dwell on it. He had work to do. But the seeds of disenchantment had been planted. As I mentioned a few episodes ago, if the governing apparatus of the state was to fall into the hands of a single man, Rome could have done a lot worse than Julius Caesar. And as we will see down the line, Rome eventually does do quite a bit worse than Julius Caesar. While the Mark Antonys of the world see absolute power as a vehicle for personal indulgence, the Julius Caesars of the world see absolute power as a vehicle for total reform. Caesar saw in the old republican system a laundry list of injustices, irrationalities, and inefficiencies that did unnecessary harm to the people and the empire. He brought with him to power an ambitious agenda designed to right the ship of state. But where Sulla had attempted a similar righting of the ship by turning to the past, Caesar's eye was firmly on the future. The Republic was dead, and the outmoded ways it did business ought to die with it. If Rome was to rule what it had conquered, it needed a system-wide overhaul. The first thing on his agenda was a proper census. Since the start of the Civil War 3 years earlier, there had been massive upheavals in the population and economy. Families had moved, fled, had their property seized, moved back, resettled elsewhere, or been consumed by the violence and anarchy. No one had any real idea how many people actually lived in Rome, nor really who owned what anymore. Caesar sent agents from house to house to count every man, woman, and child and determine their citizenship status and income. The immediate issue was Caesar's suspicion that the free grain dole was being abused by non-citizen foreign residents and by citizens whose property disqualified them from state charity. When the numbers came back, they showed that while some 320,000 had been receiving grain allotments, only 150,000 actually qualified. So Caesar halved the free grain supply, instantly saving the state a huge quantity of money. And he was just getting started. Also contained within the census numbers, which showed a total population of some 900,000, Caesar also discovered that Rome had become economically unbalanced. There were a ton of poor laborers and a few rich nobles, but the middle class was badly underrepresented. So he instituted a dual policy to solve the problem. On the one hand, he offered citizenship to any foreign professionals who migrated to the city, while on the other hand, he set up a colonization program offering land to citizens who moved out to the provinces. Over the next few years, some 80,000 members of the urban poor took Caesar up on his offer and moved out of the city, while teachers and doctors from across the empire resettled in the capital. It was a win-win-win for everyone. Skilled professionals received citizenship, poor workers moved out of the slums and onto small farms, and Rome itself became more prosperous. At the same time, Caesar took care of his loyal soldiers and lived up to his promise to release them and grant them back pay and land. As much as he loved them, though, he made sure to scatter the veteran settlements across the whole of the empire. There is nothing more dangerous than congregating veterans. Eventually, they get ideas. He also followed through on one of the promises he had made to his foreign allies while he traveled the empire during the wars, that if he won, Roman citizenship would be the prize of victory. Caesar had always seen restrictions on citizenship as a great hindrance to the empire, benefiting only the nobles who jealously hoarded power. Having already granted citizenship to the population of his old province of Cisalpine Gaul during the early stages of the war, Caesar liberally granted citizenship to his allies and men he hoped to become his allies across the multinational empire. Not only did it bind the men personally to Caesar, but in the future it would bind their families to Rome. Citizenship in the empire meant that potentially seditious elements in Syria, or Spain, or Greece would now see their interests aligned with Rome's. Caesar had the vision to see that the empire would not survive if it remained simply a Roman empire. It must embrace its growing multi-ethnic character, or it would inevitably fracture. To this end, he also expanded the ranks of the depleted Senate to some 1,000 members, and to the horror of old conservatives, welcomed into the august body important, read, loyal to Caesar, men from across the empire, regardless of their national origins. After taking care of all of these human questions, enfranchisement, grain doles, colonization, Caesar turned to the physical infrastructure of the empire. The city had been crumbling, and as in the case of the old Senate House, been deliberately destroyed in the chaos of the previous few years. Caesar initiated a slew of public works projects, rebuilding and expanding the neglected city. But he had his eye not just on Rome itself. Caesar personally drew up plans for an expanded and rationalized harbor at the poorly conceived but vitally important port of Ostia. He also initiated a program to drain the swamps around Italy, which he saw as little more than factories for malaria. The modernization program was bold and far-reaching, but perhaps his boldest and farthest-reaching program was to reimagine the nature of time itself. Since its inception, Rome had operated on a lunar calendar. To handle the lag between the 355-day lunar year and the 365-day solar year, the high priests were forever inserting holy days to keep the months and years aligned. But in the chaos of the war years, the calendar had been neglected and things were completely out of whack. Caesar decided to prevent this from ever happening again by officially moving Rome onto a solar calendar. Using a Greek astronomer's calculations, he declared a 12-month, 365-day year with a leap day scheduled every 4 years. Sound familiar? The Julian calendar would remain in effect in the West until the 1500s, when it was tweaked by Pope Gregory to reflect the subtle drift of the equinoxes over the centuries. But in substance, we live today in the calendar that Julius Caesar declared unilaterally in 46 BC. The month of July, Julii, should tell us everything we need to know about the impact of Caesar's vision. There is little doubt that Caesar's reforms had a net positive impact on the empire, and coupled with the subsequent overhauls initiated by Augustus, his policy set the stage for another 5 centuries of Roman dominance over the Mediterranean basin. But there was still the little matter of how all of these necessary reforms were being executed. It had been 500 years since the Romans had driven out Tarquinius Superbus and founded their republic, believing that never again should one man hold absolute power over his countrymen. On what authority was Caesar really acting? What were his real intentions? When the crowds in the street hailed him as Rex Caesar, and he casually waved them off, was he waving off their attempts to crown him, or waving off their attempts to crown him as simply premature? Next week, we will get more into the specifics of Caesar's legal authority through this period, but suffice it to say that a growing contingent of the waning nobility did not believe for a second Caesar's claims that he would restore the old order as soon as order itself was restored. When a group of senators called on Caesar one afternoon and he did not rise to greet them as equals, but instead remained seated in lordly fashion, they saw their worst fears confirmed. Caesar was aiming to make himself a king and a god, and he must be stopped. And though Caesar was clearly aiming for immortality, they knew that in fact he was just a man who could and must be killed. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 46, Sic Semper Tyrannis. In 46 BC, Julius Caesar stayed in Rome for an extended period for the first time since heading to Gaul some 12 years earlier. During the summer, he was joined by Queen Cleopatra, who visited the city as an honored guest. Somewhat awkwardly for Caesar, she brought with her the product of their affair, a small boy nicknamed Caesarion, or Little Caesar, who would prove to be the great general's only son. Though Cicero found her infuriating, and Calpurnia could not have been happy to see her husband's lover parading around their illegitimate child, Cleopatra charmed the city, and was formally made a friend of Rome by the Senate. The Roman envelopment of Egypt, long sought and long staved off by bribery, was now official. Through the spring and summer, Caesar worked furiously on his reform projects, trying to salvage the Roman economy and restore stability to the empire. I would like to thank alert listener Dave for pointing out an error I made last week in recounting the changes to the calendar. It turns out that Caesar actually got his math wrong and inserted a leap day every 3 years rather than every 4 years. The mistake would stand for another 30 years until the reforms of Augustus. And speaking of corrections, I would also like to thank alert and longtime listener Detlef for pointing out that I got crossed up on my Roman numerals a few episodes back and referred to Mithridates the Great as Mithridates the Sixth rather than Mithridates the Fourth. Thanks, guys, for helping me keep everything straight. At this point, Caesar still officially served as co-consul with Lepidus as his colleague and had not yet embraced the full-time role of dictator that he would be remembered for. But while technically he was just another average Republican executive, in reality, the word of mere consul Julius Caesar was the undisputed law of the land. It felt good to finally wield the power he had sought for so long, and it felt doubly good that for the first time in years there were no enemies on the horizon threatening to take it all away. As he remade the city, though, he received new reports of trouble in Spain. At first, he hoped to simply brush them aside. He had won the war. He was in power. He did not want to hear that the sons of Pompey were raising more legions in Hispania to challenge his rule. Finally, though, he was forced to acknowledge the problem when word came that the ragtag remnants of the Senate's North African army was now 13 legions strong. Sigh. So in the autumn of 46 BC, Caesar set out from the city once again with 2 of his veteran legions, marching to Spain in less than a month, gathering recruits along the way and joining with a force that had been raised in anticipation of his arrival. In the end, he marshaled some 40,000 to face off against the 70,000 raised by the Pompeys. Outnumbered again. Sigh. But the speed of his advance had taken his enemies by surprise, and Caesar was able to reclaim much of the territory taken by the Pompey brothers. With Caesar in country, and clearly every bit the general he had always been, soldiers on the other side began to get nervous and defect in droves. The Pompeys found themselves forced to challenge Caesar in battle immediately. If they waited any longer, they risked losing their whole army to defection. So in March of 45 BC, on a slope outside the fortified city of Munda, the two sides met. Caesar was in the weaker position, but like always he acted boldly and ordered his legions to charge up the hill. The battle was an extremely hard-fought, bloody affair. Caesar himself was recorded to have said afterwards that while he usually fought for victory, at Munda he fought for his life. Indeed, the battle was going against him for quite a while, until he personally took charge of the right wing and rallied his beleaguered troops. The Pompeians reinforced the line in the face of Caesar's counterattack, but wound up losing the left as a result, allowing Caesar's cavalry to break through and surround them. Engulfed, the Pompeian army broke. The final numbers of 30,000 dead Pompeians to a mere 1,000 for Caesar hide how close Caesar came to losing everything. But what hid nothing was the 13 legionary standard Caesar captured. Military resistance in Spain was shattered, and the sons of Pompey fled. One would be captured a few months later and executed, while the other would remain on the run for another decade before being caught and executed by Octavian. Caesar remained in Spain for a few months, consolidating his rule and repairing the damage done by the corrupt and ruthless governor he had left in charge after winning the province in 49 BC. Then, with autumn approaching and the situation in Spain dealt with, Caesar and his entourage headed back to Rome. Unlike his return to the city after the Alexandrian campaign, or after his victory at Thapsus, when he headed back to the capital this time, nowhere in the whole of the empire did there lurk an enemy army to challenge him. This time, he really was the undisputed master of Rome. But of course, it does not take an army to bring down a single man. With every opposition army destroyed, Caesar's enemies turned to conspiracy. The object now was not to defeat Caesar, but to kill him. At first, it was only a hardcore contingent of enemies who thirsted for Caesar's blood, but his attitude after becoming sole master of the empire alienated many who were ambivalent to his rule and embittered many who had been his greatest friends. Mark Antony, though, despite the recent falling out with his old friend and numerous overtures from the conspirators, refused to join the ranks of the disaffected plotters. His continued loyalty was well received, and on his way back to Rome from Spain, with his young great-nephew Octavian by his side, Caesar picked up Antony from his political doghouse in Gaul, and the two old friends patched things up. But while Antony's support never wavered, a man in whom Caesar's support for never wavered, Marcus Brutus, would soon find himself at the forefront of the plot to kill his would-be father figure. The main controversy surrounding Caesar after his return to Rome in September of 45 BC, and the one that was the primary catalyst for his assassination, was the question of whether or not he was planning to have himself crowned king. Not being a dummy, Caesar always went to great lengths to prove that he had no desire to establish a monarchy, but the rumor persisted, and overt attempts to so crown him kept popping up, quote-unquote, spontaneously. Throughout the year 45, while he continued to serve officially as consul, this time he had not bothered with the formality of naming a colleague, and he seemed to be drifting more and more towards overt autocracy. And unfortunately for Caesar, just as his attitude was becoming more haughty, his grasp of public relations, once his greatest asset, began to slip. First, Caesar proved that he had learned nothing from the outrage over his last triumph and staged an official event to celebrate his victory in Spain. Again, the people of Rome were dismayed by a parade glorifying the defeat of their countrymen. The sons of Pompey may have been personal enemies of Caesar, but were they really public enemies of Rome? Second, Caesar managed to get himself embroiled in a pointless public spat with Cicero over the legacy of Cato. The great orator had published a eulogy of his dead colleague, lavishly praising the old defender of the Republican faith. Caesar flew into a rage, and against all good sense, wrote a scathing reply called the Anti-Cato, in which he lobbed every smear he could think of against his old rival. Cicero was taken aback by the fury of Caesar's reaction, but delighted in how unhinged the attack seemed. Cato may have been a lot of things, but a drunken miser who pimped his wife was not among them, though the latter charge, through some tortured logic, had some basis in truth. Cato had divorced his wife so she could marry another, richer man, and then, when the new husband died, remarried her and reaped the rewards of her inheritance. The people of Rome, though, did not see what Caesar wanted them to see about Cato. They focused instead on his petulant hysterics, a side of Caesar they had never seen before and did not like. His enemies could not print copies of the Anti-Cato fast enough. In the midst of these public offenses, little things kept popping up that renewed fears of Caesar's monarchical ambitions, and despite his protests, he certainly began to act the part of king. He secured the right to wear his triumphal regalia at public games, which may have seemed like no big deal, but the triumphal regalia was purple, just like the royal robes of old. Add to this the golden throne he had installed in the Senate House to sit in, and a pattern started to emerge. To top things off, he ordered that a statue of himself be carried along with the procession of gods that would make its way through the city on holy days. So not only was he planning to make himself king, but he was already claiming to be a god. One morning, the citizens of Rome awoke to find that someone had placed a crown on a public statue of Caesar during the night. Two tribunes, vocal opponents of Caesar, ordered that the crown be removed and made a great fuss about the outrage. And not long after this incident, while he made his way through town, Caesar was hailed as king by a man in the crowd. The same two tribunes had the man hauled off to stand trial, but Caesar ordered the man freed, and instead turned his wrath against the two agitating tribunes, stripping them of their property and forcing them to resign from office. What remains a mystery is whether Caesar himself planted first the crown and then the man in the crowd as trial balloons, or whether the two tribunes, hoping to score political points, engineered both events, or whether one was engineered by one side and the other by the other, or whether they were both just signs of organic public support for a King Caesar. Whoever had done what, though, talk of monarchy was in the air. For many who would take part in the assassination plot, though, the last straw was when a group of senators came to bestow upon Caesar a long list of new honors, father of the fatherland, imperator, that sort of thing, and Caesar had failed to rise to greet them. There are conflicting reports about whether Caesar was sick at the time, and the whole incident was blown out of proportion by his enemies, or whether he simply miscalculated the depths of the Senate's new subservience. But regardless, the story got out, and the rumor mill was fed. Caesar downplayed all this kingly talk, but continued to consolidate power at the same time. He stepped down from the consulship in October and placed 2 loyal politicians in the office, bypassing both the Senate and public elections. But his successors were just placeholders. Next, he had the Senate formally appoint him dictator, but unlike his previous flirtations with the office, this time he would not be stepping down anytime soon. He was granted a sequence of 10 consecutive one-year terms as dictator. But even this proved not to be enough, and in early 44 BC, he cast aside the expiration date and had himself named dictator in perpetuity, dictator for life. He may not be a king, but it was in name only. And even the in name only part seemed destined to be cast aside, as Caesar had a priest announce a contrived prophecy that only a king could conquer the Parthian Empire. And everyone knew that Caesar was planning, with the full support of the Roman people, to launch a war with Parthia to revenge the losses of Crassus. So if they wanted the mission to succeed, well, you heard the prophecy. But the movement to make Caesar a king seems to have died in February of 44 BC, during a rather strange, it was even considered strange by Roman standards, religious festival that involved men running through the streets naked. Mark Antony produced a laurel crown, announcing that the people had asked him to offer it to Caesar. But the reception from those same people seemed to indicate that they felt exactly the opposite. Roman crowds cheered when they approved of something, and were silent when they did not. When Antony offered the crown, you could have heard a pin drop. Caesar immediately read the crowd's reaction, and used the opportunity not to crown himself monarch as he may have planned, but to declare forcefully that Jupiter alone was the king of Rome. At this, the crowd exploded in cheers. They may accept autocracy, but they would never accept monarchy. Whether or not it was Caesar's plan all along to win support of the masses by engineering a very public rebuke of monarchy, it was clear that a king would not be conquering Parthia anytime soon. It was a good thing for Caesar that the prophecy was a complete fabrication. The last months of Caesar's life were consumed with this planned invasion of Parthia. He had already moved 16 legions and 10,000 cavalry across the Adriatic, and was preparing to launch his campaign in April of 44 BC. What Caesar had in mind seemed crazy for a man nearing the age of retirement, but his self-confidence was unwavering, and he dreamed of nothing less than the greatest series of conquests in Roman history, conquests to rival Alexander himself. Caesar planned to invade Parthia via Armenia, and after defeating the Parthians, which he took to be a foregone conclusion based off of what he had seen of their armies while passing through the east, he would march north through the Caucasus, pacifying the fierce nomadic tribes of the steppes, and then follow the Danube River back into Europe, capping off his run by conquering Germania. His plan, in short, was to return to Italy the greatest Roman who had ever lived. If only he had lived. Caesar's enemies realized that time was running out for them to do something. It could be years before he was back in Rome, and if he managed to accomplish half of what he was setting out to do, there would be no stopping him upon his return. The people would beg Caesar to be their king. The Republic would be destroyed forever. The time to act was now. In the months since Caesar's victory in Spain, the list of conspirators had grown to some 60 names. Some, like Cassius, were on board because they had been Caesar's enemies from the start. Others, like Gaius Trebbianus, had been with Caesar from the time of the Gallic Wars, but felt sidelined in his new regime. In his zeal to embrace his enemies, Caesar had pushed aside the friends who had got him to where he was. To men like Trebbianus, Caesar was no longer a vehicle for their own personal ambition, but rather an obstacle in its path. Finally, there were men like Marcus Brutus, the tortured Judas of the Ides of March, who seems to have simply been a Republican idealist, pushed into the plot by domineering friends. They reminded him constantly of his ancestor Marcus Junius Brutus, who had led the revolution against the Tarquins and sworn the Romans to their sacred oath of opposing monarchy forever. Every night, on a statue of that Brutus, graffiti would appear, asking if the Brutus name was dead. Though he loved Caesar personally, Brutus finally caved to the pressure and agreed to join the plot and exploit the fact that he was the last person Caesar would suspect of treachery. For the most part, the collection of plotters were personal rivals who, on any normal day, would have had nothing to do with each other. But this was no ordinary day. Today, they all agreed that Caesar must be killed. Numerous assassination scenarios were hashed out, but the conspirators finally settled on a meeting of the Senate as the right time and place. Only senators would be allowed into Pompey's theater, which is where the body had temporarily moved to, leaving Caesar without the protection of his bodyguards. Formal senatorial togas would also allow the assassins to easily conceal their daggers, the agreed-upon murder weapon. The plan was simple: lure Caesar into the Senate, surround him, and then stab him to death. With Caesar planning to leave Rome in just a few days, the conspirators also set a date, the 15th of March. Being the midpoint of the month, the 15th was also known by the name we are all familiar with today, the Ides of March. Caesar awoke on the morning of the 15th and tried to go about his business as usual. There were final preparations to sort out before he left for the East, and the Senate had been called into the session that day so that he could review some new petition. Caesar had been warned previously by a soothsayer to be on guard on the Ides of March, and he was further troubled by the fevered nightmares of his wife Calpurnia, who had dreamed just that night of his death. His wife and friends begged him to listen to the ill omens that surrounded the day and stay home, and while Caesar considered the option, he was convinced by his old surrogate son Brutus that to ignore the Senate's request for his presence would be seen as a great insult. They were already assembled and awaiting his appearance. To simply blow them off would be the height of bad manners, and feed royal rumors. Caesar was convinced. He would go and humor the old men one last time before leaving for the simple comforts of his military tent. The worst he was likely to suffer listening to whatever overwrought petition the Senate had deemed worthy of his attention was acute boredom. The petition, of course, was a fake, entered for public consideration by the plotting senators to lure their prey into a trap. Caesar made his way through the streets, carefully led by Brutus. Mark Antony had learned the night before that some plot was afoot, though he did not know the details of the plan, and hurried to try and warn Caesar, but Brutus carefully steered the dictator in through a back door. Antony was unable to reach him through the crowd. Caesar took his place at the front of the chamber and requested the petition. The senator who brought the scroll forward handed it over, but as he did so he grabbed at Caesar's toga. Caesar was shocked by the move and exclaimed, "Why, this is violence." With Caesar held in place, another senator named Servilius Casca approached from behind and, pulling a dagger from his robes, stabbed at Caesar's throat. Military instinct taking over, Caesar dodged the attack and seized Casca's arm, crying, "Casca, you villain, what are you doing?" Casca, having lost the element of surprise, called out for his brothers to help him. At this word, the 60 members of the conspiracy rushed in and surrounded Caesar, stabbing at him recklessly. Caesar tried to run, but blinded by blood and confusion, tripped and fell. As he lay on the ground, the stabbing continued. In the end, all Caesar could do was cover his face with his toga and die in a pool of his own blood. The legend surrounding the assassination has Caesar in anguish seeing Brutus among his attackers and crying either, "You too, child?" or, in Shakespeare's poetic turn, "Et tu, Brute?" But these last words did not begin to appear in the historical record until much later, and even then, as in the case of Suetonius, the quotes are simply noted but dismissed as inaccurate. A similar embellishment has Brutus crying, "Sic Semper Tyrannis," thus always to tyrants, over Caesar's dead body. Dramatic and memorable, yes, but a complete fiction. Instead, the assassins are reported to have simply marched out of the chamber, leaving Caesar's body behind. They are said to have then paraded through the streets, announcing that they had killed Caesar and set Rome free. But to their surprise, they were not met as the liberators they imagined themselves to be. The people of Rome greeted them instead with stunned silence. Then they went home. Then they locked their doors. They knew that whatever stability Caesar had brought was about to be blown apart. Julius Caesar died on the 15th of March, 44 BC. He had been stabbed 23 times, though doctors determined that in the end, only a single thrust to his heart had been fatal. He was the last and greatest of the old triumvirs, but in the end, just like Crassus and Pompey before him, he died a violent death, a victim of his own outsized ambition. For a brief moment, the fate of Rome hung in the balance. Would the liberators, as they were now calling themselves, see their dream of a restored republic come true, or would Julius Caesar be revealed as merely a symptom of the disease that plagued Rome, rather than the cause? Next week, the full extent of the rot at the core of the republican system will be revealed. Mark Antony will turn the people against the supposed liberators, reminding the masses that all Caesar had ever done was remove the unjust chains placed upon them by greedy oligarchs. Brutus and Cassius, who fancied themselves heroes, will be driven from the city they thought they had saved, and Caesar's revealed heir, Gaius Octavius, the bright young great-nephew of the dead dictator, will make his first appearance on the public stage. The Romans will be forced to endure another 13 years of chaos and civil war before they are once again granted peace. After all the violence, it will not matter to anyone that the peace will be guaranteed by the rule of a single man, Gaius Octavius, Caesar Augustus, the first emperor of Rome. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 47, Octavius, Octavian. Julius Caesar was dead. Upon hearing the news, the people of Rome shut themselves up in their homes. After years of civil war, peace had finally come to the turbulent capital, but now Caesar's final settlement turned out to be little more than the eye of the hurricane. The people implicitly understood that the liberators' vision of a restored republic would mean little more than the return of violent chaos. So they did not rush to embrace Cassius. They did not cheer for Brutus. They simply turned their backs, resigning themselves to what was clearly this generation's lot in life: pain, sacrifice, and bloodshed. And not only did the people of Rome get it exactly right, that Caesar's murder would lead to renewed civil strife, but the liberators got it exactly wrong. Far from restoring the old republican order, the assassination of Julius Caesar hastened its demise. The liberators made three basic intertwined mistakes. First and foremost, they had no plan for what to do after Caesar was dead. In a classic display of not thinking through the consequences of one's actions, they were so obsessed with removing the dictator that they did not think about who would fill the power vacuum when he was gone. It seems not to have occurred to them to make arrangements for someone, anyone, to assume executive power once the man who had consolidated nearly all executive power into his hands was gone. It was a palace coup without a replacement king waiting in the wings. And this exposed their second great mistake, focusing all their attention on Caesar. In the moments after the assassination, Mark Antony fled from Pompey's theater, disguised himself as a slave, and fled the city, convinced that he would be a target of assassination himself. When you depose a ruler, it's just common sense to purge his supporters at the same time. Otherwise, they come back and undo everything you were trying to accomplish by deposing the ruler in the first place, which is, of course, exactly what Antony did a few days later when he realized no one was out to get him. As consul for that year, an unharmed Mark Antony had every legitimate reason to step into the power vacuum left by Caesar's death. If the liberators thought they were going to restore the republic by letting Mark Antony anywhere near power, they were mistaken, bordering on delusional. As Cicero later said, the Ides of March was a fine deed, but half done. Letting Antony live was incredibly short-sighted. Finally, the assassins completely miscalculated the people's reaction to the death of Caesar. The liberators, who were all high-born senators, seemed to have been living in something of a bubble. They saw Caesar as a dangerous tyrant. Removing him from power was a self-evident good. But the lower and middle classes saw Caesar not as a dangerous tyrant, but as a powerful advocate of their interests, a man who had always gone to bat for them against the oligarchy of wealthy princes who never gave them the time of day, who gobbled up their land, hoarded the profits of empire, and forced them to live wretched lives in urban slums. If the liberators thought murdering Caesar was going to make them heroes to the people, they understood nothing about how the average Roman lived. They would pay a price for their blindness. In just a matter of days, these men who thought themselves heroes, who believed they had just delivered Rome from one of history's greatest monsters, would find themselves on the run, their homes ransacked, and their heads called for by the enraged masses of Rome. Perplexed, and perhaps a bit offended that the liberators had not thought him worthy of assassination, Mark Antony returned to Rome a few days after the Ides of March, quietly reassuming the consulship which, with Caesar now gone, was once again the highest office in the land. The first order of business was to open Caesar's will and find out how the late dictator planned to allocate his power and fortune. Calpurnia had retrieved the documents from their deposit box at the Temple of the Vestas and turned them over to Antony as soon as he was back in the city. What Antony read disheartened him. Despite his years of service and loyalty, he was accorded no official place among Caesar's heirs. Instead, incredibly, Caesar left 3/4 of his fortune to his practically unknown and certainly untested 19-year-old great-nephew, Gaius Octavius. Even more incredibly, Caesar stipulated in the will that he was adopting Octavius posthumously. Just like that, Antony was faced with a dangerous rival for power. He had assumed that with their old general dead, the loyalty of Caesar's legions would naturally pass to his chief lieutenant. But now, suddenly, there was a son of Caesar. Would the legions rally to this upstart, or would they stick with the man who had shared their barracks and mess tents through all these long years of war and hardship? It was not a rhetorical question. Across the empire, the legions who had pledged themselves personally to Caesar would now be faced with a choice: the son or the best friend. Gaius Octavius, the man who would become Caesar Augustus, was born during the consulship of Cicero in 63 BC. He was the son of an up-and-coming novus homo, also named Gaius Octavius, who had been recognized as a rising star and married to Julius Caesar's niece Attia. However, when young Gaius was only 5, his father had died, and his mother remarried a cautious politician named Lucius Marcius Philippus. His early years were spent primarily in the care of his grandmother, Caesar's sister Julia, who oversaw his education until she died in 51 BC. There did not seem to be anything particularly remarkable about the boy, certainly nothing to indicate that in a few years he would become, the master of the known world. In fact, he seemed to lack all the qualities that mark young Roman boys for greatness. He was fragile, prone to sickness, not particularly strong, and forever hovered over by an overprotective mother. But he was an able student, showed promise in oratory, and most critically, seemed to attract the right kind of friends. It was at school, for example, that he met Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, the low-born son of a nobody, who was immediately drawn to the thoughtful, if frail, young aristocrat. Agrippa was everything that Octavius was not, a physically gifted natural athlete who impressed every old soldier he ever came across. As much as Caesar was eventually struck by the clever mind and solid character of his young nephew, he was never under any illusions about the boy's physical prowess. But in the friends Octavius surrounded himself with, Agrippa in particular, Caesar felt comforted that the boy was in good hands. Indeed, throughout the coming civil wars, when Octavian is described as having won this or that battle, what historians really mean to say is that Agrippa won this or that battle for Octavian. The childhood friends conquered the empire together, Octavian handling the politics, Agrippa the armies. It was one of the most successful partnerships in history. Young Octavius did not come into regular contact with his famous uncle until Caesar returned triumphant from North Africa. He had been forbidden to join the campaign by his mother, who feared the boy would break under the stress of army life. But when Caesar emerged victorious from the civil war, Octavius found himself in the unique position of being related to the most powerful man in Rome. He was bombarded from all sides by people looking to use his special access to procure favors, appointments, and handouts. But at the time, he was basically just a kid and had no reason to think he had any pull whatsoever with his uncle. So what the heck were they bothering him for? Famously, though, Octavius finally mustered the gumption to approach Caesar and ask a favor. Agrippa's brother had been on the losing side of the North African War, but having already been pardoned by Caesar once before, he had no hope of clemency, as it was well known that Caesar's generosity was extended one time only. Getting caught on the wrong side a second time meant death. Caesar granted the request of his young nephew without hesitation, though, to the relief of both Octavius, who feared provoking the wrath of his uncle, and Agrippa, whose brother's life hung in the balance. That Octavius took such a personal risk for Agrippa cemented their bond forever and earned Octavius a well-deserved reputation for loyalty. Without a legitimate male heir, Caesar had his eye on Octavius, and when the Pompey brothers started trouble in Spain, he intended to place the young man on his general staff and test his military mettle. But as the legions were preparing to march from Rome, Octavius was felled by one of his frequent sicknesses and had to be left behind. Unfortunately for Octavius, his early career would be riddled by these untimely sicknesses. You know, the kind of sicknesses that keep you confined to a tent when you should be out on the battlefield. So, whether deserved or not, along with his reputation for loyalty, young Octavius will soon acquire a damaging reputation for cowardice as well. There is no indication that he was ever faking sick, but once too often the legions marched off and left him behind to mend from some new affliction. Eventually, people started to notice a pattern. But Octavius was determined to make it to Spain. So when he recovered, he set out with a small cadre of friends, Agrippa included, to join Caesar at the front. But if he hoped to get his first taste of battle, he was too late. By the time he reached Spain, the war was already over. But it was not a total loss. Caesar had Octavius stay with him in his tent, and when the legions packed up and headed back to Rome, Octavius spent most of the journey in his uncle's carriage, picking the brain and having his brain picked by the great general. And despite his late arrival, he earned the respect of Caesar for having set out on his journey before knowing the outcome of the war, unlike the endless stream of politicians who waited to find out who won before pouring out of Rome to find Caesar and pay their respects. Octavius, though, was eventually dislodged from his prime seat alongside Caesar when Mark Antony joined the caravan in Gaul. Octavius found himself in the next carriage back, seated alongside Decimus Brutus, one of Marcus Brutus's cousins, and a longtime supporter of Caesar, who would soon join the Liberator Conspiracy and then play a central role in the early stages of the post-Ides of March civil wars between the Senate, Octavius, and the man who had just taken Octavius's spot in Caesar's carriage, Mark Antony. At some point during the journey home from Spain, Caesar made up his mind about Octavius, and when they returned to Rome, one of the first things he did was rewrite his will, officially declaring that in the event of his death, Octavius was to be posthumously adopted and put in charge of the family and fortune of the Julii. As an ironic historical footnote, the will also stipulated that Octavius was dead or refused the inheritance, then everything should go to Marcus Brutus, the man Caesar had always loved and treated as his son. Et tu, Brute? To prepare Octavius for a life at the forefront of war, politics, and empire, Caesar introduced his new heir. Not that anyone, Octavius included, knew that Caesar had rewritten his will at this point, to the life of an all-powerful official. The young man acted as a sort of administrative assistant, serving as an intermediary between the hordes of men who wanted 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, with Caesar, and the man himself, who did not physically have time for them all. Octavius learned quickly how politics really worked, what was important, what could be left for another day, who should be flattered, and who could safely be ignored. After this crash course in practical administration, Caesar arranged for Octavius to complete his education in Apollonia, where he would learn oratory from the Greek masters and soldiering from the Macedonian legions. Then, in a few months, when Rome launched its invasion of Parthia, Octavius would serve alongside Caesar and learn his final, most valuable lessons: how to run an army, how to win a war. But of course, Octavius would never learn those final lessons from his uncle. Word came from his mother in a letter dated March 15th, 44 BC, that Caesar was dead. Even though she did not yet know the content of Caesar's will, simply by virtue of being a male relative of the murdered dictator, Attia knew that her son was in danger. She implored Octavius to return to Rome, but avoid getting entangled in the public fallout of the assassination. This request directly contradicted the advice Octavius received from his friends and mentors in Apollonia, who encouraged him to immediately take command of the 5 legions in Macedonia, march on Rome, and avenge his uncle. While making no commitment to a private life as his mother wished, Octavius rejected the notion that he could or should lead 25,000 men in an illegal invasion of Italy. He had never even witnessed a battle, let alone fought in one, and at this point he had very real doubts about whether or not he was cut out to be a general. So he split the difference and decided to travel back to Italy with a small company of allies and figure out what his role would be in this new post-Caesar world. He arrived in Brundisium and carefully approached the legions that had been mustered there for the now-cancelled Parthian campaign. He found himself well received by the soldiers and in no immediate danger from the anti-Caesar faction. Apparently, back in Rome, Antony had delivered a funeral oration in the Forum while Caesar lay in state, and had whipped the masses into an anti-liberator frenzy. He told them that Caesar had always held the people at the forefront of his mind, and that according to his recently opened will, the bulk of his property would be given to the citizens of Rome. Then he brought out Caesar's blood-stained toga and held it for all to see, pointing to each stab hole in the fabric and naming the assassin. Here, Cassius. Here, Brutus. The inflamed masses rioted, looting the shopping pavilions and building a massive funeral pyre for the body of Caesar. Then they turned on the liberators, who were forced to flee the city while the angry mobs overran their homes. Of course, Octavius soon learned that Antony's speech had been full of exaggerated showmanship. The bulk of the Caesar estate had not been left to the citizens of Rome. It had been left to him. Though the estate was not technically left to Gaius Octavius, it was instead left to Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, Caesar's posthumously adopted son. What role would Octavius have in the new post-Caesar world? How about one right smack dab in the middle of everything? His mother begged him to refuse the adoption and inheritance. She understood perfectly well what it meant to be Caesar's sole heir, what would be expected of him, and what enemies he would immediately earn. If he took Caesar's name, in all likelihood, he would share his uncle's fate. But weak and fragile Octavius revealed some of the steel lurking in his heart and rejected this advice. No, he would become Gaius Julius Caesar, avenge his late father, and guarantee the dictator's legacy. At this point, Octavius apparently dropped his old name altogether, and henceforth went by simply Gaius Julius Caesar, the name that would rouse the passion and loyalty of his newly inherited allies. His old name Octavius, amended to Octavianus to denote that he had been adopted out of his biological family, was still officially attached to his identity, but in practice it disappeared. However, historians label the new Gaius Julius Caesar Octavian through this period, simply to avoid confusing him with his dead uncle. So, just to recap, before the adoption, we call him Octavius. After the adoption, but before he wins the Civil War, we call him Octavian. After the triumph over Mark Antony, we call him Augustus, a title conferred on him by the Senate in 27 BC. His friends, however, called him Gaius, while everyone else called him Julius Caesar. Got that? Good. Octavian was hailed by Caesar's legions in Brundisium as their rightful new leader, much to the chagrin of Antony. But it was not just the name of Caesar that drew the legions to support Octavian so readily. Having run the assassins out of town, Antony's posture suddenly became conciliatory. He met with the Senate and appeared to be arranging a truce, amnesty for the liberators in exchange for the Senate's promise not to cancel any of Caesar's reforms or appointments. To the men of Caesar's legions, though, this was nothing less than a betrayal. They didn't care about avoiding a new civil war or the greater good of the state or Antony's personal ambition. They wanted revenge. Their honor demanded it. Antony's honor ought to have demanded it too. To see him meeting with the Senate and talking compromise was an outrage that Octavian immediately capitalized on. The young Caesar made for the capital, and blowing up his mother's dream of a quiet, safe, private life for her son, set about publicly destabilizing the shaky truce in Rome. Even at this early stage of the game, it was obvious that Octavian's ambitions were lofty, and that he just maybe had the talent to pull it all off. But he was young and needed time to consolidate his position. He did not need any grand alliances leaving him isolated, the odd man out in what was shaping up to be a deadly game of political musical chairs. So he riled up Caesar's veterans, turning them against Antony and promising to do what the waffling consul would not, avenge Caesar's death. The campaign against Antony was designed to either alienate him from Caesar's old legions, and thus deny him his most important power base, or force him to abandon his possible alliance with the Senate in favor of a more radical position to mollify the troops. Antony, predictably, chose the latter. He knew he was nothing without the support of Caesar's legions. So he broke off talks with the Senate and embraced far more extreme positions. But his rage at the upstart Octavian knew no bounds, and throughout the next few months, while the two shared the spotlight in Rome, Antony took every opportunity to ignore and demean the young man, going so far as to withhold Octavian's rightful inheritance and stall the official adoption proceedings. But whatever personal slights were inflicted on him, Octavian was satisfied with having divorced Antony from the Senate. As a part of Antony's political shift, he exchanged the offer of clemency for the liberators with forced exile. He pushed through obscure foreign appointments for the lot of them, forcing them out of Italy so they would not get in the way of the Caesarians as they re-entrenched. He also forced through a Cisalpine Gaul proconsular appointment for himself to take effect as soon as he left office. This meant cutting short the term of the current governor, Decimus Brutus, who was not likely to give up his position without a fight. One of the liberators, maintaining his strategic placement at the head of an army just north of Rome, was of the utmost importance for the remaining republicans, and Antony relished the opportunity not only to put himself in that all-important province, but to remove an obvious threat at the same time, hopefully regaining the trust of Caesar's legions by declaring war on one of the dictator's assassins along the way. Antony called in 5 legions stationed in Macedonia and ordered them to cross the Adriatic and meet him in Brundisium. When his term as consul ended, he would march them north and force Brutus to capitulate. But as autumn gave way to winter, Antony's position began to deteriorate. In September of 44 BC, in retaliation for turning against the Senate, Cicero aimed his considerable rhetorical artillery directly at the consul and opened fire. Using as a model the attacks on Philip II, Alexander the Great's father, by the Greek orator Demosthenes, Cicero delivered a series of scathing orations, collectively known as the Philippics, denouncing Antony. He asked the Senate to declare the dangerous consul an enemy of the state, while going out of his way to heap praise on Octavian, who he had clearly determined was the lesser of the two Caesarian evils. Cicero succeeded in turning public opinion against Antony, but the orations were probably the final nail in his coffin. In a few months, when a reconciled Antony and Octavian meet to discuss the fate of their enemies, Antony will be uncompromising on the question of Cicero. The old windbag was dead. Dead, dead, dead. Even worse for Antony, though, word came in November that 2 of the 5 Macedonian legions were defecting to Octavian's banner. The young man was lucky to have spent the months leading up to Caesar's assassination in Greece, and had become quite popular with the troops in Macedonia. For the first time, it wasn't just the name of Caesar, but the personal magnetism of Octavian himself that was having an effect on the balance of power. With the army going to Octavian, and Cicero lining up the Senate to support the young Caesar, and the people turning against him, Antony knew he had to act fast. Before his term as consul ended, he collected the 3 legions still loyal to him and marched for Cisalpine Gaul. He would dislodge the assassin Brutus and hold the rich and strategically important province for himself. Plus, no one had yet taken into account the tens of thousands of troops stationed in Gaul and Spain. The officers in charge of the legions of Western Europe were his personal friends, and the soldiers his longtime comrades. Antony was confident that they would back him over the growing Octavian senatorial alliance. At the end of 44 BC, he marched out of Rome bloodied, but not beaten. Next week, Antony will bottle up the governor of Cisalpine Gaul, Decimus Brutus, and nearly starve him into submission. But the new consuls for the year 43 BC will raise armies and march to Brutus's relief, having already followed Cicero's advice by declaring Antony an enemy of the state. Marching with them, headed towards his first battle, will be the newly appointed propraetor Octavian. Though for the briefest of moments Antony and Octavian will find themselves on opposite sides, they will soon come to an agreement, forming an alliance along with Caesar's old consular colleague Lepidus. And while the First Triumvirate had been a powerful political force, it had nothing on the brutal ruthlessness of this new alliance, the Second Triumvirate. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 48, the Second Triumvirate. On January the 1st, 43 BC, the annual rollover of office holders took place in Rome. Praetors, aediles, and quaestors stepped down from their position, and new men took their place. In keeping with the long-established custom, the men on their way out stepped laterally into prorogued offices in the provinces. Praetors became propraetors, consuls became proconsuls. But what had in the past been a relatively boring reshuffling of the imperial bureaucracy was now a flashpoint for confrontation. Mark Antony, newly minted proconsul, had been slated to take over Macedonia, but in the last days of his consulship, he decided that he didn't want Macedonia, He wanted the rich and strategically important province of Cisalpine Gaul. So he had the tribunes propose and ratify a change in assignments, except that the term of the current governor, Decimus Brutus, had not yet expired, and he refused to recognize the new orders. This being a new age of Roman politics, an age defined by force rather than persuasion, Antony simply gathered an army and marched for the Po Valley to force Brutus out. Obviously, there were special circumstances surrounding Antony's desire to take Cisalpine Gaul and dislodge Brutus in the process, namely, that the latter had been a central figure in the Liberator conspiracy to kill Julius Caesar, but it is nonetheless unsettling how easy it had become for legion to fight legion. 100 years ago, 2 Roman armies lined up against one another would have been an unthinkable shame. Now, it was as regular as clockwork. By the time January rolled around, Antony was, in fact, already in the Po Valley, with his 3 legions besieging Brutus in the town of Mutina. The new consuls for the year, Aulus Hirtius and Gaius Vibius Pansa, had both been strong supporters of Caesar and had fought alongside him during the civil wars. Indeed, their turn in the consulship had been arranged by the dictator prior to his death. But with Caesar dead, both men reverted back to moderate republicanism. For them, Caesar was a singular figure, and with him gone, it was time for the natural order of things to be restored. So, despite their longtime fellow traveling with Antony, neither of them had much stomach for his continuation of the extreme Caesarian agenda he was pursuing. When the Senate decided that Antony had gone too far in claiming Cisalpine Gaul for himself and declared him an enemy of the state, both consuls were ready to lead armies north and put down their erstwhile friend. Octavian welcomed the new year with relish. Thus far in his brief and meteoric rise up the political ladder, he had not actually stepped foot on the ladder. His prominence was due entirely to his name. The armies he led and the support he enjoyed was all private, and he badly needed some official cover to make himself legitimate. But he was at this point not yet 20 years old, and barely qualified to be a military tribune, let alone the general of an army. But he was determined to not let a little thing like the rules hold him back, and he engineered a rather odd point of entry into the government, skipping the formal offices themselves and jumping directly to an appointment as propraetor. No doubt, the legions Octavian controlled played an important role in the Senate throwing out the book for the young man. He was asked to merge his legions with the consular armies headed to face Antony, and soon after taking office, he was on his way north to battle in defense of, get this, the Republic. Hirtius was already in the Po Valley when Octavian and the 2 defecting Macedonian legions arrived. Still years away from becoming Augustus, undisputed master of the Roman Empire, Octavian was immediately put in his place by Hirtius, who treated the junior officer like the junior officer he was. Hirtius took control of the Macedonian legions and made sure Octavian understood that whatever his name, a consul's word, was still the law in camp. Brutus was in dire straits and desperately needed relief, but Hirtius did not press Antony right away. He wanted to make sure that when he attacked, Antony would have no hope of victory. Julius Caesar may have been the luckiest general alive, but he was dead now. An overwhelming force might actually count for something again. So he waited while his colleague Pansa finished raising 3 new legions. Antony would stand no chance against their combined armies. At the beginning of spring, Pansa was ready and began to march north. Antony was fully aware that he would soon be outnumbered, so he broke off his focus on Brutus and headed down to ambush Pansa before he could link up with Hirtius and Octavian. At the small village of Forum Gallorum, Antony's veteran legions surprised the raw recruits led by Pansa and crushed them with relative ease. Pansa himself was injured in the fighting. The only drawback, though, to easy victory is that it breeds complacency, and while Antony's men strolled merrily back to camp, they were surprised by Hirtius's army, who had marched south when the consul realized what Antony was up to. The only thing that saved Antony's legions was the onset of night, which forced an end to what was shaping up to be a slaughter. Missing all the fun was Octavian, who was apparently left behind to guard the camp, a fact that Antony would use to needle his rival for years. Remember Forum Gallorum when you... Oh no, wait, you weren't there, were you? But 6 days later, Octavian would be present for the assault on Antony's camp. Hirtius may have lost the edge of overwhelming force, but Antony's men were in bad shape and looked ready for a finishing off. The consular army stormed Antony's camp and broke through the gates. Octavian, for the first time, found himself in the thick of battle. Legend has it that when Hirtius was killed near Antony's tent, that it was Octavian who dragged his body out of harm's way. though a later, equally repeated rumor has Octavian secretly killing Hirtius in the din of battle so he could seize control of the army from a general who had disrespected him. Both stories are likely fabrications. Octavian's career will be filled with these kinds of contradictory myths and slanders. Put simply, though, we know that he was there, we know that he fought, and we know that in his first real battle, he was on the winning side. Antony was forced to retreat, and the siege of Brutus was lifted. Fueling the later slanderous rumor that Octavian somehow managed to murder a consul in broad daylight while surrounded by literally hundreds of men, the other consul, Pansa, died of his wounds a few days after the Battle of Mutina. Allegedly, he was poisoned by a Greek doctor on Octavian's orders. Why would Octavian secretly order the death of a consul? Because with Hirtius dead, Pansa was the only thing standing between Octavian and control of 8 full legions. Whatever part Octavian did or did not play, the deaths of Hirtius and Pansa would be 2 of the more fateful deaths in Roman history, because once control of the legions fell into his lap, Octavian never looked back. Brutus tried briefly to assert command in his role as governor of the province, but Octavian would have none of it. Brutus wasn't even allowed into camp. Lucky for him, he had been rescued by a man who probably wanted his head even more than the man he had been saved from. Brutus, though, was undaunted, and led his legions through the Alps in pursuit of Antony, who was making for Gaul. Technically, he and Octavian were on the same side, but Octavian declined to move an inch and remained camped in Cisalpine Gaul, leaving Brutus hanging in the mountains alone and unsupported. Meanwhile, Antony arrived in Gaul and hooked up with the 11 legions stationed there under the command of Marcus Lepidus. Brutus had no hope of defeating Antony now, but when he turned around, he realized he was staring down the barrel of Octavian and his 8 legions. Sensing disaster, his troops deserted, getting out of the mountains any way they could. Brutus himself fell into the hands of a Gallic tribe looking to make nice with Antony, who received a head in a box a few days later. Back in Rome, the Republicans initially cheered the defeat of Antony, but the savvy could see that this was no victory at all. Caesar's son and Caesar's best friend now controlled between them some 20 legions, and unfortunately, the interests of the 2 men were no longer at odds. In the east, Marcus Brutus and Cassius were raising armies to destroy the Caesarian menace before it strangled the Republic forever. Divided, it was possible Antony and Octavian might each be beaten by the liberator armies, but combined they would be unstoppable. So what at first looked like a victory for Republicans turned out to be another crucial step towards their demise. Octavian wasted no time after the death of the consuls to raise himself into their vacated seats. He sent a contingent of centurions to the Senate demanding that they name him consul. The Senate, trying to maintain some hold on the situation, refused. Octavian was unperturbed by the rebuke, though, and simply packed up his army and headed to Rome. He camped outside the walls and asked again. This time, his request was granted. Satisfied, the newly minted consul Octavian headed back to Cisalpine Gaul to make the final arrangements for his anticipated meeting with Antony. All summer, envoys had crossed back and forth across the Alps to work out the details of the summit. Antony detested Octavian, and Octavian in turn despised Antony. But for now, it was clear that it was in both their interests to join forces. The future? Well, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. In October of 43 BC, with Lepidus acting as broker, Antony and Octavian met on a small island in the river Lavinius, and for 2 straight days hashed out the fate of the Roman Empire. The upshot of the meeting was the creation of the innocuous-sounding Commission of 3 for the Ordering of the State, which has become known to us, though, as the Second Triumvirate. The Triumvirate included Antony, Octavian, and Marcus Lepidus, whose inclusion seems to have been to act as a rubber stamp for Antony's decisions, but the old general was trusted by both men to be a silent partner. This was between Octavian and Antony. It was agreed that the first order of business would be crushing Brutus and Cassius. But though the 2 triumvirs led now a combined army of some 100,000 troops, more than enough for any war with Brutus and Cassius, they were light on cash. No money for paychecks, no troops. No troops, no army. No army, no war. So the triumvirate decided to revive prescription, a practice Julius Caesar had steadfastly refused to engage in to raise the necessary funds. So where Caesar had played for greatness, eschewing prescriptions to demonstrate what a wonderful guy he was. Antony and Octavian played for keeps. The process would be the same as during the reign of Sulla. A list of 2,500 names would be drawn up, the names would be posted in the forum, the property and lives of those named would be forfeit. The enemies of the Caesarians would be eliminated, and the necessary funds for their campaigns against Brutus and Cassius would be secured. The coming terror would eradicate the last of the real defenders of the Republic. Defenders, for example, like Cicero. In the negotiations, Octavian was unable to persuade Antony to spare Cicero's life. For Antony, leaving the pompous old orator alive was a deal-breaker, and in the end, Octavian was forced to relent. A new order was coming, and there was no place in it for eloquent defenders of Republican virtue. In December of 43 BC, soldiers caught up with Cicero, and he stoically offered them his neck, asking only that they get it right the first time. Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus now ruled the Roman Empire as a three-headed dictator. Unlike the previous triumvirate, this new incarnation was legally ratified by the assemblies for a term of 5 years. The word of the triumvirs was law. They posted the prescription list and let their bloody reign begin. Heads rolled, property was seized, men of high standing were reduced to hiding in attics and basements. Antony and Octavian observed it all without compassion. It is said that Antony demanded to review every prescribed head himself, even if it interrupted dinner. The only problem with the plan, though, besides, the gross inhumanity of it all, was that by flooding the market with the newly prescribed homes, the real estate market bottomed out, and the triumvirs raised far less money than they originally anticipated. They were forced to post more names on the prescribed lists. When that didn't work, they were forced to outright steal from safe deposit boxes held in the Temple of the Vestas. And when that wasn't enough, they did the really unthinkable. They instituted a tax on the people of Italy, who had, from time immemorial, been exempt from taxation. Even during the days of Rome's initial rise to power over the peninsula, conquered tribes were usually asked for soldiers rather than cash as the price of their servitude. The new tax, in fact, would prove to be far more unpopular than the prescriptions. But the triumvirate, unpopular as they were making themselves, finally scraped together enough to fund their war. It was time to head east and deal with the murderers of Caesar. Leaving Lepidus in control of Italy, Antony and Octavian ferried 19 legions across the Adriatic, landing near Dyrrhachium. It was not an easy crossing. Despite controlling all the lands of the Western Empire, the triumvirate had virtually no presence on the seas, a fact that would come back to haunt them time and again. But they managed to get across before a Republican naval blockade could be firmly established. Once they disembarked, Antony sent 8 legions ahead on a scouting mission. The triumvirs knew that Brutus and Cassius were out there somewhere, but they didn't know where exactly. Where exactly turned out to be the town of Philippi in Thrace, about halfway down the road to the Hellespont. Brutus and Cassius had set up strong defensive positions, building camps atop 2 hills, and then building a north-south wall between their camps. Further north of their position was steep rocky hills, and further south was marshlands. If the triumvirs, marching east, were going to attack, it was going to be head-on. But battle is not what Cassius, the senior general and tactical mastermind of the liberators, was after. He fully expected to sit tight and wait for a naval blockade to take its toll. Macedonia is a notoriously hard country, and could in no way support the 100,000-some men of the triumvirate army for long. As Brutus and Cassius waited for Antony and Octavian to arrive, 150 ships filled the Adriatic, cutting them off from their supply line in Italy. All Brutus and Cassius had to do was repel whatever assault the triumvirs attempted, and then wait for them to starve. But unfortunately for the liberators, while the blockade worked like a charm, the whole repelling whatever assault the triumvirs attempted thing didn't work out exactly as planned. When the liberator position was discovered, Antony immediately led the triumvirate legions to confront Brutus and Cassius. Octavian, however, once again debilitated by sickness, was forced to remain behind in Dyrrhachium, adding fuel to the persistent rumor of cowardice. Antony arrived outside the liberator camps in late September 42 BC, and quickly assessed the situation. The north side was indeed no good for an approach, and a frontal assault would be suicidal. The southern swamp, though, ugly a route as it was, showed some promise. Cassius, in the southernmost camp, obviously did not believe he had to worry about an approach through the bog, and had set up no defensive line. So, taking a page from the playbook of Hannibal, Antony decided his best bet was to lead a force through the muck and appear suddenly where no one expected him to be. With luck, he would be able to surprise Cassius and get at the underbelly of the Liberator army before they knew what hit him. Keeping the bulk of his army skirmishing around as a distraction, Antony sent his engineers into the swamp and had them begin constructing a causeway. A few days into the work, Octavian arrived from Dyrrhachium. He was still in bad shape, but had no intention of letting Antony hog all the glory. Plus, more importantly, he could not allow Antony to seize the opportunity a great victory would provide to turn on his young colleague. Overall command of the operation was firmly in Antony's hands, but Octavian planned to be standing right next to him the whole time. They would rise or fall together. The engineers worked for days in the swamp, slowly cutting and building a plank road through the muck. On October the 3rd, though, just as they reached the other side, their cover was blown. Sentries finally noticed something was going on in the impassable swamp and alerted Cassius. The Liberator General acted fast, ordering that fortifications be built into the swamp, bisecting the causeway, and trapping the lead insertion force in enemy territory. Recognizing that the jig was up, Antony ordered a full-on attack, targeting the place where Cassius's main defensive wall met the swamp. Taken off guard by the sudden frontal assault, Cassius's men were unable to prevent Antony from breaking through. At the same time, Brutus saw that the camps of Octavian and Antony now were totally unprotected. Rather than send his men to reinforce Cassius, Brutus ordered them to seize the triumvirate camps. At worst, any success Antony achieved would be offset by the loss of his bases, and at best, he would be beaten and then have nowhere to retreat to. Octavian was supposed to be leading the camp forces, but when Brutus's legions stormed the wall, he was nowhere to be found. There is no accounting for him at this point, though it was rumored that, recognizing Brutus would easily overrun the reserve forces, that Octavian hid out in the swamp until the battle was over. Antony, on the other hand, was in the middle of intense fighting near Cassius's camp. Eventually, he was able to storm the walls and take the base, which left the battle at a peculiar draw. Antony in control of Cassius's camp, Brutus in control of Antony's. But for Cassius, it was all a loss. He had retreated with a small force to another nearby hill and watched the battle wind down. There are two accounts of what happened next. In the first, dust from the battle so obscured everyone's vision that Cassius did not realize Brutus had seized the triumvirate camps, knowing only that his own army had been defeated. Assuming the worst, he ordered a slave to take his life, knowing that he was dead one way or the other. In the other account, Cassius had gotten word of Brutus's victory, but was ashamed that Brutus, a lesser general, had succeeded while he had failed, and in his shame, he took his own life. Whatever the reason, in the aftermath of the battle, Cassius's beheaded body was discovered. When news reached Brutus, he mourned for his brother-in-law. He was, said Brutus, the last of the Romans. Brutus regrouped and refortified his position in the aftermath of the first battle, having looted anything serviceable from the triumvirate camps. But with Cassius, the far more respected commander, gone, discipline began to break down in the Liberator army. Brutus attempted to revert to the original strategy of holding out long enough to let the naval blockade take its toll, but he was pressed by his officers to attack. They may have listened to Cassius, but they were not convinced that Brutus wasn't simply afraid of another battle. Like Pompey before him, Brutus was goaded into battle against his better judgment. On October the 23rd, the final confrontation came. No trick maneuvers or fancy tactics were employed. The two armies charged at each other and fought in close quarters for hours, until finally the triumvirs pushed Brutus back. The Liberator army broke down and scattered. Brutus managed to keep 4 undersized legions in coherent enough order to lead them up a hill where he could plan his next move. But, assessing the damage, it was obvious what his next move would be. His troops were surrounded and already talking openly of surrender. So Brutus mingled with his men, bidding them goodbye and embracing his officers. He then walked away from them all, picked out a nice spot, and fell on his sword. The battles at Philippi not only marked the effective death of the Republic, It also marked the pinnacle of Mark Antony's career. Though Octavian was, well, present, sort of, there was no doubt who had earned the victory. At this moment, Mark Antony was the most powerful man in Rome. His ambitions, of course, reached for even greater heights, but he would never reach those summits. Philippi would be his crowning glory. Though no one would have believed it at the time, from here on out, Antony's career will slowly but surely unravel. Finally, outmaneuvered politically and defeated militarily by Octavian, Antony would himself commit suicide. But, ignorant of his fate, Antony reveled in his victory. Brutus's body was brought to him, and knowing that there was much to be said for graceful victory, he honored his old comrade, draping the body with his general's cloak. But when Antony moved on to other concerns, the corpse passed into the hands of Octavian, who allowed Brutus's memory no further dignity. He ordered that the head be chopped off, sent back to Rome, and thrown at the foot of a statue to Julius Caesar. Thus always to those who stand in the way of tyrants. But of course, as with the last round of civil wars, the end is not always the end. Though Philippi was effectively the end of resistance to Antony and Octavian, in practice there were still battles to be fought. Sextus Pompey, the son of Pompey the Great, had re-emerged following his defeat in Spain and was now in control of the Liberator Navy. Depending on who you were talking to, Sextus was either the noble admiral of the Republican fleet or a dread pirate, but everyone agreed that he was a massive thorn in the side of the triumvirs. Whatever climax had allegedly played out at Philippi, Sextus was not going to be giving up anytime soon. If the triumvirs couldn't be defeated on the battlefield, Sextus decided the next best thing would be to literally starve them of support. Let's see the triumvirs try to control a capital that is about to have its food supply cut off completely. Hungry citizens are never complacent citizens. Breaking Sextus's naval blockade of Italy would be the overarching concern of Octavian for years as he tried to solidify his hold on the Western Empire. Antony, as the senior triumvir, remained in the east where he planned to follow up his victory at Philippi with an even greater victory over the Parthian Empire. Once the Parthians were defeated, he would be in a strong enough position to break the triumvirate and knock troublesome Octavian out of the picture for good. That was the plan, anyway. Next week, there will be no episode. I know I just skipped a week like a month ago, but I'm going to have to do it again. The soon-to-be Mrs. History of Rome is graduating on Friday, and we are hosting out-of-town dignitaries throughout the week. So I'm going to be a good host and not hole up with my laptop. I hope you understand. But we will return in 2 weeks and trace Octavian's attempt to maintain order in the West and Antony's disastrous attempts to conquer the East. Finally, I would like to wish a happy birthday to faithful listener George in Los Angeles. I hope you like the book. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 49, Apollo and Dionysus. Last time, Antony and Octavian, but really, Antony, defeated the combined armies of Brutus and Cassius at the Battle of Philippi in late 42 BC, just 2 years removed from the assassination of Julius Caesar, an assassination that was supposed to herald the return of the Republic. The Romans were as far removed from democracy as they had been under the Tarquins. Power now resided fully in the hands of just 3 men, Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus. Their word was law, no debate, and no appeal. But of course, it was not the final ambition of any one of the 3 to rule with colleagues. They all aimed to hold the prize for themselves. For now, the Triple Alliance held because their triumph was too fresh not to be threatened on all sides by men who, having submitted, now waited for any opportunity to throw off the triumvirate yoke. But, even understanding their precarious position, the dynamic within the triumvirate began to change. Lepidus, who had been left in charge of Italy while the other 2 triumvirs went east, was about to find himself the odd man out in what had always been a struggle between Octavian and Antony. After Philippi, The balance of power that would define the next few years of alliance and rivalry between the two lead triumvirs began to shake out. Mark Antony stayed in the east with 8 legions, while Octavian took the remaining troops, old Caesarian veterans and surrendered liberator soldiers alike, back to Italy. The two triumvirs had signed an agreement granting Antony power over the empire east of the Adriatic and Octavian the west, except in Greater Gaul, which remained in Antony's hands. Each would focus on their sphere of influence to solidify power for the triumvirate. Antony obviously had the more glamorous position. It had long been a Roman ambition to invade Parthia and move the empire into the eastern interior. It was now up to Antony to pick up the baton dropped first by Crassus and then by Julius Caesar and carry it across the finish line. Octavian, meanwhile, was left with the unenviable task of demobilizing tens of thousands of veterans, finding them lands to settle on in an overcrowded continent without any money left in the treasury to purchase the necessary land. While Antony went off to play conquering hero, Octavian was left to play bureaucratic dunce, caught between angry veterans and angry citizens. Plus, the one real internal threat to the triumvirate remaining after Philippi was left to Octavian to deal with. Sextus Pompey, the now 25-year-old son of Pompey the Great, had gathered a pirate fleet and taken control of Sicily. For Antony, it was all eastern queens, never-ending banquets, and planning for greatness. For Octavian, it was grain shortages, general strikes, and angry mobs. The main problem facing the triumvirate, which was fast becoming a biumvirate, especially now that the rich province of Spain had been taken away from Lepidus and given to Octavian, was that the state coffers were empty. No thought had been spared for the future when the triumvirate built their war machine to face Brutus and Cassius, but, having won now, they were faced with the consequences of victory. In particular, promises of land had been made to the soldiers to entice them into the army in the first place and then keep them there through the hard times. Now the bill was coming due. In the past, as with Pompey's veterans or Julius Caesar's veterans, the riches won in battle were used to purchase property for the retiring soldiers. Though there was no enshrined eminent domain protection that required the state to pay a fair price for seized land, it was simply practical to do so. It kept hurt feelings to a minimum and left everyone, soldier and citizen alike, relatively happy. But Octavian and Antony had not conquered foreign lands and returned home seated atop a massive pile of cash. They had barely emerged from a bitter civil war that had left them very, very poor, rather than very, very rich. Back in Rome, Octavian faced a choice: renege on the promise to the some 40,000 soldiers scheduled for retirement, or simply take by force the land needed to keep his word. It should come as no surprise to anyone that in this new world order, where soldiers were the principal currency of politics, that Octavian chose the latter. He marked down sites across Italy to settle the veterans and arbitrarily confiscated the necessary land. Some of the seizures came from large senatorial estates that could absorb the loss, but just as often, the settlement swallowed entire freeholdings. Families whose only crime was living where Octavian's finger landed on a map were thrown off their land. The public was outraged, and as the dispossessed streamed into Rome, where else could they go? Riots broke out between ex-soldiers and evicted citizens. Octavian realized he could only push the civilian population so far before they would come after him with pitchforks, and so he called a halt to the confiscations. But unfortunately, what had been seized already was not enough to satisfy all the veteran claims. So now, rather than facing angry mobs of citizens, Octavian faced angry mobs of ex-soldiers. On top of everything else, Sextus Pompey, having taken control of Sicily with a fleet that far outgunned anything the triumvirs could muster at this point, began a blockade of Italy that left the all-important grain supply lines broken. Octavian, in a word, was miserable. By contrast, out in the eastern provinces, Mark Antony had styled himself as the new incarnation of Dionysus and was doing his best to live up to the ecstatic lifestyle that defined the Greek god of wine and abundance. He indulged endlessly in everything the provinces had to offer, and going far beyond what would be considered good taste back in Rome, the new Dionysus actively joined in the rituals of the Eastern mystery cults. Antony traveled slowly from Greece into Asia Minor and settled in Cilicia on the southern coast. From this base of operations, he planned to raise money and men for his invasion of Parthia. But having already bled the provinces dry during the years of civil war, there was little left that Rome could squeeze out of the natives. Realizing increased taxes weren't getting him anywhere fast, Antony's gaze naturally turned south across the sea to the rich lands of Egypt. Conveniently, now fully in control of her country, Cleopatra had styled herself as the new Isis. In Egyptian mythology, Isis was the sister and wife of Osiris, who had long been seen as an Eastern analog for, wait for it, Dionysus. The match was too perfect not to embrace completely. Antony invited Cleopatra to meet with him in Cilicia, and the queen agreed. The alliance they forged was mutually beneficial. Antony got the revenue stream he needed for his further adventures, and Cleopatra got a new Roman patron to protect her position in Egypt. Julius Caesar had been the personal guarantor of her rule, and with him dead, she needed a powerful ally in Rome to maintain the throne. It was a match made in heaven. Literally, according to their mutual propaganda campaign. Antony decided to follow Cleopatra to Alexandria for the winter. Beyond the political alliance they cemented, the withers spent in each other's company produced twins. 41 BC arrived chock full of bad news for both triumvirs. In Italy, Antony's brother Lucius, who was consul for the year, conspired with Antony's wife Fulvia to foment a rebellion against Octavian. Just how in the loop Mark Antony was remains unclear. Of course, he claimed he knew nothing about it, but that was after the fact, after the rebellion failed spectacularly. Certainly, he took no active part in the machinations. He had other things to worry about. Well aware that the Romans were planning an invasion, the Parthians had launched a preemptive strike into Syria. Antony quickly abandoned his love nest in Alexandria and returned to military life. The protracted, if ultimately minor, uprising in Italy against Octavian was hatched by Fulvia and Lucius Antony once the breadth of Octavian's political troubles became apparent. The young man was struggling mightily with the thorny issues that come when there is too little land and too little grain, and he was traveling fast down a road of pleasing none of the people, none of the time. To top things off, his aristocratic, pampered upbringing had left him with something of a tin ear politically. In the midst of a grain shortage caused by Sextus Pompey's blockade, for example, Octavian attended a lavish banquet where each guest came dressed as a different Greek god. In contrast to Antony's embrace of the indulgent and emotional Dionysus, Octavian came dressed as Apollo, god of light and rationality. Octavian meant only to have a bit of fun and begin the process of associating himself publicly with the divine Apollo, but instead the public was outraged that while they starved, self-styled gods were eating all the food. If public opinion polls had existed, Octavian's numbers would have been in the toilet. So Fulvia and Lucius Antony stirred up resentment amongst the struggling veterans, while simultaneously picking up the cause of the dispossessed and now starving ex-freeholders. They managed to raise some legions of disgruntled citizens, and sent word around to the standing armies loyal to Antony that this was all being done with his approval. But the Antonian generals were skeptical and held back from what was clearly a half-baked scheme to oust Octavian. They were talking about directly assaulting the heir of Julius Caesar. He may be unpopular, but still, that was not a thing done lightly. If it was what Antony wanted, so be it, but let the orders come from him. Until then, they were staying put. Octavian sent his friend Agrippa to deal with the floundering rebel army, which holed up in the fortress town of Perusia in central Italy. After a long siege, the town finally fell to Octavian's forces. It was a minor victory against a weak opponent, but it had the effect of giving Octavian a military victory in his own right, without anyone being able to point to a more senior officer who really won the battle, even though Agrippa really won the battle. It was an important legitimizing moment for the young statesman, who badly needed a legitimizing moment. Lucius Antony committed suicide just as Perusia fell, and Fulvia went into exile. She died of an illness the next year in Greece, after an emotional confrontation with Antony, who blamed her for the whole unnecessary fiasco. In her attempt to exploit Octavian's weakness, she had left him stronger than ever. Perhaps smarting from the unexpected betrayal by the Antonys, and also glowing with renewed confidence, in early 40 BC, Octavian broke a clear provision in his agreement with Antony to leave Gaul alone. The governor of the province, a staunch Antonian general named Calenus, suddenly died, and without consulting his triumvirate partner, Octavian went north and took command of the 11 legions stationed there. The move was nothing less than an act of war so far as Antony was concerned. Leaving the east in the hands of his capable lieutenants, Antony immediately headed back to Italy to confront his young colleague. With Octavian seemingly intent on breaking the triumvirate, Antony simultaneously sent out feelers to Sextus Pompey in Sicily looking for an alliance. He found the young Republican amenable to a joint operation, and Antony signaled that Sextus should harass the coast of Italy at will to put pressure on Octavian. Antony also picked up the support of the Republican fleet that had once upon a time blockaded the Adriatic prior to the Battle of Philippi. In what was shaping up to be the final showdown between Antony and Octavian, the old Republicans were clearly casting their lot with Antony. In an attempt to blunt the efforts of Antony's diplomacy, Octavian decided that it was high time he took a wife, and arranged a marriage with the widowed Scribonia. She was a much older woman, and seemed a poor match, until you consider that she was also Sextus Pompey's aunt-in-law. In the highly familial world of Roman politics, Octavian was signaling his own willingness to ally with Sextus. At the very least, he hoped to make the young admiral think twice before taking sides against his new uncle. Antony and his fleet arrived in Brundisium and found the city locked up tight by Octavian's garrison. A siege began, and Octavian hurried down with his armies to assess the situation. Was this the beginning of the end of the Triumvirate? In an interesting turn of events, the answer turned out to be an emphatic no. Centurions in both camps had had enough of civil war. They had had enough of killing each other. They were friends, neighbors, comrades, in some cases family. Enough was enough. You know the old saying, what if they threw a war and no one showed up? At Brundisium, that's exactly what happened. The centurions went to their respective commanders and said, look, you do what you want, but we're not going to battle. We would suggest coming to some kind of an agreement, because the only way this is going to end now, if you both refuse to compromise, is some kind of single combat gladiatorial death match for control of the empire. Which is fine, we'll cheer you on, but we're not doing your fighting for you anymore. Left mutually defenseless, Antony and Octavian decided to deal. The Triumvirate alliance was reconfirmed, and the east-west power sharing was formalized, with Antony crucially conceding Gaul to Octavian. Lepidus still hung in there in his official triumvir, and was granted the province of Africa, but by now he was irrelevant. The third-wheeled triumvir will make one last big play to get back in the game after the campaign against Sextus Pompey in Sicily, but it will only net him a forced retirement. The treaty was met with relief by the people of Rome, and further celebrated when news came of the final deal sealer. Newly widowed Antony would wed Octavian's sister, Octavia. The triumvirate was one big happy family again. They all returned to Rome together to celebrate the coming nuptials. Meanwhile, Sextus Pompey, who had so recently been courted by both triumvirs, was now out in the political cold again, and returned to his blockade. But though he was not going to play the part of kingmaker, his strangulation of the grain supply routes was taking its toll in Rome, and the triumvirs came under immense pressure to come to terms with him. After initially refusing any compromise, the triumvirate finally bowed to the ever-rising grain prices, and in the summer of 39 BC, invited Pompey to the bargaining table. In exchange for lifting the blockade, the triumvirs offered to legalize his hold over Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, making the young man governor of all three islands. In addition, they would slate him for a consulship the next year. After mulling it over, Sextus agreed. By legalizing Sextus, the triumvirs also invited back into the fold all the Republican exiles who had fled to his banner. Proscribed families, lucky to get out of Rome alive, were now allowed to return to their homes. One young family who took the triumvirate up on their offer of clemency was Tiberius Claudius Nero, his 19-year-old wife Livia Drusilla, and their infant son, also named Tiberius. They had been on the run since Tiberius the Elder had joined and then fled from Fulvia's ill-advised revolt 2 years before. Tiberius was something of a doofus who always managed to find himself on the wrong side of any given fight, going back to his stance against the first triumvirate 15 years earlier. His only lasting contribution to Roman history was the fact that he agreed to a divorce when Octavian announced that he intended to marry Livia, having fallen madly in love with her at first sight. The only complication was that both Livia and Scribonia were pregnant. Devoid of sentimentality, Octavian divorced Scribonia on the day she gave birth to his only biological child, a daughter named Julia, in October 39 BC. He and Livia were wed 3 days after she gave birth to her second son, Drusus. With these marital ties lined up, the Julio-Claudian dynasty that we have all come to know and love finally fell into place. The infant Tiberius would, in time, be adopted by Augustus and then inherit the throne, becoming Rome's second emperor. His brother Drusus was the father of Claudius, grandfather of Caligula, and great-grandfather of Nero. Germanicus is in there too, but we'll get to all that. Almost immediately after securing the treaty with the Triumvirate, Sextus realized that he had made a terrible deal. He was already in control of Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia. There was nothing the Triumvirate could have done about that. So he had bargained for control over things he already controlled. In return, he had given up the mantle of last defender of the Republic. The money and support that flooded his way for playing this part suddenly dried up. All his allies had returned home or given up on him. Octavian was no fan of the agreement either, but with the situation in the West finally settled, Antony clamped down on any talk of further aggression against Sextus. He needed things quiet in Rome if he was ever going to get the eternally delayed Parthian campaign off the ground. But by 38 BC, with Antony back in the east planning his war, and Sextus disrupting the grain supply again in an attempt to stay relevant, Octavian decided to ignore his colleagues' wishes and deal with the meddlesome Pompey once and for all. With the defection of one of Sextus's top captains, Octavian decided to strike while the iron was hot. He now knew where young Pompey was and exactly what his defenses were. If he could clear Sextus off the table quickly, Antony would return from the east with Octavian the undisputed ruler of the Western Empire. It was a seductive thought, and so he voided the treaty with Sextus and attacked. Octavian planned a two-pronged assault of Sicily. He ordered a fleet led by Sextus's ex-captain to sail south and attack the north coast of the island. Meanwhile, the Triumvirate himself would lead another force in from the east. He hoped to quickly pin Sextus down in Messana, just across the straits from mainland Italy. But this initial thrust turned into a complete debacle. The fleet coming south was challenged, defeated, and forced to retreat. Octavian quickly shifted his plans and decided to try to rush through the straits of Messana and link up with the retreating fleet. Two prongs were nice, but if this wasn't going to be as easy as he thought, one great big prong was better than two little prongs. But Octavian was an inexperienced naval commander, and as soon as he set sail, Sextus pounced and drove Octavian's fleet into the rocks. Octavian barely escaped with his life. Most of his fleet was either on fire or dashed on the rocks. In a cruel twist of fate, the next morning, Octavian and the survivors awoke to a sudden storm, and what few ships they had left sunk. Octavian struck while the iron was hot all right, and it burned him badly. Humiliated but undeterred, Octavian called for Agrippa to help plan a new invasion. To give his friend all the resources he needed, Octavian had the 26-year-old appointed consul for the year 37 BC. That whole year was spent building a new fleet. But because Octavian wanted to lull Sextus into a false sense of security, and because any attempt to construct anything in a regular port would likely be harassed by constant attack, Agrippa designed and built canals linking an inland lake to the sea. Then, under the cover of a dense forest, out of sight, he built and trained a massive new navy on the lake. Of more immediate importance to Octavian, on January 1st, 37 BC, the same day that Agrippa assumed the consulship, the term of the Second Triumvirate officially expired. He and Antony were still in power, obviously, but technically they had no standing within the political system. So a summit was scheduled to work out the details of renewing the pact. Antony returned from the east and his opening skirmishes with the Parthians in the spring, and at Tarentum he and Octavian met and hashed out the terms. It was roughly the same deal as before. Octavian would control the west and Antony the east. This time, rather than sealing the deal with a marriage, a troop exchange was arranged. Octavian needed ships for his war with Sextus, and Antony needed ground legions for his invasion of Parthia. So Antony traded 120 ships for 4 of Octavian's legions. But in a move that would sow the seeds for the demise of the Triumvirate, while Antony duly sent the ships, Octavian refused to live up to his end of the bargain and never sent the promised legions. Antony was furious at the betrayal, and it destroyed whatever trust he had left in his partner for good. War between them was now inevitable. It was just a matter of time. Agrippa shepherded the renewal of the Triumvirate through the Senate and the assemblies, and having placed his friend back in official power, returned to the fleet that he would lead against Sextus. In the spring of 36 BC, the 300 ships, each bigger than anything Sextus commanded and equipped with the latest in grappling hook technology, sailed out into the Mediterranean. For this latest attempt to conquer Sicily, Octavian now envisioned a three-prong assault. With Agrippa attacking the north coast, he ordered Lepidus to land 10 legions on the southern coast and begin capturing as much territory as possible. With Sextus busy fighting on two fronts, Octavian himself would ferry more ground legions across the straits. Sextus would be overwhelmed. At first things went great. Lepidus landed and began capturing city after city. But when Agrippa attacked from the north, Sextus suspected that it was just a feint meant to distract from whatever Octavian was up to. So he left just enough ships to make a nice show of fighting Agrippa, and led the rest around the Horn into the Straits of Messana. Octavian, thinking he had outsmarted Sextus, had landed with a force to establish a beachhead, and then found himself trapped by the sudden appearance of Sextus's fleet. Braving possible capture, Octavian slipped through the blockade in a small ship to link back up with the rest of his army. It was do-or-die time now. He had to get the rest of his army into Sicily, or all would be lost. Rumors were already filtering in that Lepidus was talking alliance with Sextus. Octavian needed to fill the island with his own men before any deal was struck. Luckily, though, Sextus was spread thin and only had 300 ships left at his disposal. With so many blockading the straits, he was forced to leave some of the northern ports defenseless. Agrippa was able to easily capture and hold them. Octavian hooked back up with his legions on the mainland and sailed them north to land under the protection of Agrippa's fleet. Pretty soon, the transfer was complete. Totally outnumbered on land, Sextus gathered all of his ships at his stronghold in Messana. The only hope he had left now was to provoke a sea battle. In early September, he led his ships out of the harbor and went looking for Agrippa. The two fleets met off the northeast coast of the island, near the city of Nalochus. On paper, it was an even engagement, east side controlling 300 ships. But Agrippa's fleet was larger and more powerful. It was by no means a one-sided affair, but throughout the whole day's fighting, Sextus lost ships at a slightly faster rate. By the end of the day, the Pompeian captains determined that the cause was lost and began to surrender to Agrippa rather than keep fighting. With his navy captured, it was all over for Sextus. He took the 17 ships that remained uncaptured and sailed east. Over the course of the next year, he tried to find asylum and allies, but was rebuked at every turn. Unwilling to surrender, he was eventually captured in Anatolia and executed by a provincial governor loyal to the Triumvirate. After Agrippa's victory at Nalochus, Octavian now stood alone in the west. There was no one left to challenge his rule. Well, almost no one. Lepidus, who had conquered most of Sicily during the invasion, suddenly decided to reassert himself in the Triumvirate. He claimed by right of conquest Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, and demanded that Octavian recognize his claim. Octavian scoffed at this notion. He had not gone through all this trouble to take Sicily just to give it away to a rival. He sent men into the ranks of Lepidus's legions to sow dissent. Lepidus, who was never very popular with the average grunt, watched in horror as his legions began to desert from his banner en masse. Without any leverage left, Lepidus met with Octavian and rescinded his claim. Octavian, seizing an opportunity to eliminate Lepidus from the balance of power, decided to unilaterally expel him from the Triumvirate as punishment. From now on, though the name never caught on, it truly was a biumvirate. Lepidus retired to a plush estate on the Italian coast and lived another 20 years in comfortable obscurity. Next week, we'll head east to trace the ups and downs of Antony's campaigns against the Parthians. But as I said before, it was more downs than ups. The apex of Antony's career was the Battle of Philippi. Everything after that was just a slow descent into ruin. Completely in control of the West now, Octavian would use every tool at his disposal to turn public opinion against his colleague, particularly harping on the fact that Antony seemed to be going native, dressing in Eastern fashion, and living a life of scandalous adultery with Cleopatra. Octavian told anyone who would listen that the new Dionysus had lost touch with Roman values that were, of course, exemplified by Octavian, the new Apollo. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 50, The Donations of Alexandria. Last week, we focused mainly on Octavian's trials in the West. So this week, I want to begin by tracing Antony's activities in the East before moving on to the final falling out between the two triumvirate colleagues. Because after failing miserably to conquer Parthia, Antony's status in Rome will plummet, leaving him vulnerable to political broadsides by Octavian, who will launch an all-out propaganda blitz against him. Neither being shrinking violets when it came to the game of power politics, the war of words escalated quickly into simply war. As I said last week, 41 BC had opened with bad news for the triumvirate. While Octavian dealt with the revolt cooked up by Fulvia and Lucius Antony, Mark Antony was faced with a preemptive strike by the Parthian Empire against Syria. For the next 3 years, Antony's legions would be forced to engage in a running war with the charismatic, popular, and brilliant Parthian prince Pakur. Before the Romans were able to react, the Parthians had overrun Syria and Judea and placed puppets on the thrones of both kingdoms. Constantly distracted by internal Roman politics and the preparations for his larger offensive, Antony left the prosecution of these initial Parthian campaigns to lieutenants, specifically a capable general named Ventidius. In 38 BC, Ventidius was able to corner and kill Pakur in battle outside of Antioch, but he was curiously unwilling to follow up his victory and take an important Parthian stronghold on the Euphrates River. Word began to trickle back to Antony that Ventidius was accepting bribes to hold back his forces. So Antony relieved the general of command and headed out to take control of the situation himself. But with winter approaching and the city untaken, Antony prudently chose to withdraw the attack. Plutarch mentions that he took home with him some 300 Greek talents, a friendly gift from the Parthians that, of course, had nothing to do with him breaking off the siege. In 37 BC, though, Antony was ready to go on the attack. Not only had he settled affairs with Octavian and renewed the triumvirate, but he also reaffirmed his alliance with Queen Cleopatra. As with the last time Antony and Cleopatra had established friendly terms with one another, the most recent summit produced another child. With all the money he would ever need and 100,000 troops finally organized and ready for action, Antony decided it was high time he put his stamp on the East. In the beginning, things went splendidly. Basing himself out of Antioch, Antony swept through Syria and brought the territory back under Roman control. With this reclamation, it was time to do something about the unsatisfactory political arrangements that had governed the East since the days of Pompey the Great. Specifically, Antony was tired of the weak-willed and half-hearted client monarchies which left Rome without buffer states it could really trust. So Antony deposed all the kings from Pontus to Judea, installing Hellenized monarchs he could trust. Men, it should be noted, who were not just loyal to Antony and Rome, but were capable administrators in their own right. Indeed, after Antony's suicide in 30 BC, Octavian would survey the political systems his dead colleague had left behind and see no reason to disrupt any of it. In 36 BC, almost 20 years after Crassus had taken his shot at Parthia, and nearly a decade since Julius Caesar had begun planning his invasion, Mark Antony finally ordered 100,000 troops to march east. Rome was headed back into Parthia. The captured legionary standards of Crassus were still being held as trophies by the Parthian monarchy. Antony intended to get them back, by diplomacy if necessary, but hopefully by force. In the end, he never had the opportunity to use either. The invasion was a complete debacle. Antony's legions set out in June and followed the route through Armenia laid out by Julius Caesar, and the route that should have been taken by Crassus. But once in Parthian territory, Antony was, like Crassus before him, at the mercy of local guides. But this time, rather than leading him into a trap, his double-crossing native guides simply fed information to the Parthians about the location of the slow-moving and underguarded Roman baggage train, emphasizing particularly the slow-moving and underguarded nature of it. In a blow that crippled the whole enterprise, the Parthian cavalry arrived out of nowhere and set fire to the line of carts, wagons, and most importantly, siege works. Having spent months moving slowly towards the inner fortresses of Parthia, Antony was now in a bind. His plan had been to capture at least one of the major cities before the end of summer so he could establish winter quarters. But now, with his siege engines gone, he had no hope of capturing anything. With winter bearing down, Antony realized the whole invasion was irretrievably bollocksed. He ordered his stupefied men to turn around and head back to the Mediterranean. The second great blow came when the Armenian king took the occasion of the smoldering baggage train to defect to the Parthians. Antony's only route home now lay through hostile territory. Winter set in across the hills and mountains of Armenia as Antony struggled to get his army home in one piece. While the Armenians prudently avoided outright attacking the Romans, they certainly didn't offer any aid or comfort to Antony's beleaguered army, now dropping like flies in the harsh mountain snows. By the time they made it back to Antioch, the 100,000 men who had left for Parthia were now 75,000. Antony had lost a quarter of his men and not even fought a single battle. He debated the pros and cons of suicide. While his colleague was licking his wounds over the winter of 36-35 BC, Octavian was riding high. Having defeated Sextus Pompey, his own stock had never been higher. But though he was no doubt already planning to eliminate Mark Antony from the picture, Octavian was content to let the older triumvirate dig his own grave for a while. But until the time was ripe for a strike, Octavian had a problem. He couldn't afford to dismiss his legions. He would need them for the inevitable confrontation with Antony. But with Sextus gone, he had no real reason to keep them mobilized. So Octavian looked around for some trouble to get mixed up in, and found the perfect excuse in Illyricum. I can't disband the legions, he told the Senate. I need them to fight those barbaric tribes in Illyricum, who have long thumbed their noses at Roman rule. Yes, Illyricum, that's the ticket. So rather than being told where their retirement plots were located, Octavian's soldiers got word that they were needed for the war in Illyricum. What war in Illyricum, they asked. The war you're about to start, they were told. Now get packed. Illyricum was a wild country of fiercely independent tribes located in what is today the Balkans. So beyond giving him an excuse to keep his armies intact, pacifying the region would be a real propaganda coup for Octavian, because Illyricum didn't just border the empire, it bordered Italy itself. Octavian spent the next 2 years off and on in the Balkans. He constructed a fleet to tackle the pirate havens off the east coast of the Adriatic, and himself led the infantry all over the countryside, forcing tribe after tribe to acknowledge Roman rule. He penetrated as far as the Danube River, which Octavian dreamed one day would be the stable border of the empire. In the course of one siege, he even displayed some of the personal courage that had always been conspicuously absent from his career. While his men hesitated on a gangplank leading over a wall, Octavian and a few bodyguards rushed headlong across the short bridge. The episode mirrored a famous episode from the career of Alexander the Great, leading commentators, even at the time, to suspect that the entire scene was a publicity stunt engineered to dispose once and for all of the persistent rumors of cowardice. But whether intended or not, when reports of the incident made their way back to Rome, Octavian found his reputation greatly enhanced. In 34 BC, while Octavian was entering his second year in Illyricum, Antony was ready to make amends for the shame of his disastrous invasion. He had spent the year and a half that had passed since returning from Parthia, living with Cleopatra in Alexandria. The fact that he was still married to Octavia does not seem to have entered his head at all. Though she had always been a loyal wife, the bond between Antony and Cleopatra had grown far beyond a mere political alliance. Octavian privately, and pretty soon publicly, fumed at Antony's blatantly disrespectful treatment of his sister. What did it say about him that he would ignore a fine Roman woman in favor of some Eastern temptress? But regardless of what the chattering classes thought about it, Antony was perfectly content with his life in Egypt. Some said he had no intention of coming back to Rome at all. And really, why would he? He was passing his days in splendid luxury, ruling over half the known world. Alexandria was a rich, cosmopolitan, and rationally laid-out city. In contrast to hot, crowded, noisy, and messy Rome, there was really no comparison. Arriving in the Egyptian capital after defeating Antony and Cleopatra, Octavian himself would be smitten with the well-thought-out metropolis he found. But rather than dream of moving to Egypt, Octavian dreamed of reinventing Rome. For the duration of his rule over the empire, Octavian, later Augustus, would spend enormous amounts of time, energy, and treasure trying to remake Rome in Alexandria's image, to turn the city of brick into a city of marble. But while Antony slowly went native in Egypt, his sense of Roman honor had not deserted him. The betrayal of the Armenian king had not been forgotten, and as soon as the spring of 34 BC rolled around, Antony set out to remove the offending monarch. Flashing some of the old brilliance, he made short work of the Armenian army and deposed the traitor king without too much difficulty. The victory in Armenia, however, would finally expose the growing distance between Mark Antony and the Roman people. Rather than finding some random, capable noble to reign as the new king of Armenia, Antony placed his own son Alexander on the throne. An even greater affront than the simple dynastic implications of the appointment was that Alexander was Antony's son with Cleopatra, not Octavia, and it only got worse after that. When he returned home to Alexandria, he staged a triumph to celebrate the victory. Never in history had a triumph taken place outside of Rome itself, and Roman opinion was scandalized. And as if the triumph itself wasn't bad enough, at the culmination of the event, Antony read aloud a proclamation that has since become known as the Donations of Alexandria. Just as he had awarded control of Armenia to Alexander, he announced his intention to give Cyrenaica and Libya to Alexander's twin sister Selene, and granted his youngest son Syria and Cilicia. He declared Cleopatra to be the queen of kings, and in the most provocative move of all, named Caesarion, Julius Caesar's son by Cleopatra, king of Egypt, king of kings, and crucially, the true heir of his father. When Octavian and the Senate heard about this series of proclamations, they erupted in outrage. Antony had gone off the reservation and was now putting his illegitimate children in control of Roman provinces. He was, in short, turning the Eastern Empire into his personal kingdom. Octavian, though, as much as he railed against Antony in public for his monarchical ambitions, was not nearly so concerned about what child technically ruled what province and who was inheriting what. What troubled him was the massive navy Antony was constructing. All the military spending Antony had been undertaking of late was ostensibly for his planned reinvasion of Parthia. But you have to wonder, who needs 400 ships to invade the Iranian plateau? And of course, when you got all the way to the inner circle, the threat of Caesarion was acutely felt. Octavian's whole career was predicated on being the heir of Julius Caesar. True, in recent years, he had established himself as his own man, but still, people were following Gaius Julius Caesar for a reason. If the claim of Caesarion's legitimacy began to gain traction, it could threaten the whole project. Now, in Octavian's inner circle was of course Agrippa, but there was also another man of equal importance, who I have thus far inexcusably neglected. Gaius Maecenas was about 7 years older than Octavian and Agrippa, but he had fallen in with the two ambitious youths early on. He had been with Octavian in Apollonia when news of Julius Caesar's assassination came, and he had been a powerful force behind the scenes throughout Octavian's rise to power. Just as Agrippa was Octavian's chief military advisor, Maecenas was his chief political advisor. He had been the guiding force behind Octavian's first marriage to Scribonia, as well as arranging the treaties of Brundisium and Tarentum that had avoided potential civil war with Antony. While Agrippa and Octavian were off fighting battles, it was Maecenas who was left behind to oversee things in Rome, much like Antony had been left in charge of the capital during the campaigns of Julius Caesar. Much like Antony, too, Maecenas had a penchant for extravagant, indulgent living, but where Antony embraced violent extremes, Maecenas was actually a moderating influence on some of Octavian's more bloodthirsty tendencies. His love of soft living and the arts, though, were unmatched, which led to a tense relationship with the stolid, battle-hardened, and humorless Agrippa. In the end, the two were held together only by their mutual loyalty to Octavian, but both proved to be indispensable to their master's success. Agrippa's role was obvious. He won the great battles that put Octavian in power. But, for example, it was Maecenas' patronage of the arts that was the key to the cult of personality that would surround Caesar Augustus and keep him in power. Maecenas cultivated the leading artists and poets of the day, specifically Horace and Virgil, and engaged them in a great project to perpetually glorify his boss. In the words of Anthony Everett, Maecenas somehow managed to keep them all on message without resorting to the heavy hand of censorship, which is, I can assure you, no mean feat when dealing with independent creative types. In our discussions of the reign of Augustus, we will have much more to say about both Maecenas and Agrippa, who will play as much a role in the imperial administration as they had played in establishing it. At least from the time the donations of Alexandria were announced, the three old friends were actively plotting war with Antony. The trick was to bait him into making the first move so Octavian would not look like the aggressor. Octavian slated himself to hold the consulship for 33 BC, and from that position he planned to do everything in his power to turn Rome against Antony. On the first day he presided over the Senate, Octavian let loose with the most inflammatory attacks he could think of. Antony was living in sin with Cleopatra in the East. Antony had betrayed the honor of blameless Octavia. Antony had illegally executed Sextus Pompey without trial. Antony started wars with foreign powers without the consent of the Senate. Antony was making himself a king. In short, Antony was the enemy of all that was good, pure, and decent about Rome. For the rest of the year, Octavian and Antony were engaged in a war of words for the hearts and minds of Romans everywhere. Antony sent letters back to the Senate that were read aloud by his supporters, claiming that Octavian had forged the adoption papers of Julius Caesar, that he was consumed with a megalomaniacal lust for power, that he was a low-born provincial who had lied, cheated, and stolen his way up the political ladder. It was also whispered that Octavian had engaged in unnatural relations with his uncle on his way back from Spain in order to win Caesar's favor. When 32 BC came around and Octavian's turn in the consulship ended, the propaganda war had played out to a near stalemate. But in provoking the confrontations, Octavian had succeeded in at least one important respect. With the Triumvirate expiring December 31, 33 BC, there was no chance now that it would be renewed. The 10-year-old partnership was officially dissolved. Now the facade of collegial alliance could be dropped. They were rivals and enemies. It was time for everyone to come right out and say it. Octavian even used the occasion of the Triumvirate's expiration to hit Antony with a solid body blow. He made sure he was out in front, declaring that he would no longer be addressed as triumvir, as he had been for the last decade. That was all in the past. The preeminence of the consuls and the Senate had returned to Rome for good. When Antony, though, refused to give up the title he had grown accustomed to, Octavian pounced, arguing that Antony had no legal standing, no right to the title, and technically no official role in the state whatsoever. If he continued to wield executive power in the East, he was doing so illegally and usurping the power of the Senate and the consuls. He saved his best for Cleopatra, who he built up as some sort of evil sorceress who had hypnotized Antony and controlled him like a puppet. It was important that Octavian lay as much at the feet of Cleopatra as he could. He was hoping to induce the Senate into declaring war, and he knew that they would find it far easier to direct their ire at an evil foreign queen than at Mark Antony himself, who had spent his entire adult life in the service of Rome. Unfortunately for Octavian, many in the Senate weren't having these over-the-top accusations and were not ready to abandon Antony just yet. And in fact, by a stroke of luck, the two consuls for the year 32 BC also happened to be Antony loyalists. They denounced Octavian for his slander and introduced a resolution to censure young Caesar. Unwilling to accept the rebuke, Octavian was forced to reveal what everybody already knew, that despite having given up his triumvir title, he was not giving up on power. He unilaterally and illegally called a meeting of the Senate and addressed the charges brought against him, conspicuously flanked by armed bodyguards. This proved to be a fatal breach of protocol. In protest, fully one-third of the Senate packed their bags and left Rome, headed for Alexandria. Included in their ranks were the two consuls, who took with them all the official executive authority of the state. Octavian, who had for years been claiming his subservience to the Constitution, was now forced to reveal his true colors. He didn't give a whit about the Constitution. He had no official position within the state, but there was no doubt about it. Octavian ruled Rome. Later in the year, he received a gift from the East. A high-ranking defector from Alexandria brought with him the pretext that Octavian could use to finally induce a declaration of war on Antony. It seems that Antony had recently lodged a will in the Temple of the Vestas, the contents of which, if known, would finally reveal the depths of his abandonment of Rome. Octavian demanded that the Vestal virgins produce the document, but citing sacred oaths, they refused. Undeterred, Octavian simply stormed the temple and seized the will. Romans everywhere were shocked by this unthinkable violence against the temple, but when Octavian began reading passages of the document aloud, they soon forgot all about Octavian's sacrilege. Antony had left large portions of his estate to his illegitimate children, reaffirmed the claim that Caesarion was the true heir of Julius Caesar, which was, it should be noted, an impossibility within Roman law, as Cleopatra was not a citizen. But most shocking of all, he requested to be buried in Alexandria rather than Rome. Octavian argued that Antony had betrayed his Roman heritage and that it was high time for the Senate to recognize that he was an enemy of the state. Moved by the revelations contained in the will, the Senate, well, 2/3 of the Senate anyway, declared war on Egypt. The moment of truth had come. Octavian and Antony were finally going to face off in battle. The prize? Sole control of the Roman Empire. Antony knew what was coming down the pike as soon as a third of the Senate showed up on his doorstep. The 400 ships he had built for the invasion of Parthia were soon sailing for Greece. In a crucial development, Antony decided not to lead the fleet all by himself, but appointed Cleopatra as co-general. There's no straight answer for why he chose to elevate Cleopatra to this high rank in the army, but the effect was almost wholly negative. The Romans who had fled Italy to join with Antony now found themselves subservient to a woman and a foreigner, a situation they found intolerable. This is in no way meant to knock the capabilities of Cleopatra or get bogged down in comments on Roman misogyny, but it's simply to point out that the queen's position did prove to be a corrosive acid eating slowly at the heart of morale in the Antonian camp. But Antony had ignored advice to leave her behind, or better yet, kill her and annex Egypt, and the two set sail for Greece, ready for the showdown with Octavian. By the winter of 32-31 BC, the bulk of the Antonian fleet settled into the Ambracian Gulf on the coast of the Ionian Sea. It was a curious choice of positions. When it came to strategically locating armies for east-west showdowns, the common assumptions was that the ports along the Adriatic were far more valuable. By stowing his fleet far to the south, Antony essentially ceded Octavian an opportunity to ferry ground forces from Brundisium over to Dyrrhachium. Historians have postulated that Antony was as concerned as Octavian about looking like an aggressor, and wanted to clearly signal that his intention was not to invade Italy, so he chose not to plant a huge navy off the coast of the peninsula. He may also have been concerned about keeping his supply lines from, and escape route back to, Egypt open. Whatever the final calculus that led to the decision was, the upshot was that with his fleet in the Ambracian Gulf, when it came time to sail out in the spring, he would have to pass the small port town of Actium, which stood at the head of the narrow entrance to the Gulf. Prior to their falling out, Octavian and Antony had been slated to share a year in the consulship in 31 BC. With Antony persona non grata in Octavian's Rome, young Caesar took his position as senior executive without Antony in the way. Octavian began to claim, not totally inaccurately, that traitorous Mark Antony was leading a foreign army against the legitimate government of Rome. It was true that Antony served no official capacity, and that his legions were led and recruited largely from the east, while Octavian, as the rightful consul, was leading armies drawn from Italy itself. But at this point, everyone knew what the score was. No one bought the hype that one side was fighting for Rome and the other side against Rome, or for the Constitution or against the Constitution. This was just two powerful men using the resources of the empire to decide once and for all which one of them would run the whole show. Octavian and Agrippa decided that their best shot against Antony, who, despite all their propaganda and slanders, they never once underestimated as a military commander, was to act boldly. Antony had set up a critical supply hub at Methone in the southwest Peloponnese. If the city could be taken, Antony would find himself without access to fresh supplies and susceptible to a maritime siege of Actium. So in March of 31 BC, before the winter was out, Agrippa led a daring run through the storming waters of the Ionian and launched a surprise assault on the city, capturing it before Antony could react. When the spring arrived, Octavian hastily ferried 50,000 ground forces across the Adriatic and marched them south. Suddenly, Antony was trapped. Octavian's forces prevented him from marching his army overland out of the Ambracian Gulf, while Agrippa's navy positioned itself off the coast and dared him to try to sail out of danger. Antony recognized immediately what a disastrous position he was in. Just as with the failed Parthian expedition, he He knew that his only hope was retreat. He had to get back to Egypt and regroup, or all would be lost. And he had to do it fast, too. His men were badly undersupplied, and, trapped in confined quarters during the summer heat, were falling prey to disease, the great scourge of armies. To top things off, reports came daily listing off which high-ranking officials had slipped across the lines during the night. His allies and his gods were deserting him. Next week, Antony will make a break for it. Though at the time the Battle of Actium was an important but not necessarily decisive victory for Octavian, history would soon be written by the victors to portray it as the great and final triumph of Octavian over the enemies of Rome.